Juzi said, so we plan to raise more chickens now. There's live streaming sales in the village, which might help us get better prices than selling in the town. He's been in the city for a long time, so he understands things better. The old man looked pleased, seeing that Juzi had a plan. Where are you getting the chicks? Buying from the town. Yes, we plan to buy 100 first. We'll manage for this year, and when they grow a bit, we'll sell some. It's tight now, so raising 100 chickens first is easier. That's fine. But when raising chickens, you need to keep the place clean and handle some paperwork. Yes, I know about that. Since our farm is small now, we just keep it for ourselves. When we grow bigger in the future, we will sell it then. Seeing that he understood, the old man didn't say much. They talked for a while longer before he left. When the Chu family heard that Juzi wanted to start farming, Chu Ran thought he was a thoughtful person. It seemed he had already planned these things before coming back. The next day, Juzi's family borrowed 3 carts to go to town to buy supplies, and also bought 100 chicks. They moved very quickly. After buying the chicks, Juzi talked to Chu's father about repairing the house, especially the roof. The walls around are easy to fix, but the roof is more complicated. Fortunately, there are professionals in the village, and it only costs about 1 or 2,000 yuan to repair. Because they needed to move in soon, they assigned 2 or 3 people to help fix the house. It took a week to finish, replacing a beam and redoing the roof tiles. Once done, they moved the furniture from the yard into the house. If it rains in the next few days, they cover everything with plastic sheets. Luckily, it hasn't rained much at night, or sleeping would be difficult. The house is now repaired and livable. It's not as grand as a small building, but given their current financial situation, it's the best they can do. In July and August, Chu Ran's plum trees bore fruit. The plums here are crisp and delicious, local specialties. They picked a batch of ripe plums, big as ping-pong balls, with a white frost on top. Other families in the village also grow them, so Chu Ran joined the village's live streaming to help sell the fruit quickly. Not only her village, but also nearby villages in the town grow plums and pomelos, making these fruits common among local farmers. Chu Ran has been busy lately, listing many plums in her live stream. Old Mr. Nya is still staying in the village to avoid the heat and has asked his assistant to buy a lot of produce to send home. This plum is delicious, and I saw it was freshly picked. Let's let others try it too. The old man, feeling bored, sometimes watches Chu Ran's live streams to see what good products she's selling. Mrs. Nia received those items at home and found it strange. Where did the old man go? Why did he buy so many farm products? This is a question for Nieziqian because the old master was taken out by Nieziqian. Cooling off in the mountains, there are many fruit trees over there. If you can't finish the fruit, give some to others. If not, I can take it to the company as benefits. These are not enough anyway. There's no need to give so much away. Just leave some for the housekeeper. If you want to give benefits to the company, buying more won't make a difference. Are you willing to do that? The company has quite a few employees. Giving benefits to the company is not a small expense. Company benefits are not my concern. I only take care of a few people in our office. The rest is none of my business. Talk to my dad about it. Nia's mother knew what he meant. You should invite Lu Jia out more and get along well. Invite who? The matter between the Lu family and Xiao Yusong hasn't been settled. I won't get involved. Otherwise, people might think I'm a mistress and I'm already a joke in the circle. That would make my already bad reputation worse. I haven't even received what my dad promised me. It's not worth it. I don't want to do it anymore. Besides, I don't like Lu Jia. That won't do. Because of this, the Lu family still feels guilty. The project is ongoing. Isn't that good? Nia's mother tried to persuade him. You're not engaged to Lu Jia, so you won't lose anything. You can also get what you want. Nia Ziqian didn't fall for it. I haven't lost anything. I've become a joke, but I haven't lost anything. Am I still your real son? Are you only related to Nia Zaheo? His mother hit him. You little brat, how can you talk like that? Nia Ziqian was casually scrolling through a live stream. Seeing he was interested, Nia's mother leaned over. Are you watching a female streamer, or do you want to buy something? The online stuff isn't real. Stop watching so much. It's just tricking people like you with shallow eyes. Niezi-chan replied, Mom, what are you thinking? Do I have such a small mind? I'm watching a farmer's aid project, helping farmers increase their income. Do you want to buy some things? Recently, the plums are ripe. You can buy some. Nia's mother rolled her eyes. Your grandpa just bought so many. Why should I buy more? But, she looked at the female streamer carefully. This girl looks good. She doesn't have the pointed chin that's popular now. This girl has a full chin, which shows she's lucky. If you want someone like that, I wouldn't mind. Mom, you're overthinking. Her son already has someone. Niezi-chan took the phone. Nia's mother looked at him with disdain. Look, the girl got married early and already has a child. What about you? Thinking of something, she asked. How do you know she has a child? Because I saw it in a video. She mentioned it during her live stream. Niezi-chan quickly replied. Nia's mother found her son strange. He liked buying farm products and kept watching that female streamer, but she already had a child. If he had feelings for her, it wouldn't make sense. Her son knew himself well. He wouldn't do something like being a third party. And even if the streamer was pretty, she wasn't so beautiful that he would be willing to be a third party. So why was he so focused on this female streamer and buying so many farm products? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Could this girl be your dad's illegitimate daughter? Niezi-chan was stunned, feeling like he might be hearing things. But seeing his mother's serious face, he knew she was just overthinking. He burst out laughing. Haha, Mom, that's impossible. She's from the countryside, a proper farm-supporting streamer. What does she have to do with my dad? Her family is harmonious, and she's an only child. There's no way she's my dad's illegitimate daughter. Mom, did my dad have an affair? Niezi-chan found it hard to believe. Ask yourself.
I don't know, she said.
She had no proof, but men often didn't tell their wives everything. At her position, she was naturally more suspicious. Then why are you saying that? Nia's mother looked at him thoughtfully. You're paying too much attention to this female streamer, so you're suspicious. Niezi-chan smiled.
So that was it.
Stop doubting. It has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with our family. She even suspected he had a half-sister? What a joke. Then who does it have to do with? That's none of your business. It has nothing to do with us. Why are you so curious? Niece's mother doubted everyone in her family, but eventually she was convinced there was no real possibility, and she finally felt at ease. Not long after, Niezi-chan told Xiao Tingnan that he was getting engaged, and the engagement with the Liu family had been confirmed. Xiao Tingnan asked, What? Have you sorted out things with Xiao Yusong and the Liu family? Niezi-chan nodded. The Liu family used some tricks this time to control Xiao Yusong. They've also canceled the engagement. I don't care about their affairs. Once they handle it, we can get engaged and I'll receive what's rightfully mine. He was only interested in his own benefits and didn't care about anything else. Congratulations, Xiao Tingnan said with a double meaning. Niezi-chan happily agreed. After hanging up, Xiao Tingnan thought that Niezi-chan's engagement was probably not going to happen. Sure enough, just before the engagement, many private photos and videos of Liu Jia were leaked online, revealing embarrassing details. She had been very wild abroad over the years, but those were secret and didn't interfere with her life in the country. He wondered how Xiao Yusong managed to get these things. Xiao Yusong's actions were clearly reckless. How could the Liu family let him go? He was directly taken to the police station. With this incident, the Liu family couldn't face a marriage alliance with the Nie family anymore. Out of guilt, the project continued, but the engagement was no longer mentioned. Niezi-chan was stunned himself. He was just a tool, gaining no real benefits and being used thoroughly. When he went to ask his father for a promise, his father refused to give anything unless he married and had children properly. Otherwise, the promises made before wouldn't be fulfilled. Niezi-chan said, Dad, you're just a liar. Now that you've achieved your goal, you just push me aside. Now I've become a joke in the whole circle. Do you think I should get some compensation? Playing with my reputation like this, ignoring my feelings and still expecting me to marry and have children. Do you think a good girl would marry someone with my reputation? His father looked at him with a half smile. What reputation do you have left? Hasn't it been ruined long ago? This time, you almost got engaged, so the green hat wasn't fully on. If you marry immediately, you can get rid of this scandal quickly. It all depends on whether you're willing. Since you have shown some usefulness this time, I have transferred 1 million into your card. Take your time to spend it. If you get married and have children sooner, the promise I made last time still stands. Nie Ziqian said, You want to buy me with just 1 million? Nie's father replied coldly, You can choose to refuse if you want. If I want it, I will take it. It's what I deserve. Why refuse? Although 1 million is not a lot, it's better than nothing. Nie Ziqian was dismissed by his father and went to complain to Xiao Tingnan. My dad feels he owes me. He gave me 1 million as compensation and a few days off. Maybe I should visit your in-laws' house to also take care of their business? Don't you have somewhere else to go? Don't bother their lives. If you have money but nowhere to spend it, you could do some charity work. Xiao Tingnan said with disdain, Chu Rant's guest house has many visitors lately. It doesn't need you. Right now is the busy season, and Chu Rant's guest house is fully booked. The reputation is good, and reservations are made in advance. It's the peak of the summer heat. Because there are many guests, the cook is overwhelmed. They also hired Juzi's wife as a part-time worker, earning 100 yuan a day. Juzi's family hasn't had much farm work lately, except for raising chickens, so she has time. Other men and women are busy harvesting grains in the fields and don't have time to work. Maizi's mother and Maizi want to come, but they have a lot of grain to harvest at home and can't neglect the fields. Juzi's wife didn't expect to have work again after returning. Earning 100 yuan a day is about the same as her city wages. But since she's in the village, she can take care of her family and she feels hopeful about her life. In fact, when she first returned, she was unsure. She said she was raising chickens, but who knew if she could do it well or make money? Raising chickens and farming takes several months to harvest, so they have no income during this time. They can't compare to the Chi family, who can weave things in a day and sell them for cash. They also can't compare to the Chu family, who run a busy guest house with full bookings every day. How much money does that bring in? Even the Wang family, who mainly farm at home, are harvesting vegetables now, and they are making money daily. I heard they sell their own rice for 3 to 4 yuan a jin. Wang family harvested several thousand jin of grains, kept some for their own use, and sold the rest. How much money did they make? She still lives in her own house, but since the Chu family provides meals, she just brings back her own food to eat. Of course, she only takes enough for one person, not 4. The Chu family has many members, so they cook a lot of food. When she returns home, she just cooks a simple dish or makes some cold dishes. This way, they greatly reduce living costs. Juzi's wife is very hardworking because she knows that if she doesn't work hard, Chu Ran will definitely go to the neighboring village to find someone, instead of hiring someone from their own village. Look at the 2 ants they hired earlier. They were found outside the village. It's clear that people don't really want to hire locals. If the guest house hadn't been so busy recently, they wouldn't have thought of hiring someone from their own village temporarily. Recently, they've been harvesting grains with machines, which can finish a whole family's harvest in a day. After that, they dry the grains, which doesn't require much effort. Old Master Chu can handle that easily. Li Zi from Chu Rant's family, who is staying as a guest, also bought some rice and left. Seeing their own rice being sold, some visitors who came by car also bought some to take home. The new rice tastes different and better. In fact, the sales of fresh rice are very good. Several families in the village quickly sold out of their rice. They had to go to other families' fields to harvest more, ensuring that people could buy fresh rice whenever they wanted. Old Master Nye is very familiar with the village chief and helped dry the grains together. Wearing a straw hat, he looks nothing like a wealthy family head. He thinks the fresh rice is delicious and even asked his assistant to buy some to take home. An autumn rain at the end of August ended the hot summer and brought a big drop in temperature. The rain soaked the cracked land. After 2 or 3 days of continuous rain, the sky finally cleared. But the temperature dropped sharply to around 28 degrees Celsius, so she started wearing long sleeves. After the autumn rain, Old Master Nye returned to the city. Spending 2 months in the mountains to escape the heat was very comfortable. The air was fresh, the environment was beautiful, and it was perfect for relaxing. Other guests who came to escape the heat also gradually checked out and left. However, because of this autumn rain, a new group of visitors arrived to enjoy the mountain's autumn scenery. But the guests weren't as busy as last month, so Juzi's wife didn't continue working part-time in the kitchen. At this time, Chu's lotus roots could be dug up, as it wasn't too cold anymore. Xiao Tingnan knew that after old Master Nie returned home on the weekend, he would come back just in time for the lotus root digging. Naturally, he was the one to go down and do it. He and Chu Dad, two strong men, went down together. This area used to be a swamp, but the Chu family changed it into a pond. It wasn't very big at first, but later they expanded it. After digging for 2 or 3 days, they had collected all the lotus roots inside. Chu Ren also did a live broadcast over the past few days, selling these fresh lotus roots. During the live stream, the camera focused on Chu Dad. Viewers found it interesting, so many people placed orders, and the sales were quick. Many viewers enjoyed watching the harvest process, feeling as if they were experiencing the joy of gathering the crops themselves. After selling the lotus roots, they cleaned up the pond area so it wouldn't disturb everyone enjoying the scenery in the pavilion. Xiao Tingnan asked her, "When do you plan to move?" "During the middle of the month when they're visiting." "Will you come back then?" "Of course, I will come back. I am part of the family too." The place they cleaned was very tidy, so they could move directly. Soon, Chu Ran's family moved out. They didn't have many belongings, just some clothes, which they took with them. The new house was much larger and upstairs, offering a better view. Xiao Tingnan returned again, this time as her son-in-law. Zhu Hongsue and Feng Gue, who lived at home, had never seen him before. They thought he looked good, and standing with Chu Ran, he truly was a handsome match for her. "Chu Ran, when did your husband come back? I haven't seen him around, and he suddenly appeared," Xiao Xining asked curiously, as this had happened several times. Chu Ran laughed softly. "Maybe you were busy." Although Xiao Xining was still suspicious, she didn't pay much attention because he was Chu Ran's husband. "Last time, a guest said he was your friend, named Nya, and he added me as a friend on my phone. Recently, he's been chatting with me every day, asking if I am busy." "What does he do?" "Nya Ziqian." "Yes, I think that's his name. He looks quite good, but he seems a bit restless. Stay away from him. He's just a. Don't pay attention to him. You can delete him directly." "Oh, then I will delete him." When Xiao Xining heard, she immediately took out her phone and deleted Nya Ziqian. Nya Ziqian's family is quite wealthy. He is definitely a rich second-generation heir, so he has plenty of time and doesn't have to worry about money all day. Xiao Xining said, "Rich second generation? He does look a bit like one, with all those designer brands. For such a wealthy heir, I prefer to stay away. I can't compete. Someone like Peng Feng can't compare, and there's no way he could match a social expert like Nya Ziqian." Chu Ran told Xiao Tingnan about this. "Tell your friend not to bother Xining. He's not on the same level and will only cause trouble. Xining wants a peaceful marriage." "Are you sure he will settle down?" "No, Nya Ziqian would never settle down easily. He has a restless heart. I'll talk to him. Let's not mention him anymore. Today is the first day of moving in." "Why do you have 2 quilts on the bed?" Xiao Tingnan pointed at the quilts with some dissatisfaction. Chu Ran said, "You might catch a cold. It's autumn now, so you should keep warm. Don't think you're young, and ignore your health. I'm not middle-aged yet, so I don't need extra warmth. We used to sleep under one quilt, didn't we?" Xiao Tingnan picked up one quilt and put it into the closet. "I'll sleep with Hang Hang. You sleep alone, so he won't be in the middle and can't cover himself. Hang Hang can sleep in the small bed next to yours." "Why buy a small bed if he's used to sleeping there? It'll be easier to share beds later, or it will be hard to separate them." Xiao Tingnan explained confidently, "Boys need to be independent. They shouldn't become dependent on their moms, or they'll grow into mama's boys and have trouble finding partners." "That makes sense, but is it really like that?" Chu Ran secretly agreed. "It's true that kids shouldn't be too clingy." "Then let him sleep with you." Xiao Tingnan didn't argue, and simply picked up his sleeping child, placing him on the small bed. That works. Just don't let the child become too dependent. He's not even 3 yet, and he's still very dependent on his mom. Look, he's sleeping well now. Independence needs to be cultivated, or he'll still cling to you at 10. Since they just moved in, the room has a bathroom, so they don't have to go outside in the middle of the night. Shadingman went straight to wash up, then came out wearing only a pair of large shorts, with nothing on his upper body. Chu Ran sensed something unusual about his hormones. Last year, when he stayed in a small, shabby house, he would sometimes go out to the bathroom and wear pajamas. Even when staying at the guest house, because there were many visitors, they also asked him to wear pajamas. But thinking about how he was at her home, he was always like that. I think you should put on your pajamas. The weather is cooler now, and you don't want to catch a cold, she said, thinking she was giving a kind reminder. But Shadingnan didn't seem to agree. There are only 3 of us upstairs now. Your parents wouldn't come up if they're fine, so why not let me feel comfortable? This sounded like normal words, but to her, it felt a little strange. Churan got up and picked up her pajamas. Since I rarely talk to you, I'm going to wash up now. After washing up, she came out and saw him leaning on the bed, scrolling through his phone. Don't look at your phone before bed. It can affect your sleep, she blurted out. Immediately, she regretted saying it, feeling like she was lecturing him. But Shadingnan actually put down his phone and patted the spot beside him. Then come up quickly and sleep. Chu Ran thought his gaze was too intense, so she simply turned off the light. She went to the wardrobe, took out the blanket she had just put inside, and lay down on her side, not daring to move. She felt that things were different from usual. Lying in bed in the dark, she thought she was on her own side. But then she heard someone's laughter nearby. Why are you so cautious with me? We've already had our child, and we've shared a bed for years.
So, what are you worried about?
Chu Ran was lying flat on the bed, her hands neatly placed on her stomach. After a while, she slowly spoke. Aren't we just living together and raising the child? Exactly. If you're talking about our intimate life, I don't think it's necessary. And with our relationship, if we do anything, it feels a bit strange, she said. As soon as she finished, she felt her partner lift the blanket and lean in close, his warm body near hers. Familiar, yet strange. Familiar because of his scent. They had shared a bed for so long, so she knew him well. Strange because he wasn't wearing a shirt at this moment. Chu Ran was even more afraid to move. You. Shouting Nan directly covered her lips, making her unable to speak. They had slept so long, except for the time when she was pregnant. This was the only time they had been intimate again. Chu Ran felt her mind was in chaos. Just as she was about to push him away, she felt him move back to her side. Then he calmly said, "Sleep." Chu Ran took a shallow breath, calmed her breathing, and turned her head to glare at him. He seemed to sense her feelings. If you still don't want to sleep, you can keep going. Of course, she wanted to sleep. She closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. But then she heard him say, "Let's take it slow. Living together is a long journey." His voice sounded happy. Chu Ran was a little annoyed earlier, feeling upset after being kissed, and her body was reacting with strange emotions she couldn't control. But now, hearing him say that, she felt his closeness wasn't disrespectful but genuine, wanting to spend life with her. She nodded slightly in a place he couldn't see, as a response. In the morning, she woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. She looked at the time. Only 6 o'clock. Outside, it was still dark. Usually at this time, she would get up early because she slept early and couldn't sleep in the morning. Her family woke up early, so she naturally did too. But now, lying in bed, she didn't want to get up. She felt like she was being held. She turned her head and saw Shouting Nan still sleeping. He was still asleep, but she tightened her embrace around him. They had each covered themselves with blankets, so why were they holding each other? She struggled a little but couldn't break free. "Don't move, sleep a little longer." "It's still early," his hoarse voice came. "I can't sleep anymore." "You sleep by yourself. I'll go check downstairs," she said. "Then stay and sleep with me." "I'll go down later," he insisted. He didn't want her to leave. Chu Ran was held tightly by him. Instead of making noise to wake the children, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, and she really fell asleep. Young people don't really have trouble sleeping, only trouble waking up. When she woke up again, it was already past 7. She was awakened by Hang Hang. Hang Hang woke up and saw her parents hugging each other and started shouting. Chu Ran immediately got up, picked him up, and placed him on the bed, then handed him over to Xiao Tingnan. Watch him for a moment. I'm going downstairs. You should come down to eat quickly. She quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and went downstairs, seeming afraid he might be left alone. Xiao Tingnan looked at the person in his arms, and the two of them stared at each other. Hang Hai blinked a few times, then reached out and said, "Daddy bad, Daddy is bad." Xiao Tingnan held his chubby little hand. "Where is Daddy bad? He hit Mommy." "You hit Mommy." "When did I hit her?" "Daddy didn't hit Mommy." "Daddy is taking you to find Mommy, okay?" "Okay." Hang Hai was instantly comforted. After waking up, she changed him into a new outfit, and then the two of them went to wash up together. Hang Hai washed his face, then was carried downstairs by him. Downstairs, since they had moved, they no longer ate in the dining hall with the guests, but cooked at home. The meal was ready. "Eat breakfast." "Why don't you young people sleep a little longer?" Chu Ma greeted. "Can't sleep. We're used to waking up early in the village." The village is healthier, Chu Ran thought to herself, who said she couldn't sleep now. Just now, she didn't know who was pulling her to stay in bed. She placed Hang Hai in his special chair. After breakfast, Chu Ran sent Xiao Tingnan back to work. Since there were no outsiders here, no one would ask questions. Xiao Tingnan told her to often pick him up like this, or else Hang Hai would have to get to know him all over again every time he came back. Chu Ran thought it was fine. Now that her family kept the door closed and lived their lives quietly, there were fewer outsiders, making it less likely for secrets to be discovered. After sending Xiao Tingnan back, Chu Ren also went to the fields with her family to work. They were now plowing the land to plant winter vegetables. Zhuzi's family was working on their land. All their land had been reclaimed, and only 2 adults were working. They hadn't done this kind of work in many years, and it was quite tiring. "Hey, Ran, where's Hong Hai's dad? Didn't he come back yesterday?" Men are stronger for plowing the land. He went back to the city to work. He took a day off yesterday just to come back. I think your family's guest house makes so much money that you don't need to work so hard in the city. It would be better if everyone just stayed in the village. Zhuzi's wife envied Chu family's current income. If her family had that kind of income, she wouldn't have divorced and left. Is your family not living like this now? He needs to be hands-on with his work, so there's no other way. What kind of work does he do? And how much does he earn each month? This question is very specific, but Chu Ran doesn't even know what he does. He runs a business. I don't know how much he makes each month. Mom Chu says, a man should have his own career. He probably wouldn't want to quit his job, especially since he needs to earn money for Hang Hang. That's true. The daughter-in-law understands. If Ran's husband has been staying in the village, then he would be considered a family member who has moved in. But it seems they haven't had a wedding celebration, so it's unclear if he's truly a family member who has moved in. It's hard to tell for sure. But now, things are different from the past. It doesn't matter so much anymore. As long as they can get by, that's enough. The daughter-in-law sees Dad Chu pushing a plowing machine over and starting to work. Oh, you have a machine at home? No wonder you can grow so much. Can we borrow it for a while? Mom Chu says, of course, but only after you finish using it. We also need to plow a lot of land recently. That's true. Everyone is taking advantage of these 2 days when the ground is soft. How much did this machine cost you? Chu Ran replies, a few hundred, a few thousand, even over 10,000. When I bought it, I chose one with more features, so it was a bit more expensive. That's not cheap. We can't afford one now. Maybe next year, the daughter-in-law says, once we plant the vegetables, we'll buy some chicks. She earned some cash working at Chu's house during the hot summer. Now she has some savings. She continues, we just came back and didn't plan to plant too much. If we plant too much, we won't be able to eat it all. The old man of the Chu family listens to this. Zhuzi, I advise you and your wife to plant more. There are plenty of vegetables in winter. When the time comes, you can sell the extra at the village shop. Selling is money. Carrots, cabbages, cauliflower. all can be sold. Carrots can be dried into carrot strips, and the leaves can be used to make preserved vegetables. Nothing goes to waste. He is the village chief and naturally hopes every household in the village earns more money and lives a good life. Can they really sell well? Is it troublesome? The couple has never sold vegetables before and isn't sure. Yes, it will be a bit of trouble, but if you're worried about the trouble, then you won't want to make money. Do you want to earn money? Or are you afraid of the trouble? The village chief asked the couple a question. Juzi replied, "Of course we want to make money. Who would dislike earning money?" Exactly. Cauliflower prices are better at the market now, so it's a good time to plant. If you don't want to grow seedlings, you can also buy vegetable seedlings in town. It's more convenient. We bought some ourselves. However, some of their seedlings were bought online, not from the town. Then please help us buy some too, said Juzi's wife. Mom Chu said, "You still need to go see for yourself. Otherwise, how would you know your seed variety? There are many kinds of vegetables now, and prices vary. Every day, our family and Wang Hua's family ride tricycles to town. Just go along with us. But the seedlings are only sold during market days and only in the morning." Chu Ran said, "Uncle Annie, you should first clear the land and maybe grow some seedlings yourself." Juzi and his wife hadn't done farm work for a while, so they couldn't keep up with Chu's family. They were both lazily working, taking breaks after a little work. They might not be used to such physical effort. After all, they weren't young anymore, almost 50. In the past, people at this age would retire and enjoy life. But nowadays, retirement is still far off. They are in their prime and need to keep working. It seemed they wouldn't be able to grow many vegetables this year. So, her grandfather had high hopes. If they grew too many, what if they got too tired? Juzi's wife said, "We haven't used it in a long time. We haven't worked for long today, but our backs and waists already hurt. We're getting old and can't do it anymore." Mom Chu said, "We're about the same age. What's the big deal? You just need to get used to it. When I started working again, I was just like you. Work every day, 2 or 3 days, and you'll get used to it. We're all from the village, not so delicate." Juzi's wife said, "That's not true." "I feel pretty delicate," Mom Chu said. "I've heard from the older generation that moving around more helps loosen your muscles and is good for your health. In the village, if the fields are close, people can chat while working, making it lively." Back in those days, working in small plots was just like that, many people working together in one field, very lively. The daughter-in-law of the pillar. Is that so? I've been working in the city for these years, staying up late with the young people like Juzi and his friends. I often can't sleep and get insomnia. Mom Chu, when you do physical work, you go home and sleep soundly at night. I've been back in the village for a long time, and my sleep is better than in the city. The countryside is much quieter and there's less noise. With so many people in the Chu family and machines helping to plow the fields, it's done quickly. Ran, what kind of vegetable seedlings are these? I bought these seedlings online. I plan to plant some early season vegetables, cauliflower, spinach, and kale. How much do they cost? Are they expensive? If they're not too expensive, I can buy some online too. They're okay, about 1 yuan per plant. You can check online. You shop online, right? Yes, sure. Tu taught me how to buy online. I don't know if they still sell vegetable seedlings online, but I'll check when I get home. It's convenient to have seedlings here, but at 1 yuan each, it's a bit expensive. Growing your own seedlings would be faster and cheaper. The Chu family has planted a lot, and by September, they're busy planting vegetables. Soon, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Ran buys gift boxes to share with everyone. Xiao Xining receives a gift box and happily says, "My previous companies didn't give benefits as good as yours." That's the advantage of having a good boss. Chu Ran, you're so kind. I'll follow you in the future. No problem. Chu Ran doesn't say anything negative. Inside, she thinks that there aren't many people on this mountain, so dating is a problem. Xining probably won't stay here forever. The other two, Feng Gue and Zhu Hongsue, also feel happy when they receive gift boxes and bonuses. They're still working here during the holidays, only taking time off occasionally. If they take time off and work, it counts as overtime. Honestly, they think the boss here is very generous. Although there's a lot of work, it's manageable. The work is simple and straightforward. They can't do complicated tasks, so this is the best fit for them. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays, there are more visitors. By October, some pomelos are ripe, and they pick some to sell. They don't sell them through live streams but place them in the small shop, where guests can buy if they want. There are also shops in the village that let Himu and others sell through live streams, and they can sell some this way. They haven't harvested in large quantities yet, but this way, they can still sell some. Chu Ren also arranged for packaging, so some could be bought as gifts. Of course, gifts need to be well wrapped. After guests buy and taste the products, if they like the flavor, they often buy a few to take home. Because of this, her family's pomelos sell very well. Chu Ran went out to handle business, and since many households in town grow pomelos, she still took Xiao Xining along to do live streaming. However, when she arrived, she saw that the quality of the pomelos was very uneven. Some were big, some small, and a few looked shriveled. How could such fruit be sold? She felt that she and Xiao Xining alone were not enough. To maintain a good reputation, they needed to control the quality better. This time, because the quality wasn't checked properly before the live stream and only checked during delivery, it greatly increased their workload. Chu Ran decided her team needed to hire a few more people. After this live stream, Chu Ran registered a company. Director Chao was very surprised but also approved. You should have done this a long time ago. Do you need help finding staff? I can introduce some people. Chu Ran politely declined. How could she use the people introduced by Director Chao? I've already found some staff. I plan to rent a house in town to use as an office. The work I get is mostly from the town or nearby villages. That's fine. I know there are many empty shops in town. If you want to rent, I can arrange for someone to take you to see them. Chu Ran didn't go alone. Someone from the town took her there. Business is not easy these days, and the situation in town is the same. Most young people here work outside, so there aren't many people coming to the market. She rented 2 connected storefronts, with a living space upstairs. The rent was 1,000 yuan per month for each, totaling 2,000 yuan a month. Since these shops had never been rented before and were in their original condition, there was no transfer fee. The landlord was eager to rent them out. Now they could earn 2,000 yuan a month without doing much work. What a good deal. Chu Ran signed a 2-year contract. She could do simple renovations as long as she didn't change the basic walls. She quickly asked her dad to help with the renovation. It didn't need to be fancy. The work was simple: lay tiles on the floor, paint the walls, and install a ceiling. That was enough. Xiao Xining knows she has been busy with starting her company recently. Chu Ran, how many people do you plan to hire? Let's start with 3. 1 receptionist to handle visitors and 2 others, 1 to handle sales and 1 for shipping. She feels this might still be not enough, but for now this is fine, and she can take it step by step. Do you want to go to the town? It's more convenient than the mountains. The town has everything, and you can go shopping. Xiao Xining shakes her head. No, I don't want to go to the town. I want to stay with you. Are you planning to live in the town? Chu Ren also shakes her head. No, there's a separate floor upstairs where I can stay, but I don't feel comfortable with a girl living alone there. In the mountains, at least my grandparents are nearby. Yes, I think the same. In the town, I don't know anyone. Chu Ran's father's house was renovated quickly, in just over 2 weeks. Chu Ran bought some desks to put in the back, and at the front, there are 2 display racks with various packaged farm products. Since it's the season, she placed some pomelos on the racks. Across from that is a reception area with a sofa and a coffee table. Chu Ren also bought some office equipment, computers, printers, phones, and so on, all to be set up properly. The main door has a recruitment sign posted. Many people are now returning to their hometowns to find work, so hiring staff was quick. The front desk is a young girl who just graduated from college this year, and she is also the landlord's daughter. The landlord saw that they were hiring here, so he called his daughter back from the city to see the place. His daughter had been looking for a job in the city for several months, but hadn't found anything. She tried working as a waitress or a sales clerk, but those jobs had little future, so she thought it was better to find a job nearby. She considered that she still had to rent an apartment in the city, and since she couldn't find a job, her parents paid for her rent. When her parents asked her to come back, she immediately did so. Chu Ran doesn't oppose this kind of relationship. Usually, it's safer for a young girl to be here with someone watching over her. The girl's name is Xu Xingyu, 21 years old, young and energetic. She has some internship experience, but not much beyond that. During her internship, she worked at an e-commerce company, which was somewhat related to their business. Also, she is the landlord's daughter, so giving her the keys was no problem. Perhaps the landlord has keys too. She didn't need to be provided with food and accommodation since she stayed at her own home. The other two are young men in their 20s. They quickly finished hiring and took down the recruitment posters. The advertising company installed the storefront sign. Then everyone officially started working. The opening was low-key, with no special celebrations. Chu Ran explained each person's work responsibilities. Then she told Fu Hui and Xiang Jihong, actually there are some business opportunities in town recently. You two can go with me to learn more and you'll know what to do. They were complete newcomers and had no experience in this field. First, she showed them how to register products and how to screen items. On the day of the live broadcast, Qiao Xining also came and was introduced to them. After the broadcast, they arranged for shipping. This time, someone needed to supervise the shipping process. Although there were people in town watching, she also wanted to oversee it herself, so Xiang Jihong's workload wasn't heavy. After following these procedures a few times, they roughly understood their roles. Thus, Chu Ran took them out every day to work. Because of this, her live broadcast business increased this month, and she naturally earned more. Since a small truck wasn't enough, she sometimes drove out herself, which meant her father's vehicle couldn't be used. So, Chu Ran discussed buying another car, a 7-seater that could carry people and some goods. She went with Xiao Tingnan to look at cars. She didn't have much experience, but Xiao Tingnan did. Men are naturally more sensitive to these things, right? However, what Xiao Tingnan showed her was a luxurious off-road vehicle. Chu Ran looked at him speechlessly. I only drive it for work. An off-road vehicle is fine in the countryside, but is it really necessary to be so fancy? Cars should be good quality. Chu Ran looked at him silently. She thought the cars he chose for work were a waste. So, she took him to the car dealership next door. She wasn't interested in buying luxury brands. In the end, they spent over 200,000 yuan to buy a 7-seater off-road vehicle. To save time, Chu Ran drove her car from Xiao Tingnan's villa directly to the roadside near Huanshan Road at night, so she could return to the village easily. Xiao Tingnan also followed in her car. When her car entered the village, some people were curious, but thought it was a guest at her family's guest house. The car was driven straight into her yard, and no one asked questions, which avoided many troubles. The old lady came out holding the child, and just saw them get out of the car. Look who's back. Is it Dad and Mom? Hang high, Mom. Eager to hug. Chu Ran stepped forward and hugged him, but the child was quite strong and directly handed him to Xiao Tingnan. You can do it. Hang Hai protested, reaching out his small hand to Chu Ran for a hug. Chu Ran patted him. Let your dad hold you. Mom is tired and needs to rest for a while. Chu's mother also came over and saw the car parked in their yard. This car looks nice and impressive. How much did it cost? More than 200,000 yuan a 7-seater. That's really not cheap. If they had said before that their family spent over 200,000 yuan on a car, it would seem impossible. A family like theirs wouldn't normally spend that much. But now it's true. Their guest house earns over 10,000 yuan in July and August, not to mention the money Chu Ran earns herself. With savings at home, buying these things doesn't make them worried. If they want to buy, they do. Seeing their daughter succeed makes the parents happy, and they can stand tall in front of their son-in-law. At night, Chu Ran was in her room with Xiao Tingnan, talking about her plans for the future. Recently, I've been running around outside every day. Xianing has been with me, and the guest house hasn't been busy. It's mostly my mom holding down the fort. Do you think I should hire someone to work at the front desk? Otherwise, when one of the two aunts takes a break, my mom will be overwhelmed. Xiao Tingnan nodded. Yes, you should hire someone. I think it's best to hire a man so he can work night shifts. Otherwise, your dad has to do it all the time, which is too tiring. Better to hire 2 people so they can take turns working, Chu Ran said, but the front desk is already pretty easy. Why hire two? And a man at the front desk? I haven't decided where to hire people yet. Our place is on a mountain, and many people are afraid to come here. Shouting man said, you can ask friends or relatives. Many people are unemployed outside, or you can put up a job notice at your shop. People who come to your town are probably nearby, and those coming into the mountains might be more willing to accept the work. Chu Ran was thinking about posting online, but now she decided against it. Shouting Man's suggestion was pretty good. She said, okay, I will talk to my parents about it. Then she went downstairs to find Chu Ma and the others. When Chu Ma heard she wanted to hire more people, she asked, what about Xianing? Xianing is with me, helping as my assistant. She also helps with filming, so she's quite busy. Chu Ma also felt her daughter was getting busier and earning more money. Ran's business was growing, and she wondered if they should keep it simple, like just running a small guest house. She suggested, you could just film some videos and not make it so big. I'm a bit worried about it. Chu Ma thought things were fine now. The guest house brought in good income, enough for the family to live comfortably. Although making money was happy, running such a big place made her and her husband, who had always been honest workers, a little nervous. She said, parents, it's okay. We're just adding some staff. You're working so hard every day. If we hire two people, Dad won't have to work night shifts. Chu Ma agreed. All right, you decide what's best. Her husband was indeed tired from working there every night. Chu Ran was preparing to put up a hiring notice at her shop in town. Just as she asked the receptionist to print it out, Fu Hui came over and said, Boss, your guest house is hiring? I have a cousin who just got married and doesn't have much to do. Can he come work? Chu Ran asked. He just got married? Can he work in the mountains? Fu Hui explained, his family lives not far from your village, actually next door to your village. He mentioned the village name, which was in the same direction as Chu Ran's village. She said, that's okay. Ask him if he's willing to come. He'd work during the day, and if guests need anything at night, he can get up. First, she wanted to see if he could do the job well. She replied, I'll ask him. Though being woken up at night was a bit annoying, having this kind of job at home was pretty good. Fu Hui quickly asked his cousin, who naturally agreed since his wife was pregnant and resting at home. He didn't know what to do at home, had no money, and couldn't afford to spoil his wife. Since the village was nearby and the guest house wasn't busy, he often went back. So, he came quickly and went straight to the village for an interview. Chu Ran talked with him about the job and pay. Meng Junping is 25 years old, looks very average, not tall, and blends into the crowd. He seems honest, but a bit shy at first. He quickly learned the front desk training. He lives in a duty room next to the front desk, which used to be Chu's father's room. Because he works at night and guests need assistance anytime, his salary is higher, an extra 1,000, totaling 4,000 yuan. Meng Junping is very happy. Even in the city, he might not earn this much. With this salary, he can support his wife and child. He couldn't find a job in the city, so he listened to his parents and returned to the village to get married. Now that he's married and expecting a baby, he feels a lot of pressure. This job feels like a timely help. A few days after starting work, his mother and wife came to visit him. They saw that the place was quite proper, with individual rooms, meals included, and no worries. His mother also chatted with the elderly woman, and they talked about acquaintances from nearby. The elderly woman thought it was good to know the background, to avoid trouble and find the right person. Chu Ran didn't think the same. They had identification info, so it wouldn't be hard to find someone. Plus, the guest house had many security cameras in public areas. With Meng Junping joining, Xiao Xining was free to help Chu Ran with filming and editing videos. She was a beginner at editing but learned slowly. Chu Ran wasn't very good either, but better than Xiao Xining. They explored together. Sometimes, they made funny clips, mostly about Chu's family, with Xiao Xining not appearing on camera. Because the guest house hired another person, the wife of Zhuzi, after learning this, even chatted with Chu's mother. Had I known you hired a young man, I would have asked my husband Shirtu to come work for you. That way, he wouldn't have to work outside alone. Mother Chu said, working outside isn't a bad thing. Maybe you'll even get back together with the child's mother. In our village, there aren't many chances for that. Her daughter Ranran mentioned avoiding using villagers, especially those working at the front desk, so they didn't consider villagers at that time. She also mentioned Manhwa and his wife, but Chu Ran denied it. If the front desk staff see the income, everyone in the village will find out, and unnecessary trouble could follow. So, they prefer outsiders, but those outsiders must keep the information about the guest house secret and not share it. Mother Chu thinks her daughter has a good point. Even if Juzi's wife comes to help in the kitchen, she won't get involved in many benefits. That's impossible unless we buy a house in the city. But how could that happen? City houses are so expensive. Take it slow. Maybe it's just not the right time yet. When the time is right, everything will be fine. Mother Chu can only say this. Now, I think your family is better. Look at Ranran, she's right there with you for generations living together. Your grandchildren are also nearby. Young people like Shirtu tend to go out and Ranran is often out too. By the way, I saw you bought a new car recently. Is it new? Yes, she's busy every day. Since we don't have a car, and it's hard to get in and out here, we bought one. Now you have 3 cars. That's quite a lot for the village, Mother Chu denied. What do you mean, quite a lot? Many people in our village are successful outside. Some might even live in villas, but we just don't know about it. Juzi's wife agreed. Yes, everyone's successful. They don't come back, because they don't need to. Unlike outside, where it feels like they're bankrupt and have to return, it's all about living life. No matter where you are, life is the same. I think the village is pretty good. Outside, everything costs money. If you don't earn for a day, you don't know how to survive the next. The pressure is huge. Mother Chu also worked outside before, so she understands the stress of life outside. That's right. When we worked in the city, if we didn't earn a day, we worried about paying the mortgage. Now, I don't worry so much. I don't worry about not having money to buy vegetables tomorrow. Life is much easier. Juzi's wife nodded in agreement. It's not like that. In our countryside, we can grow anything and have food. Even in those years, there were wild vegetables. Life in the city isn't that easy either. It's better to be familiar with the environment. The two talked for a while before Juzi's wife left. Wang Hua and his wife really wanted to work. Currently, Wang Hua's wife is at home taking care of the baby, who is still breastfeeding and needs to stay close to her mother. So, they haven't gone out to find work. If Wang Hua and his wife could find jobs in the village, earning about 3,000 yuan each month, they would have a total income of 6,000 yuan. This income would be enough in the village. It would be great. However, it seems that the Chu family's guest house doesn't want villagers. They only accept outsiders. They asked a few times, but Chu Ran said it was her decision to manage outsiders better. When Xiao Tingnan's son turned 2, he came back. He also brought toys. A 2-year-old child was very happy to see toys. He held onto them tightly and wouldn't let go. He also bought a small cake for him. A child's birthday is mostly about taking photos and eating and drinking. When Xiao Tingnan returned to the city, he received a strange call. It was from the police station. Hello, Mr. Xiao. This is the police station. Your father is looking for you and wants to talk about support and care. Xiao Tingnan was surprised. His father couldn't find him, so he went to the police station? Well, it was one way. He didn't go himself. Chen Shan went with a lawyer. Chen Shan quickly returned and said he would handle the matter, but it was clear that Xiao Kongping was not happy. Mr. Xiao wants to talk to you. His main goal is to discuss getting Xiao Yusen out. Xiao Tingnan smiled. All right, call him. I'll talk to him myself. Chen Shan dialed Xiao Kongping's number. Xiao Kongping, after a chaotic period of recovery, was feeling much better now. He could live normally and no longer needed Yao Chuiying's care. He was still young, so he had returned to his usual self. When Xiao Tingnan answered the phone, he heard a familiar voice. Nan, is that you? Say something. Arun, why have you been avoiding me? I have already apologized to you and your mother. What more do you want? Time can't be turned back. The bond between us is unbreakable, and this is a fact. Xiao Kangping changed his approach because he realized he still didn't understand his son. He used to see him as a sensible child when he was young, or rebellious during his teenage years, but he always found ways to handle him. Now, this sensible yet rebellious child has grown up, and overnight, he has caused Xiao's family to lose everything. They have returned to a poor life, and Xiao Kangping finally understands how much he hates it. In the past few years, he rarely contacted his son. He and Yao Chueying have been together and truly experienced what it means to be a poor couple, arguing every day, fighting constantly. Yao Chueying is no longer gentle and kind. She has become a quarrelsome woman. Because Xiao Kangping is disabled and needs help to go to the bathroom, Yao Chueying ignores him. He often smells bad, and he doesn't know how he managed during that time. She doesn't prepare nutritious food for him. Only when he had some money and ordered takeout could he hold on until his legs recovered. During this period, he kept looking for Xiao Tingnan, knowing that his life must be going well. He mainly wanted money. He was most in need of it. He never thought he would be so short of money. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find him. He even suspected that he might have gone abroad. Or maybe Yusun was in trouble, and Yao Chueying begged her to help, hoping to get Yusun out. She told him to ask Xiao Tingnan for help, and if he couldn't find him, to go to the police station. After all, he was his biological father, and a son should be cared for. Having gone through so much, Xiao Kangping no longer had his old pride, so he was willing to lower himself now. We don't have a father-son relationship. If you want to talk about feelings with me, it's too late. When you brought Yao Chueying and her son into the house, it was already too late. So, what do you want? Are you not satisfied with our current situation? Do you still want to involve Yusun? Yusun is your brother. Do you think it's good for him to go to jail? Shaesong committed a mistake and should face legal punishment. What he deserves has nothing to do with me. It's a matter between him and the Liu family. You should go to the Liu family. Maybe they will forgive him. I know the Liu family put him inside, but I also know you probably have a way to get him out. Please, I beg you. Yusong is your older brother. You grew up together. Can you think about brotherhood and help him come out? I don't want the feelings from our older generation to affect your generation. Xiao Kangping's goal is to get Shaesong out because, in a man's heart, his son is very important. Is it too late to say this? When he relied on you and others to bully me, why didn't you tell him to think about brotherhood? When your family changed, why didn't you remind him about family ties? Send Yao Chueying to find the Liu family. Maybe there's still a chance. It's useless to find me because I am not in the country. Shaedingnan has distanced himself completely, claiming he's abroad now, leaving them to handle it themselves.
How?
How can you not be in the country? Your assistant is here, and the police haven't said you're abroad. Are you lying to me? Whether I lie or not, I can't help you rescue Shaesong. You have to find your own way. After speaking, Shaedingnan hung up. He then told Qinshan, keep me updated on any news from their side. Right now, he's just watching from afar. What are Yao Chueying and Xiao Kangping thinking? President Xiao, recently the Liu family is still very angry. They seem dissatisfied with sending Shaesong inside. They even took some photos of him, planning to release them through the same channels used for the Liu family photos. Shaedingnan smiled. That's good. Enemies have their own foes and debts. The Liu family didn't target others. They focused on Shaesong. That's very clear. He thought the Liu family would go to Shaoxiawan, since such matters hurt women more. But clearly, the Liu family still has limits. No matter how damaging, they focus on Shaesong. Let's see how Shaesong will manage to stay in the circle after coming out. Even if he can stay, families that care about reputation won't want someone like him. Qinshan also wanted to laugh. But now, Shaesong is inside, and we can't see the excitement outside. What a pity. It's a pity. Just tell him he can't see it, and Yao Chueying can see it too. Yao Chueying indeed saw it, and was trembling all over. Her proud son had fallen so far. She pulled Xiao Kangping, who had just returned, into a fight. It's all your fault. Because of you, my son and I are in this situation. What can you give us to make up for it? I shouldn't have brought Yusun here to meet you. Look at what the Liu family has done to Yusun. Xiao Kangping pushed her away and looked at what was on her phone. Men shouldn't worry about these things. Yusun can't see them anyway. When he comes out, these things won't matter anymore. He wasn't very concerned. Then you should hurry up and get him out. You're so capable. What about your other friends? Yao Chueying sneered. My friends are useless. If your friends are useful, you should use them. Yusin is your son. Just me working hard isn't enough. You need to help too. Staying at home all day isn't as good as kneeling and begging the Liu family. Xiao Kongping didn't care about her mockery.
He's old now. Who's still naive?
How do you expect to beg? Kneel and ask, and the Liu family will let Yusin go? If they were so easy to talk to, they wouldn't be punishing Yusin like this. Better than doing nothing. You used to have a good relationship with Mrs. Liu. Go find her. Maybe there's a chance. Impossible. Going without a plan means they won't see you, and it might make them dislike you. If you want to find the Liu family, you need to have something to trade. Yao Chueying, a wealthy lady for many years, knew all the face of a wealthy lady. When there's benefit, everyone is friendly. Once things go wrong, the one who steps on you the hardest is often the one who is close to you. Xiao Kongping looked at her with disdain. What chips do you still have now? The secrets of the Liu family, no one is clean. If they treat Yusin like this, I deserve to expose them. Are you crazy? The Liu family is powerful. What right does our Xiao family have to reveal their secrets? Do you want to end up like Yusin, being taken away? Xiao Kongping looked at her speechlessly. The Liu family has money, power, and influence. What do you have? They could make you disappear here in minutes. Don't be stupid. Going to kneel might work, but bargaining is just asking for trouble. Unless you can show some sincerity and see if there's anything the Liu family wants, there might still be some hope. What could I possibly have that the Liu family wants? Yao Chueying has nothing right now. What do you want me to say about Xiao Tingnan? Don't mention him. Do you think you're in a position to talk about him? Not adding fuel to the fire now is already good enough. How do you know he didn't stir things up? Maybe the Liu family's actions behind the scenes are all because of him. After shouting, Yao Chueying thought it might be true. Yes, it must be Xiao Tingnan causing trouble behind the scenes. The Liu family is targeting Yusin. Don't think your son is a good person. Don't forget, he caused your years of hard work to fail. You should hate him. Go find him. Stop losing your mind. Xiao Kongping doesn't care whether Xiao Tingnan did it or not. Right now, he just wants to secure his basic life. It's all because he's too young now. If he were older, Annan would still give him money for retirement. Why can't I say it?
Tell me where Xiao Tingnan is.
I won't let him go. I raised him for so many years. Even if he's a stepmother, he still has a duty to support me. My biological father didn't get a penny. And your stepmother still wants money? Dream on. You didn't get any money? I haven't even seen him. Annan said he's abroad. Don't look for him anymore. How could he be abroad? Yao Chueying doesn't believe it. No, it's very likely he's abroad. He's probably colluding with the Liu family to set Yusin up. Those scandals about the Liu family came from overseas, and it's all because of him, Xiao Tingnan. That. Enough. Who are you insulting?
He's A.
And what am I? If you have the ability, find him. I'd thank you. And his friends? Surely one of them knows where he is. He hasn't contacted those people. I've checked. A few years ago, I heard Yusin say he was with a pregnant woman. Maybe he got married and had a child outside. You don't even know. Impossible, Xiao Kongping said. I'm his father. If he got married, I would definitely know. Don't try to stir up trouble between us. What relationship do you think you have? He never considered you his father, or he wouldn't have treated you like this. Yao Chueying continued. Ask yourself honestly. Would he tell you if he got married and had children? This question made Xiao Kongping fall silent because he couldn't answer it. Annan is no longer under his control. He can't even find where he is. They went to the police, but didn't learn much. Whether he tells me or not, his children are my grandchildren, biological or not, they are real. Right now, Xiao Kongping cares most about money. If he can't get it, he can't go to work, so their life has been very hard. They rely on Xiao Xiaohuan sometimes sending them money, and in the past, Xiao Yusin also helped. But now Xiao Yusin is in jail, and they have less income. He's even a grandson, but he doesn't acknowledge you. Don't flatter yourself, you're useless. At least our Yusin is obedient. They argued about the two brothers, but it seemed pointless. Then they thought of Xiao Xiaohuan. Now we should have Xiaohuan quickly find that kid from the Nie family. If they get married, our life could turn around, Yao Chueying said hopefully. Xiao Tingnan asked, why don't you go ask the Nie family for help? Yao Chueying proudly said, right now, Xiaohuan is just dating that boy from the Nie family. I wouldn't trouble them with these matters. I hope they can get married and settle down. Then she would be the daughter-in-law of the Nie family's young master. She wouldn't be living in such a poor house anymore. This is my last hope. You can't rely on him anymore. Now I only rely on Xiaohuan. Xiao Kongping asked, don't you feel sorry for your son? Aren't you thinking about him? Of course I do. But I need your help. Are you going to push this all onto Xiaohuan? She's just a girl. She can't handle this, and the Nie family probably won't help either, he said. If I fail, you won't rely on me anymore, right? What more can I do? You want me to find the Liu family, but you won't go. He has more than one son. If Yusin can't handle it, the big company he manages could go bankrupt. What did he say? At that time, he believed that Yu's son had been carefully cultivated by himself. He thought that only Anan was causing trouble behind the scenes, so he didn't notice and made a mistake. He thought Yusin could make a comeback with his own skills, but then a series of events happened that made him very disappointed. He realized that Yu's son didn't have much ability. When he reconnected with the Liu family, he still thought he would succeed. But what was the result? So, he listened to Yao Chueying and contacted Anan. Surprisingly, he managed to get in touch with him. He wondered why he hadn't thought of this method before. Otherwise, he would have contacted Anan earlier. Thinking back to when Anan was very dependent on him as a child, so lively, cute, smart, and quick-witted, he believed that if he showed a better attitude, Anan's hatred would fade. After all, father and son don't hold grudges overnight. Therefore, he didn't care much about Xiao Yusin anymore. Seeing Yao Chueying's expression, she probably felt the same and was hoping to focus on Xiaohuan. Xiao Tingnan thought Yao Chueying would go to the Liu family to cause trouble, but she didn't. It seemed he had overestimated Xiao Yusin. Soon it was New Year's Day. Chu Ran was giving out benefits this time, along with the company in town. On New Year's Day, a couple from the village came back. They had a friendly chat with the village chief. They are retired teachers now living in the city. I heard our village is doing very well now, so I wanted to come back and see, said the man, Mr. Luo, who had a gentle, scholarly appearance. He looked young but was actually in his 60s. His wife, Teacher Gao, was also very elegant. Teachers are different. Her skin was very fair. She wore glasses and dressed simply and tastefully. Yes, we thought everyone had moved to the city, but surprisingly everyone is still here, she said. And Juzi and the others have come back too, Mr. Luo added. His wife might not know many people in the village, but he had become a teacher after studying and married her. He still felt a strong connection to the village. They think the pressure in the city is too much, so they prefer to return to the village, where life is easier and they can make a living farming. The village chief didn't say much about Juzi's family. The couple had booked a guest house at Chu Ran's family's place, but their own house was already falling apart. The village chief knew their household registration was still in the village and hadn't moved out, so they are still considered villagers. Village chief, if we want to come back and build a house like yours, how much would it cost? Do we need to go through any procedures? Teacher Luo felt a bit excited. They are retired now and just want to plant flowers and do some gardening. In the city, retirees usually go to parks to exercise, but where are parks better than these mountains? The mountains are wonderful. As soon as they arrived, they felt the air was different. This time, they came back to visit the village and see if they could settle here for retirement. The village chief explained the procedures and the approximate costs. The costs are not a problem for them. It's all manageable. I never thought that even in this mountain valley, cars could pass through. When I was young, going to school was really hard. It would have been so much easier if there had been a car back then. The village chief said, you have a car now, so it's just as convenient. Coming and going will be easier. This couple drove back themselves, dressed nicely, clearly educated. After chatting for a while, they went out to talk with other villagers. After they left, the old lady said, I didn't expect them to come back to settle down, but they still need to rebuild their house, which is a hassle. Isn't it better to retire in the city? The old man replied, You don't understand. The air in the city isn't as good as here in the mountains. It's not suitable for retirement. Do you understand? Many people retire in the city, but they still settle down there. Rua's family has a household registration in the village and land here. If they want to come back, they can. It's good to have more people in the village. I'm not saying they can't come back. I just find it strange. They argued a bit, but others didn't get involved, as it's a common topic. Chu Ren only learned about this at night. She doesn't know Teacher Luo and the others very well, since they are much older. When she was young, Teacher Luo and the others were already teaching outside the village and rarely came back. So, it didn't affect her much. If they want to come back, that's fine. Many people believe that retirement should be in their hometown, where they feel most connected. Her grandfather told her where Luo's old house was, and Chu Ran knew. The house was very old. When she was a child, she thought it was the prettiest house in the village. But she couldn't help but hear others say that the family had moved out. Who would have thought they would come back now? Chu Ran calculated her accounts for the year and also prepared the financial reports to give to her business partner. This year has been very successful. The guest house makes money every month, along with her online income and other sources. During the off-season, the guest house earns about 20 to 30,000 yuan a month, not to mention the busy months of July and August. Now, the winter holiday is coming soon. She isn't sure if there will be visitors coming to the mountain during the winter break. She told the front desk staff that if anyone calls to ask whether they will be open during the new year, they should say they are open. She knows many city people don't want to stay at home for the new year. They prefer to travel or find a quiet place to relax. During this time, many people don't want to go back home, especially those who are pressured to get married. She also told her aunt, her mother, and her grandmother not to ask young people personal questions, whether they are men or women, because it makes them uncomfortable. Rand, are you open during the new year? Do you take a holiday? No, the guest house stays open. My company is closed, but since it's a holiday, prices are higher. If there are guests, we can still make money. Mom Chu thought about it and agreed. She felt that Ran was very thoughtful. In fact, some people have already called to ask if the guest house will be open during the new year. Mom Chu asked, What about Ju Hong Sue and the others? Are they taking a holiday? Chu Ran replied, Yes, they are also off during those days. There probably won't be many guests, so we can handle it ourselves. If they want to work here, they can get double pay. By the way, Xianing told me she won't go back home for the new year. She plans to stay here at the guest house. I want her to celebrate the new year with us. Mom Chu was surprised. She's not going back. Isn't she from the city? Chu Ran briefly explained Xianing's family situation. She said her mother only cares about money, and she doesn't want to go back and be treated badly. She's not planning to go back since she already visited last time. The Chu family didn't say anything more. Chu Ran told them to keep boundaries and not ask too many personal questions. Then she'll spend the new year with us. It will be lively. Chu Ran discussed this with everyone. They all have families and want to go home for the new year. So, no one wanted to work overtime during the holiday. Usually, during festivals, they stay at their jobs because of the extra pay. Everyone believes they should go back home for the new year. Mr. Luo and his wife were walking around the village, checking out the possibility of building a house there. They also needed to discuss it with their children. If they just built a simple house, it would cost about 10,000 yuan. But in the future, the children might not want to come back to live. Although the air is good and the environment peaceful, the area is quite remote. They also didn't grow up here and don't have much attachment to this small mountain village. The couple discussed with their children. They want to build a 2-story house because they also want to come back sometimes for a visit like a holiday. Money isn't a big problem for them. They have a good pension and savings from the past, plus their children are respectful and caring. Now they are staying at a guest house. After discussing with their family, they talked to Mr. Chu about building the house. They want to start construction soon, aiming to finish before the new year, and then do the interior decoration after. The houses of the Chi family and my family are already finished and decorated. They were vacant for a while, but now are occupied. Their style is similar to the Wang family's, nothing special, just a simple rural small building. But the Luo family wants to build something more unique, like Chu Ran's house, so the children will think it's tasteful when they visit. Mr. Luo found pictures online to show Mr. Chu, asking which style to choose. Mr. Chu looked at the pictures and asked about the materials. They want a stone-like exterior wall, which is very popular now. It's not very expensive and is quite convenient. That night, Mr. Chu started calculating the approximate cost and listing the materials needed. With Meng Junping helping, Mr. Chu no longer needed to stay there at night. In his own house, Mrs. Chu was muttering nearby. I don't know them well. Are you very familiar with them? Mr. Chu replied, Not really.
I was still young then.
My parents knew them. They're about the same age. She seems very elegant, not like people from our village. Before, they weren't from the village. They went to college and became teachers, working outside. Mrs. Chu said, I didn't expect such wealthy and capable people to come back to the village. I'm quite happy now. I think our village is getting better. Humans are naturally social animals. In the past, only 2 or 3 families lived in the village, so it was very quiet. Although there are only 2 or 3 families, there are actually 4 people, all elderly. Dad Chu is happy, so he helps them build a house. Once the house is built, it means they will come back and won't leave for now, which brings more life to the village. Now, the village is not only full of old people, but also has middle-aged people and children. There are many children in the village, running and jumping around happily. Because the Luo family was in a hurry, they quickly formed a team to start work. They tore down their old house and dug the foundation. It's almost the end of the year. Chu Ran told the town's company to take a holiday and come to the farm stay for a day to enjoy a group meal. This was their first time visiting here. The young girl at the front desk was a bit nervous at first, since it's in a mountain area and no one dares to come alone. Chu Ran went to pick them up. They needed to be taken down the mountain at night, so Xu Xingyu could feel at ease to come along. When they arrived, seeing so many people in the village, men, women, old and young, and even more people from Chu's family, her nervousness disappeared. Chu Ran asked Xiao Xining to bring her along, so 2 young girls could look out for each other. Xiao Xining took her around the village. Xining, have you always lived in the mountains? Yes, Chu Ran is here, so I stay with her. I used to live alone at the foot of the mountain, and it was too lonely. They became quite familiar. Chu Ran often live-streamed with Xiao Xining and sometimes went back to the office. Over time, they became friends. Unlike you, your family lives in the town and grew up there. That's your territory. This made Xu Xingyu laugh. My territory? My parents told me to be careful when I go into the mountains. It's unfamiliar, and I shouldn't go alone with guys. Being cautious is good, but the people here are pretty nice. There aren't many conflicts. Some are a bit talkative, but you just ignore them. Yes, it's the same in our town. But the scenery here is really beautiful, especially this pavilion. I kind of like it here. The town doesn't have anything like this. Xiao Xining said, it's even better to visit in summer. There's a big lotus pond with lotuses, just like a scene from an ancient drama where the main characters meet. If you played a Guzheng song here, it would be perfect. Haha, that's exactly the feeling I wanted to express. How old is this pavilion? It looks ancient, passed down from old times. I've never heard of it before. It's not far from the town. If such a beautiful place existed, they should have heard about it. Xiao Xining started to laugh happily. You overestimate this pavilion. Chu Ran and the others bought it online themselves. It's only been a couple of years, and it looks so new. It doesn't look like something from ancient times. Really? Just built. Xu Xingyu looked at it confidently. It really is very new. It's very new indeed. How much did it cost? Such a creative idea. There's a pavilion here, and I think the whole mountain looks more beautiful because of it. Our boss has a video where they filmed this pavilion. You can watch it. As for the price, I don't know. You can check online. Xu Xingyu didn't check and kept looking around the pavilion. Is winter in the mountains always foggy? Look, she pointed at the mist rising on the mountain. Yes, it looks like a fairyland. That's why some people like to come here to enjoy the scenery. There are quite a few guests at the guest house too. I want to come here too if I had money. Aren't you working? Why don't you have money? You don't pay rent or utilities. Xu Xingyu shyly touched her hair. My parents asked me to save 2,500 yuan each month. The remaining 500 yuan is for pocket money. They say after marriage, everything needs money. You shouldn't spend money extravagantly from now on. With a salary of 3,000 yuan, saving 2,500 yuan a month is quite impressive. Before working at the guest house, she also earned extra money outside, about 4 to 5,000 yuan a month. She didn't know what to do with all that money, so she spent about 1,000 yuan on online shopping, mostly on cosmetics and clothes. If the cosmetics are expensive, she uses even more. Sometimes Chu Ran would give her cosmetics, calling them samples. But they looked like decent-sized samples, probably medium-sized. She used whatever she got. Chu Ran is now quite wealthy and uses expensive cosmetics. Her boss told her to keep everything, don't refuse. If they were classmates, she might refuse a little. At first, she could save most of her salary, just like Xu Xingyu, because there wasn't much to spend money on in the mountains. But later, when she had more money, she started spending freely. Wow, you're so impressive. Is 500 yuan enough for a month? In town, it's enough. My family doesn't need me to give them living expenses, and I don't pay rent. I just like shopping online. I am similar, but I spend more, about 1 or 2,000 yuan a month. Your salary is higher than mine, so it's different. Qiao Xining really wants to say that in the past, their salaries were around 3,000 yuan as a basic salary. But now she is an assistant, so her salary has increased. She also used to have side jobs before. Xu Xingyu, do you save your own money, or do your parents help you save? Do you have siblings at home? Yes, I have an older brother. My parents told me to save my money myself and keep it safe. They don't take my money. Qiao Xining feels envious. She says, your parents are really good. They don't favor boys over girls or be unfair. When she mentions this, Xu Xingyu nods firmly. Yes, my dad treats me very well. When my older brother was young, he was naughty and would get spanked. I was with him, so I didn't get spanked. Qiao Xining looks at Xu Xingyu and thinks she's a girl who grew up in a loving family, innocent, pure, and unaware of the ways of the world. They wandered outside for a while and then went back just in time for dinner. There were quite a few people, so they booked 2 tables. Shouting Man didn't come back. Xu Xingyu was seeing Hang Hang for the first time. She didn't even know Chu Ran had a child. Because when they were in the town, Chu Ran never mentioned having a child. She looked around and asked, the boss is married and has a child now? The child is already so big? Yes, it was very sudden. Her husband didn't come back today. He's very handsome, looks a lot like Hang Hang and matches Ran very well. Since the boss is so good-looking, she should find someone handsome, so their child can be so adorable. They whispered together. With Qiao Xining taking care of her, Xu Xingyu felt much more comfortable. Having someone to talk to made her less awkward. After eating, Chu Ran drove them back to the town. When they arrived at the shop, they saw the landlord watching from outside. Uncle, I brought your Xingyu back. Xu Xingyu got out of the car. Dad, what are you looking at? The landlord looked a bit embarrassed. I saw someone I know. I wanted to say hello, but that person left too quickly. Chu boss, don't overthink. I really want Xingyu to keep in touch with her colleagues. I just had some things to do this afternoon, so I wanted to see if she was back. This is normal, parents worry. Safety always comes first. Xu Xingyu said, Dad, I am with Sister Xining. The mountain view is very beautiful. I took many photos. I will show you when I get back. Today is her day off, so she naturally didn't go to work in the afternoon. Chu Ran greeted her and then left. The other 2 men also went home on their own. After they left, Xu Xingyu said, Dad, don't worry. Our boss is very kind. Sister Xining stays with me all the time. Her family is nice too, grandparents, parents, everyone is at home. Our boss is young, and her child is already 2 years old. She has a guest house on the mountain, and the villagers are friendly. There are many children, and it's lively. The landlord asked, She's married? She's so young to be married. Yes, she's married. I didn't see her husband today, but Sister Xining said he's a very good person and a good match for our boss. She took out the photos she had taken and showed them. Look, these are the photos I took. Aren't they beautiful? They look like they're from a movie scene. When she got home, her mother was there. Mom, I'm back. Back so early? I thought you'd be home in the evening, Shu's mom said. After lunch, our boss drove us down the mountain. Dad just picked me up downstairs, she replied. Your village is nice. Look at the photos I took, she said. Our boss is also very nice. I heard there's a year-end bonus, but I haven't worked here long, so it might not be much. If I continue working next year, the bonus could be bigger. Year-end bonus? How much? Shu's mom asked curiously. There's usually no bonus in their small town. They rarely get red envelopes. I don't know exactly, maybe a few hundred yuan. That's not bad for how long I've worked, she said. Yes, that's pretty good. This job is fine. You don't have many tasks, just sit there, her mom said. But it's not as easy as you think. I also do some reception work and printing. Don't go around talking nonsense, she explained. Her job is relaxed but busy. The company isn't big, so she handles many small tasks. Her boss also said they could buy insurance if they wanted. Do you want to buy it? She asked. Of course, yes. That's good. We want to buy it, but we can't find it easily, Shu's mom replied. Ask your boss if we can also rent a place to stay. Shu Xingyu replied, No, you can't rent now. Don't ask about this, or the boss might fire me. My job doesn't require skills, so I can find another easily. She now felt a sense of crisis. Okay, I won't mention it, her parents said. Don't bother the boss too often. He's very strict. If you nag too much, we might lose our house, and then our family will have less income. That was true. The two storefronts rent out for over 20,000 yuan a year, which is a lot of money. Before, they were empty and earned nothing. Now, earning over 20,000 a year feels like free money. Got it. The money is saved for your wedding. Your brother too. He should find a girlfriend. He's not young anymore, but there's no rush. Look at your boss, young and already a boss, and he has children. Also, you don't just find anyone. You need to find someone reliable. Let mom help you check. Those two young men at your company, forget about working with them. Working together can cause trouble. Shu Xingyu said, I haven't thought that way. They're just colleagues. Don't go around spreading rumors. It would be awkward if others hear. I won't spread rumors. The other day, someone introduced a teacher from a local school to you. I think he's okay, reliable. Mom, I'm still young. I just graduated. Are you already pushing me to date? You should encourage my brother instead. Your boss is also young. His children are a few years old. Why don't you start dating and get to know him better? When Chu Ran returned to the village, she was stopped. Ran, do you have guests today? I see several young men and women. Grandma Wang asked curiously. Yes, they're just here to visit, Chu Ran replied, not bothering to explain further. Ran, are you still hiring at your guest house? Not right now. Grandma Wang, you have so much work at home. Can't you do some of it yourself? I have a big family. I can just pick someone to work for you. Originally, they planned to hire one person for the job, but they kept changing the worker, or she had to leave because her family was busy. It was hard to explain the situation. They asked Juzi's wife to do part-time work because time was tight, and it was difficult to ask someone to stay for just 2 days and then leave. So, they looked for help in the village. Grandma Wang, we're not hiring anyone right now. You see, there's not much work at my guest house. And now, with the new year coming after a busy year, everyone needs to rest and enjoy the holiday. Ran, can you quietly tell me how much you earn each month at your home? Grandma Wang asked curiously. Chu Ran replied. In the mountain village, we don't earn much. It's enough to get by, unlike big cities. I'll go back now. She quickly left, not sharing specific numbers. That's the rule. Even in the city, people tend not to ask others how much they earn each month. She wouldn't tell everyone in the village either. She told everyone not to talk about their salaries in the village. Just enough to live is fine. The teacher Luo's house was really busy, working extra hours to finish before the new year. As long as the money was there, everything else was easy. They finished building the house before the new year, and now they planned to decorate it quickly. Chu Ran paid her staff's wages and a year-end bonus. The bonus was 1 month's salary. As long as Qiao Xining received it, she had worked almost a year. Even if it wasn't a full year, it counted as one. For the other workers, their pay was calculated proportionally based on how many months they worked. There was also a New Year gift box with nuts, bought online for convenience. In the city, companies usually give rice, flour, oil, and other supplies as gifts. But now in the countryside, since they already had these, they didn't buy them. During the New Year, visitors could enjoy the nuts. Feng Gui and Zhu Cuihong were picked up by their husbands on motorcycles. Meng Junping had an electric scooter and rode home himself. Only Qiao Xining stayed here, along with some guests. A few guests planned to spend the New Year here. Zhuzi's family also returned. Teacher Luo and his wife went back to the city. Their house here still didn't have furniture, so no one could stay there. Xiao Tingnan was on vacation and returned home, hugging little Hang Hang. Dad, gift. Do you want a gift just because you see me? When Hang Hang saw there was no gift, he ignored him and turned to hug the grandma. Xiao Tingnan looked at his little son's back and wondered if his value was only about giving gifts. That evening, little Hang Hang didn't want to sleep and was making noise. Chu Ran found it strange. Why are you so excited tonight? Did you give him something to eat? No, I didn't give him anything. He asked me for a gift whenever he saw me. I don't always have time to buy him gifts. She also touched Hong Hong's face. Boys shouldn't ask for gifts. They should earn money and buy their own, then give them to their wife. Understand? Chu Ran slapped him lightly, such a young child. What are you teaching him? Don't spoil him. Wait until he's 10, then teach him slowly. He's still a kid now. Kids should be taught by kids. You teach him how to use the toilet. Xiao Tingnan asked. Teach him how to use the toilet. Of course. When he squats too, do you think he learned that in kindergarten? Xiao Tingnan looked at his son with disdain. You can't. Yes, Hang Hang said, and was about to squat down. Chu Ran pulled him back. Go to the toilet too. Why are you peeing on the bed? Hurry, and let your dad take you. I can do it. Hang Hang crawled under the bed and Chu Ran quickly picked him up, taking him to the bathroom. She urged the other child. Hurry up. If you your pants later, you'll have to wash it. You don't realize how hard it is to take care of children until you do it. Xiao Tingnan followed them, and the father and son talked inside, clearly visible. Chu Ran glanced over. Wow, this person didn't even close the door, just kept it slightly open. No wonder she could hear everything so clearly. Don't you close the door when you? Is this how grown men do it? She protested outside. Then she heard the door close and laughter. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Finally, they came out. Little Hang Hang said, Mom, Dad. He covered his mouth. Sho, we can't say what we talked about outside. Don't tell anyone what you saw, okay? And no talking about it at kindergarten either. Shouting then crouched down and spoke to him gently, like talking to a small child. Then he released his grip on the boy's mouth. Hang Hai looked confused and asked, Oh, why? Because that's a man's secret. Secrets are not to be told, understand? But what is a secret? A secret is. Children always have 100,000 questions waiting for answers. Chu Ran listened and felt that having someone to help share the teaching made things easier. It was also good that her parents and grandparents helped take care of the children at home. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do alone. While lying down, her eyelids started to droop, and she didn't care what the father and son were whispering about. She didn't know what time Hang Hai went to bed, but with Shouting Man there, she didn't need to coax the child to sleep. Winter nights are a bit cold, but having one more person around made her feel less cold. Maybe it was just her mind, or maybe it was real. Anyway, that night felt warm, and she didn't like using the air conditioner in winter because it felt too dry. She fell asleep like that, warm inside the blanket. When she woke up in the morning, she didn't want to get up and just looked outside. Winter mornings are darker and brighter later. Now it's 7 a.m., but outside is still very dark. However, she can already hear her grandparents talking downstairs. They said they couldn't sleep and were used to getting up at this time. They said it was better than lying in bed awake, so they decided to get up and move around. Now that the town is on holiday, she didn't want to get up either. Just as she was thinking this, she saw a pair of cute eyes looking at her from the side. Did Hang Hai sleep in bed last night? And he had slept directly in Shouting Nan's arms. Shouting Nan was sleeping soundly. When Hang Hai woke up, he started moving around restlessly. His arms weren't covered, which was fine in summer, but now it was winter. She looked at Shouting Nan's exposed shoulder. He wasn't wearing clothes to sleep, and he had also taken off Hang Hai's clothes, leaving him only in a thin undershirt. Chu Ran quickly sat up, touched Hang Hai's exposed hand. He wasn't cold. Then she checked his forehead, normal. She let out a breath of relief, quickly dressed him, and then kicked the person beside her. Shouting Nan was sleeping soundly when someone kicked him. He rubbed his eyes and opened them to see Chu Ran standing by the bed, glaring at him. "What's wrong? Did I do something to upset you?" he asked. At night, Hang Hang needs to wear warm clothes. You let him wear only his underwear. Do you know it's easy for him to catch a cold? She replied. I just woke up and saw him crawling around in your bed, wearing only his underwear. It's winter. It's okay for you to sleep without clothes, but he's so young and has weak resistance. Shouting Nan was awakened by her scolding and understood why she was angry. He rubbed his face, sat up, and his upper body was completely bare. He could clearly see the man's physique. Chu Ran glanced away, picked up the clothes beside her, and threw them to him. Put on your clothes. Don't you want to catch a cold? Shouting Nan covered his face with the clothes, then took them off, revealing a big smile. I thought you only cared about him and not about me anymore. Turns out, you do care about me. That's because I don't want you to catch a cold and pass it to both of us. If you want to keep sleeping, go ahead. I'm going downstairs, she said. Although she said that, she left Hang Hang with him. Hang Hang woke up early in the morning and was no longer easy to fall back asleep. He was crawling around on the bed. Shouting Nan had gone to bed early last night, so he had enough sleep and didn't need more rest. He leaned against the bed, watching Hang Hang crawl around. Chu Ran went downstairs and overheard her mother gossiping with her grandmother. Yesterday, I didn't know anything, but today I saw Stone standing with a young girl. She was very pretty. I asked Juzi's wife, and it turns out she's Stone's girlfriend. Chu's mother said, Stone is capable. He just got divorced not long ago and found a new girlfriend. What's there to worry about? Grandmother said. I saw Juzi's wife smiling so much her mouth couldn't close. Their family built a chicken farm in the backyard with about 500 chickens. They're selling them now. Stone came back and started live streaming to sell chickens himself. Chu Ran was curious. How are their chickens selling? Juzi's wife said. They can sell a few chickens each day. That's enough. Selling a few hundred yuan worth is fine. Chickens don't grow overnight. How many can they raise in a day? How many in a month? Grandmother continued. In my opinion, Stone doesn't need to go out. He can raise chickens at home and sell them online. Mother Chu smiled and said, If we don't go out, how can we find a girlfriend? There are no girls in our village. Stone's mouth might talk, but you can only find someone outside. Chu Ran went for a walk and saw a young girl standing in Stone's yard. She looked very young, probably around 20, playing with 2 children. She went to call her father to come and have breakfast. When she returned, she saw Stone was also in the yard and greeted them. Uncle, Chu Ran, Happy New Year. Chu's father replied, Happy New Year. When did you come back? Yesterday. Have you eaten breakfast? We're about to eat. Have you eaten? Are you planning to have a wedding celebration? Chu's father asked curiously. Stone wasn't shy and said, No wedding celebration. We've already had one. No need for another. We're just dating. Future plans can wait. Where's Chu Ran? When will she have her wedding? The kids are already 2 years old, and you haven't invited us to the celebration? Chu Ran said, We're not having a wedding celebration. That tradition is outdated and too complicated. We just keep it simple. Stone nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Where's your husband? Didn't you see him? He's just come back, so he's busy with the kids. Otherwise, we'd both be tired. Stone smiled. Exactly. When I come back, I also take care of the kids every day. Hey, Chu Ran, I want to ask you about live streaming. Can you teach me? What do you want to ask? Our account is new, and we don't have many viewers. How can we get more? You can make videos and see what kind of videos are popular online. Then make similar ones. We don't know how to edit videos. How do we do that? Chu Ran said, Learn step by step online. There are tutorials and live streams that teach editing. You can watch more. Really? I'll check it out. Thanks. After a few words, Chu ran left. Once Chu ran left, Stone's girlfriend came over and looked in Chu Ran's direction. Who is that? Her tone was unfriendly. Stone replied, she's from the village chief's granddaughter. We used to be classmates. He didn't think much about it. Did you have a crush on her before? Do you still think about her? Stone turned to look at her. You're dreaming. I'm just a college student. I'm married and have children. Can you stop talking nonsense about me in the village? I think you're dreaming. Look at how you just looked at her. Do you like her? Or have you been involved with her before? No, I don't like her. Stop talking. Stone was a bit angry. If you have free time, learn editing. I don't plan to work at the factory next year. I'll raise chickens at home. If you want to stay, come with me. If not, go back by yourself. You brought me here and now you want to kick me out? Do you have a conscience? I don't mind taking care of the 2 kids, but you still want to send me away. The girl started to cry as she spoke. Seeing the argument, the daughter-in-law of the pillar quickly came over and hit Stone a few times. What are you doing? She's a guest. Stone went over to comfort her. Now that logistics are stopped, the chicken sold through live streaming can only be shipped after the new year. It's a good time to make some videos to increase traffic. So he started to study seriously. During the new year, Deng Ruoqian and He Mu didn't go to work. They both went home for the holiday. So if they wanted to sell chickens, they had to do it themselves. Stone was very clever. These days, he made videos every day and his followers increased. From a few hundred to over 1,000, all videos about raising chickens. Everything was going well, but suddenly, his ex-wife came to visit the children. She saw Stone's girlfriend, and the household became lively. His ex-wife immediately pulled the 2 children and tried to leave. The daughter-in-law of the pillar wouldn't let her take the children. Xiangli, what are you doing? The children are fine here. Where are you taking them? Ma Xiangli looked angry. We agreed to give the children to you. When one of us remarries, the children go to the other. You now have children, so just raise them. My children won't live under a stepmother. The daughter-in-law of the pillar said, there's no remarriage. The girl is just here to visit.
Don't misunderstand.
Let's talk nicely, okay? No remarriage? A young girl comes to your house to visit, and she sleeps with your son?
Who would believe that?
Today, I'm taking the children, and no one can stop me. The 2 children were crying. The daughter-in-law of the pillar. They are just dating, not planning to get married, and she's not a stepmother. Shirtu came over and looked at his ex-wife. I said if you remarry, you can take the kids, but I am not remarried. We are just dating, his ex-wife replied. Don't argue with me over words. Dating is not allowed either. Ma Xiangli, you can date whoever you want, but I can't? Can't you be fair? Shirtu mocked from the side. Ma Xiangli glared at him. You're spreading lies. When did I start dating? You brought a woman home, and now you're trying to frame me? Shirtu took out his phone and showed a photo. Look at this. Is this you? I wanted to get back together for the sake of the kids, but when I saw you in a car, holding someone and kissing, I was shocked. Can you honestly say that's not your boyfriend, or your secret friend? Or just a close companion? No matter what, you have no right to criticize me. When we divorced, it was my fault. I owed money, but my family sold the house and paid it back. Yet you still wanted a divorce. I didn't even try to stop you, just wanted to let you go. I thought for the sake of the kids, once I got my life back on track, we might get back together. But after seeing this, I know it's impossible. Ma Xiangli, do you have anything to say? As soon as he said that, Ma Xiangli's eyes flickered with hesitation. Hearing this, the daughter-in-law of the pillar straightened her back. She wanted to take the kids, but Ma Xiangli wouldn't let her. She pulled the kids back. No matter what, the kids are part of me. I want to take them home for the new year, and that's reasonable. Shirtu said, that's impossible. Your family favors boys. A married daughter, like you can't come home for the new year. And you want to take the kids to your parents' house? For your parents, your children are outsiders. Outsiders aren't allowed to celebrate the new year at home. Don't you understand the rules? Ma Xiangli felt guilty. She was just using the kids as an excuse. The daughter-in-law of the pillar tried to the kids again and managed, to bring them to her side. Xiangli, we're all family. You shouldn't go to your parents' house for the new year. Your current situation isn't suitable. Just stay here and celebrate with us. Old ideas are like this. Married women cannot spend the new year at their parents' home, and divorced women are the same. They are also not allowed to go home for the new year because it might affect their brothers' marriages. Of course, now people are more open-minded, and many families no longer care about these rules. Ma Xiangli said, I'm spending the new year at your house, but what about her?
She's also there.
Are you living a life of a wife and a concubine? She's here, but I'm not. I have me, and she has her. She said this looking at Shirtu. Shirtu felt awkward. We're already divorced. It's not proper for you to spend the new year at my house, and I also have a girlfriend. How about this? Our village opened a guest house. If you really have nowhere to go, you can stay there for a few days. It costs about 100 yuan a day, and you pay yourself. This way, you can also see the kids anytime. Otherwise, just leave. I won't give you the kids. Ma Xiangli said, Why not give me the kids? I am their real mother. Even if I go to court, you might not win, but what she was really thinking was 100 yuan a day for about a week during the new year. That's around 700 yuan. Plus other costs, maybe 1,000 yuan. She could afford that money and she could see the kids anytime. It really was a good option. At her rented house down the mountain, she could save that 1,000 yuan, but being alone felt lonely. After thinking it over, she decided to rent a room at Chu Ran's guest house. Chu Ran didn't know her. She and Shirtu didn't hold their wedding in the village. It was in the city, and the villagers didn't attend. Later, when Juzi's family came back a few times, she didn't go with them. Usually, only Juzi and his wife returned, and maybe only they still had some feelings for the village. Ma Xiangli didn't know them and didn't say hello. She just took her bag and went straight to her room. She brought her luggage. Actually, she wanted to stay at Juzi's house for the new year because she really had nowhere else to go. It wasn't convenient to visit her family during the new year, only during the New Year's visits. Since she was divorced and had no family, she could choose not to go. But her relatives kept talking to her, which made her feel upset. After she rented the room, she went to Juzi's house to bring the 2 kids to the guest house. There was a small shop at the guest house. What do you want? Mom will buy it for you. She and Stone divorced not long ago, so the children are not unfamiliar with her. When the 2 children asked for something, one bought a few items but did not go back to their room. Instead, they started talking with Mom Chu. Auntie, have you always lived up on the mountain? When did your guest house open? I remember Stone's parents said there weren't many families in the village back then. Mom Chu replied, Yes, my in-laws have always lived in the village. Ranan's dad and I went to work elsewhere for a few years. The guest house has been open for over a year. When did Stone's parents? No. Stone's mom and dad come back? How much did the house repairs cost? She had just seen that the house had been fixed up, or it wouldn't be livable. It's been several months. I don't know how much it cost. You can ask Stone and his family. Stone brought his girlfriend back. Does he want to get married? Did he tell you? Mom Chu shook her head. No, I haven't heard anything. I don't know. Where's his girlfriend from? Mom Chu shook her head again. We don't know anything. We don't have any information. Seeing that she couldn't get any answers, Ma Xiangli thought that the villagers and Stone's family were working together. She took her son and daughter back to their room to ask. They probably knew more. Meanwhile, at Juzi's house, Stone's girlfriend Tianqin was also causing trouble. You arranged for her to stay at the guest house. What am I supposed to do? Are you really planning to live with her as your wife and concubine? Stone said, What wife and concubine? That was legal in ancient times, but I am divorced from her, and it wasn't official. And I am not with you either. She is the mother of my child. She lives at the guest house, and she paid for it herself. How can I just kick her out? Didn't you suggest she stay at the guest house? Otherwise, she would have left the mountain long ago. I realized that coming back to the village with you was a mistake. Do you still have feelings for her? Then why are you with me? Tianqin felt wronged and started crying. Seeing her like this, Stone began to comfort her. It doesn't matter if she's here or not. I can't be with her anymore. Stop causing trouble. I've told you everything clearly. Tianqin was very angry. She was thinking that if she left the mountain in a fit of anger, it would just help them. But she refused to do that. She wanted to stay and make things difficult for them. She is having a hard time, and she also makes things difficult for these people. Just like that, Tianqin and Ma Xiangli became the hottest gossip in the village. Grandma Wang even pulled aside the old lady to chat while eating sunflower seeds. This stone really has some skill. Two women are fighting over her. I wonder what will happen next. Old Lady Chu said, I think the younger girl still has a long way to go. Why is she still acting as a backup? She might as well go back. Grandma Wang nodded in agreement.
Exactly.
Seeing how young she is, she's just a backup for two kids. Now, the ex-wife is causing trouble at the door. I would have left long ago. I think Stone has some tricks. I don't know how he managed to charm the girl, but he did. My Wang Hua is the dull one. Otherwise, the kids would be much older by now. Old Lady Chu said, I heard that after the new year, Stone didn't go out. He's just raising chickens at home. They're doing live streams themselves. Stone really has some skills. Young people are better. My Wang Hua is young too, but he's slow-minded and doesn't know how to do those things. Grandma Wang looked envious. Old Lady Chu asked, Your Wang Hua doesn't know, but what about your Yangyu? Same here, neither of them knows. The village is doing live streams, but we've stopped and focused on farming. The weather's been good these days, so we dried some pickled vegetables. My family also dried some. I think Stone's ex-wife might want to remarry him. If it's possible, they probably will. After all, they're the original couple. They started talking about Stone's family again. Probably so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the village for the new year. Outside, the gossip kept going. The Zhu family was worried because ever since Ma Xiangli arrived, the two children had become very hostile toward Tianqin. So every day they caused trouble at home. Get out of my house right now. We don't welcome you here. Aren't you our mother? No, you're not our mother. Go away. We don't like you. Because of you being in our house, my mom can't go home. I hate you. Get out, just go. The children's words stabbed Tianqin like knives. Tianqin chased after the children to scold them, but Zhu's wife stopped her and Ma Xiangli saw this and joined the fight. It was truly a chaotic scene. Grandma Wang and Wang Ma sat nearby, watching with sunflower seeds in hand. Old Lady Chu hugged Hang Hang and also joined in. Ma Xiangli said, You haven't even moved up yet, and you're hitting my child.
Stone, you saw that.
How can I trust you to take care of the kids? Tianqin replied, It's those two little brats who are insulting us. I was just trying to teach them a lesson. Did you even ask what they said? Stone, was it because of me that you got divorced? Or because of me that she can't come to your house? Anyway, I personally brought you back, unlike some people who just came on their own. Ma Xiangli said, I'm better than some people. I was officially married, not like some who are just living together secretly. She said, It's nice to call it dating or being in a relationship, but honestly, you're just a casual partner. This made Tianqin's eyes turn red with anger. The young girl, only 20, had never heard such harsh words before. Stone, tell me, do you want her or me? You've already divorced, and she's with someone else. If she comes back to you now, she's just using you as a backup. Stone, usually good with words, was speechless at this moment. He looked at the two women and then at his mother, who was caught in the middle. Enough, stop arguing. Ma Xiangli, did you tell the kids something? Is that why they suddenly started speaking harshly to Tianqin? Before you came, everything was fine. As soon as you arrived, they changed. Ma Xiangli said, Isn't what I said the truth? After their stepmother came, did life get better? Do you want me to believe in another woman? Of course, I teach them to be cautious. Now they treat you well because she has no children of her own. But once the stepmother has her own kids, will she still treat them well? I'm not stupid. I can't just watch my children be bullied by the stepmother. She added, I only said some facts, and she couldn't take it. She wanted to hit the kids. Who knows what will happen in the future? Tianqin said, Who's to blame? It's your fault. Why did you get divorced in the first place? If not you, then who? When you divorced, you should have thought about this. Now you're just realizing it. Isn't it too late? Trying to make me leave? That's not so easy, Tianqin said, ignoring everything. She went inside, and sat down quietly. She realized that Stone's family also hoped Ma Xiangli would come back. But now that she was here, it wouldn't be easy for her to leave. They needed to see what would happen next. Ma Xiangli was very angry. As you can see, this woman is hard to get along with. I think the kids should stay with me in the guest house for now. She pulled the children back to the guest house. The people from Zhuzi's family didn't stop her because the guest house was in the village and they didn't want to take her away. Zhuzi's wife also felt upset and looked at Stone. What should we do now? Why are there so many problems? Stone said. Don't worry about it. He went back to his room to talk to Tianqin. Don't argue with the kids. They're still young and don't understand everything. Tianqin ignored him. How about this? During the new year, you go back to your family. I can take you there. What do you think? Tianqin asked. My family is in another province. If you send me back, will we celebrate the new year on the plane or on the train? Tianqin refused to give up. Your ex-wife came, and now you want me to go back. After I go back, will your family happily celebrate the new year together? She felt more and more wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. She wiped her tears and said, I won't go back. You brought me here, and we agreed to celebrate the new year at your house. Now, because of your ex-wife, I have to step down? That's impossible. I don't mind that you divorced and have a child. But now you're playing around, trying to get rid of me so you and your family can live happily? That's impossible. I won't be happy, and your family won't be happy either. Stone also felt annoyed.
What was all this about?
Ma Xiangli didn't want to come to the village before, but now she was here for no reason, and had actually stayed. These two women were both difficult to deal with. Suddenly, Stone thought that being single was better. At least there wouldn't be so many problems. So, what do you want to do? She's the child's mother, and I can't drive her away or stop her from seeing the kids. Has she seen the children? If she has, why is she still here? She just wants to cause trouble between us. Tianqin thought Ma Xiangli should leave instead of staying here. Looking at the situation, she felt annoyed. Stone said, she's staying in the guest house, paying over 100 yuan a day. Who's going to make her leave? Let's get through the new year first, and then we'll deal with it. I'm indifferent, just worried if she's here, your family might have a hard time. Tianqin really didn't care. It wasn't her family. How well the year goes isn't her concern. Seeing Stone's expression, men are unreliable. Her heart was definitely with his ex-wife. He was just doing his own thing. I'm telling you, playing with my feelings isn't so easy. If I get involved with you, don't think you can just easily leave me. Stone seemed to sense something. What do you want? Money? I don't have much either. You saw, the house in my village is the worst. I don't care. Whether you borrow or ask for it, you need to give me compensation. Otherwise, I won't let you have an easy time. Sure enough, it was about money. Stone smiled a little, thinking that if she really left like that, it might be hard for him to accept. How much do you want? He didn't have much money, but he could borrow some. He borrowed it on his phone. He gave her 20,000 yuan and sent her to the town to take a bus. Find a place to rent and take good care of yourself. Not your concern. Tianqin's heart wasn't as upset or wronged anymore. She was quite calm. Stone returned to the village without telling anyone about giving money to Tianqin. Zhuzi's wife said, Did Tianqin leave? Yes, she didn't leave. Staying here means constant arguing, so it's better for her to go. Oh, she really was wronged. I think she's quite good. So young, not minding your divorce. Even said she wanted to raise chickens in the village. Such a girl is rare. But Ma Xiangli was here, making it impossible for the family to be together. It was really making the villagers laugh at them. Forget it, she's still young. Staying with me is tiring. That's it. Stone was truly feeling exhausted. What about Xiangli? Since Tianqin left, can we ask her to come back and stay? She lives at the guest house, costing about 100 yuan a day. Staying at home could save some money. Stone looked at his mother. She come back to stay? Where? With me? We're divorced, living together would just be a joke, and she's not doing well outside. I don't plan to do anything with her. She can stay at the guest house. Our family is staying in the village now, but with her personality, she probably won't stay in the village long. She'll leave after the new year. The daughter-in-law of Zhuzi asked, How is she really doing outside? Since she is someone outside, why does she come to our village? She's ruining your good relationship with your girlfriend. The daughter-in-law sounded a bit resentful. Their family was fine until Ma Xiangli came back and started causing trouble. Jian Qin is here, getting along well with the children. She even said that after you, she plans to raise chickens with her family. Now, they are pushing her away. Shirtu didn't care. Who knows? We don't have money, no house, no car. She probably doesn't look up to us. We should just focus on living our own lives. Let the kids spend time with her and don't worry about the rest. All right then. Grandma Wang's hens are nesting. Let's rent some hens to hatch chicks. Their own chickens haven't nested yet and haven't been raised long. They are young chicks, some are laying eggs, most are not. When sold, they are just young roosters, not very big. How do we rent? I'll ask, said Shirtu confidently. The hens nesting won't lay eggs, and they need feed. Grandma Wang is eager to let him take the hens to hatch chicks. He brought back 2 hens and 40 eggs. Their own chickens were bought as chicks in town, and they are different from the local village chickens. So, their selling prices are different. This time, Shirtu wants to hatch some local chickens, which will fetch a higher price. His mother will take care of the hens and hatch the chicks. After learning that Tian Qin left, Ma Xiangli became very proud. What's the use of being young? She was just pushed away by a few words. She thought that Shirtu would come to invite her home for the new year, but he didn't. He didn't even come to say hello, as if nothing had happened. The children went back and argued with Shirtu. I want Mom to come home for the new year. I do too, said the younger one. Shirtu said, stop fussing. If you want to spend the new year with your mom, go to the guest house. I and your mom are divorced, so we can't celebrate together. No, we really want to. The daughter-in-law of Zhuzi suggested, why not invite her to our house for the new year? It's just one day anyway. No, that's a matter of principle, Shirtu replied firmly. The 2 children refused to call Ma Xiangli to celebrate the new year, no matter how much they fussed. Ma Xiangli was spending the holiday at a guest house, where the food was better, including fish and chicken. There were several other guests at the guest house, so she didn't feel lonely. She didn't invite the children to stay with her because it would cost money, and she thought that since the kids were noisy, it was better for them to celebrate at home. Although she felt that Shirtu wasn't very promising, she still hoped her children would have everything they wanted from home. Every family celebrates the new year with firecrackers, making the place lively. In the evening, everyone watches the Spring Festival Gala together. Little Hang Hai went to bed early. Apart from watching the gala, there didn't seem to be many other activities in the village at night. A new year, a new beginning. If they were in the city, it would probably be very lively outside with bright lights, like a city that never sleeps. Chu Ran didn't celebrate the new year in the city. She used to go back home during holidays. She wanted to ask the person next to her what it felt like to celebrate the new year in the city. But thinking about his family situation, she guessed there wouldn't be many happy moments, so she decided not to ask. Xiao Tingnan boredly watched TV, noticing her glance. Thinking about something, Chu Ran said, do you think the TV is boring? Maybe we can watch a movie instead. We don't need to go to the cinema. We can watch at home. Xiao Tingnan replied, a movie? The one I want to see isn't available. Let's just watch this one. What do you want to watch? She asked, but immediately regretted it when she saw his expression, knowing it wouldn't be a good answer. Sure enough, he leaned closer to her, speaking softly with a hint of flirtation. I want to watch a romantic movie about couples. It feels right for this time of year, don't you think? Chu Ran automatically moved away from him and leaned back. She didn't answer and looked at her phone instead. Let's just watch this one. Xiao Tingnan wasn't happy. When she moved back, he moved closer. Shouldn't we watch that one? We only tried that once before. We don't have enough experience, and it probably wasn't very good. We should learn more, so that next time it will be better. Things like this aren't natural. You have to learn them. I'm thinking about our future. Chu Ran looked at his serious face and realized he was just talking nonsense seriously. She felt she couldn't trust a single word he said. But the quick-tongued one still asked, aren't men born knowing how to do this? She didn't know where she saw it, but she believed that men have an innate instinct for such things. They just know. Shouting then chuckled softly, turning to face her from the side. Want to try it out? Without thinking, Chu Ran shook her head. No. She nervously glanced over at Hang Hang, as if she was worried that their private talk might be overheard by the child. Shouting, Nan saw her concern. He's already asleep. What are you afraid of? We've been together for years, just dating. Isn't it natural for things to progress now? Why can't I become official? Chu Ran replied. Official? We didn't agree on that. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, we can live a normal life as a couple. After so many years, do you think we should just keep sleeping together without any commitment? That wouldn't be good for our relationship. Evening time together is also important. Chu Ran really wanted to say they weren't married. But if they weren't married, then what were they? His words seemed to make sense. They had been together for years. Lying in bed like this, she couldn't count how many days and nights had passed. There had been awkward moments, but he always respected her and never crossed any lines. Her defenses had long since crumbled, and she saw him as family. She looked over at Hang Hang. Maybe we should wait until the child is a bit older, and after we sleep in separate rooms, we can discuss this again. Right now, I feel like someone is watching us. Shouting Nan thought she would refuse, but it seemed she was actually agreeing. His eyes brightened, and he looked over at Hang Hang too. He's only 2 years old. What does he understand? We should wait until he's in elementary school to sleep separately. Do you want me to keep pretending to be a vegetarian for a few more years? Chu Ran replied, being a vegetarian isn't bad. It can help with self-cultivation. Shouting Nan simply turned off the light, leaving the TV on for some illumination. Once the lights were out, her senses became sharper. She felt him leaning closer, and then her lips were touched by warm lips. Shouting Nan believed that sometimes actions speak louder than words. Their intimate contact wasn't new. From awkward beginnings to now, they had learned to enjoy it. During winter nights, it seems like a good time to do this because the indoor temperature is slowly getting warmer. After a while, Chu Ran pushed him away. Enough, the kids are here. Stop messing around. She felt a bit uncomfortable, probably because her mind hadn't fully let go. Shouting Nan suggested, maybe we should take him to my parents' room. Chu Ran was still in his arms, her body still unsettled. She gasped slightly. This behavior is too strange. Do you even have the nerve? Shouting Nan confidently replied. What's there to be embarrassed about? They are experienced people. It's normal, don't you understand? They probably want us to be close and maybe even hope for us to have a second child. Chu Ran said, don't go or I'll get angry. Just sleep on the sofa. If tonight they sent Hang Hai to her parents' room, it would be really awkward. You're not thinking about the new year, am I right? I'll mess around with you. Just stay still. Shouting Nan hugged her and nuzzled her. I want to behave, but I can't. I can't control myself. I've been so patient for so long. Just let go of me, and I'll behave. Isn't it warm when we hug? If you're not warm, I am. Hurry up and let go. She felt that this winter was unusually warm. But instead of letting go, he held her tighter and whispered in her ear, how about we go to the bathroom? It's convenient, small space, and we don't have to worry about Hang Hai. Are you crazy? Chu Ran thought this idea was too inappropriate. But then she thought, neither of them was acting very properly. If they were truly serious, there wouldn't be a child. Why not give it a try? Shouting Nan still tempted her. If there's meat, of course, you want to eat it. Who wants to go vegetarian? I'm too tired. Don't bother me. Just sleep. When you sleep, you don't have to think about anything. Shouting Nan smiled. I'm exerting effort, and I don't need you to exert anything. What strength do you need? It's too cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold for the new year? There's a heater in there.
Turn it on and it'll be warm.
You just don't like turning on the air conditioner. If you turn on the air conditioner, it won't be cold. Guests at the guest house all turn on the air conditioning. You just don't know how to enjoy yourself. Chu Ran was stubborn and said, I just like the cold of winter. It helps clear my mind. I think you need to wake up now. If you go outside for a walk, you'll be sure to forget all your worries. Xiao Tingnan was almost completely wearing the least amount of clothing, almost none at all. They had long passed the awkward stage. Besides this matter, they acted like an old married couple. I'm not into masochism. Why would I go outside to catch the cold wind? Indeed, outside was windy, and you could hear the rustling of trees and bamboo, creating a sharp contrast with the cozy indoor atmosphere. Staying inside made the feeling of happiness even stronger. Chu Ran felt this way. She leaned on him and said, "Xiao Tingnan, you've never had a girlfriend before, right?" "I thought someone like you would change girlfriends every year," he chuckled. "Haha, you're talking about Nieziqian, right? He changed girlfriends every month. I found it annoying. He was so tired every day, so I didn't bother with women. Who knew I'd end up being the one you bothered?" Chu Ran pushed him playfully. "What do you mean I bothered you? You make it sound like you're innocent," he replied. "You say you drank too much, but according to what I read online, if a man doesn't want to, drinking more won't help." Xiao Tingnan looked at her seriously. "So, we're pretty much even." I was hesitant and you were confused. "We're both responsible." "Hesitant? You mean I pushed you?" "Yes, you pushed me." Xiao Tingnan was very sure. Chu Ren also remembered. He had recorded something which was really mean. "Fine, I guess I pushed you." If he really didn't want it, she couldn't push him anyway. "You really are indecisive," she muttered casually. Xiao Tingnan was amused by her comment. That night, even though I was drunk, I was still very clear. I remember everything. I even remember where you have a mole. He reached out and touched her. "Is it here?" Chu Ran's eyes widened. She really did have a mole there. "You." "Shameless," he chuckled. "Haha, the baby is already here." Saying I'm shameless doesn't mean much now. They lay on the bed, chatting. The TV on the wall was still playing a show. Next to them, Xiao Henghang was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening outside. This morning, the family ate rice dumplings, which contained coins, red dates, sesame seeds, and other ingredients. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, there wasn't much to do. On the second day, Chu's mother and father still went to Chen's house. Although there was some trouble, they thought it was best to bring a gift, and then leave. They really did bring a gift, and then left without staying for a meal. Chu's mother was in a bad mood when she returned. Chu Ran asked his father what was wrong. His father said, "Neither of your two uncles came home for the new year. It's really unfilial. The older two are always thinking about them, but neither of them came back. Your eldest Uncle Chen couldn't come back, maybe because of Chin Tai's situation, but your younger Uncle Chen also didn't come home." Chu Ran wasn't surprised. They often didn't come home for the new year before. It's not just this year, right? They compete with each other. Whoever goes back, the other will too. They're afraid the one who goes might get something good, so they watch each other. If one doesn't go, the other definitely won't either. If people are going to criticize, they might as well criticize both. His father nodded. But this year is different. They've caused so much trouble. Your grandfather and the others definitely want them to come back. Didn't they say each person gives 500 yuan each month? Have they given it? They did give it. If they didn't, your grandparents would cause trouble. That's enough. Money makes everything easier to settle. The two elders at home have a monthly expense of 1,200 yuan, which is enough for living in the countryside. Chu Ran didn't ask about anything else. "This afternoon, I will take Hang Hang to the city to play." "Are you going?" his father said. "No, you three go. We'll stay at home. There are guests staying over there." In the afternoon, Chu Ran and Xiao Tingnan took Hang Hang to the city for shopping. During the New Year, the city was decorated with many beautiful scenes. Hang Hang was either carried by Xiao Tingnan or holding his hand. This child is at the age where he loves to run around. Following him around is a bit tiring. Chu Ran brought him directly from home to the city, covering his eyes to surprise him. Before he could react, the scene changed like a magic trick. Hang Hang was so happy he danced around. They went to a scenic spot, which was quite crowded because most people were on holiday. They bought some small things. Hang Hang had never seen such a lively scene before. She was very excited, wanting to buy many things, both big and small. In the end, she bought the most small items by herself. Later, they went shopping at the mall. Since it was rare to visit, Chu Ran really had many things she wanted to buy. She wanted clothes and cosmetics. When she had money, she was less careful about spending and started buying nice things. She also cared less about the price. However, she didn't pay for these items herself. Xiao Tingnan paid for them. Since we're buying everything, let me get you something too. How do you usually buy clothes? I have them delivered to my home, so I don't need to buy. Xiao Tingnan wasn't very interested in this. But today I am interested. Let's go see men's clothes. This made Chu Ran smile. When did you become so good at talking? I've always been good at talking. They went to the men's clothing section. Chu Ran asked, should I buy suits or casual wear? Let's go with casual wear. You probably have plenty of suits at your villa for work. For the village, casual clothes are better. We want to look younger. Chu Ran looked at his crew-cut hair and said, I like energetic styles. Xiao Tingnan looked at her with a strange expression, then leaned closer. What kind of energy? It sounded serious, but to Chu Ran, it felt a bit inappropriate. Energy. The little friend Hang seemed to hear and started copying. Chu Ran's face turned bright red, and she went to a store that sold casual clothes. She started looking at the clothes. Xiao Tingnan and Hang followed behind. Chu Ran took a moment to calm down and ignore the awkward atmosphere. What size do you wear? Xiao Tingnan replied. What size I wear, don't you know? I don't know. I haven't bought men's clothes before. Have you bought for your dad or grandpa? Yes, but that was online. They have different body types from you. Don't be picky. If you don't say anything, I won't buy. 185 centimeters. Xiao Tingnan's tall, slim figure looked good in everything, making the sales assistant stare. Chu Ran bought jeans and a t-shirt for him. She looked at the brand, which was popular among young people, and thought about buying for her family too. So she went to stores that sold clothes for middle-aged and older people and bought many things for her family. I bought many things in big and small bags, and I ate outside at night. Xiao Hang ate outside for the first time, so everything was new and exciting. Although I bought a lot, Chu Ran put everything in the storage space, so I didn't feel burdened at all. While we were eating, a woman came over. Anan, she called out excitedly, as if she hadn't seen him in a long time. Chu Ran turned her head and saw a tall, beautiful woman walking over, looking at Xiao Tingnan with bright eyes. She looked at the woman, then at Xiao Tingnan, and her sixth sense told her something was not quite right. It seemed like she heard Nie Ziqian call him the same way. Could this be one of the people close to Xiao Tingnan? It's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to be here eating. Pei Yuan finally saw Xiao Tingnan holding a child, with another woman opposite him. Is this your relative? The child looks a lot like you. Chu Ran choked a little at this comment. Relatives? She almost wanted to laugh. Xiao Tingnan looked at the visitor. She was Pei Yuan, who hadn't made herself known in front of him for a long time. He gently lifted Hang and said indifferently, This is my son. Of course he looks like me. Son, are you married? Pei Yuan looked surprised by the news. She looked at the child again, then at Chu Ran. Pointing at Chu Ran, she said angrily, Is this your wife? Do you like this kind of woman? Her tone was full of contempt and disdain. When did you get married? We didn't know. And now you have a son. Could he be a love child? Xiao Tingnan's face darkened. Pei Yuan, whether I get married or not is none of your business. If you're so bored, worry about whether your own family is falling apart. Stay out of others' affairs. Xiao Tingnan, I'm just concerned about you. Are you being blackmailed by someone? She said, with a pointed look at Chu Ran, clearly implying something. Hang pointed at her. Bad person. Daddy, this woman is bad. Hurry and chase her away. Pei Yuan was furious. Little brat, who are you calling a bad person? How can you talk like that? Pei Yuan, right? Our family of 3 is eating here, and it was you who insisted on coming over to talk. Are you saying Xiao Tingnan was falsely accused? What's your evidence? Or do you just want to accuse him because he hasn't been caught yet, and you think everyone wants to accuse him? When it wasn't about herself, Chu Ran didn't want to speak, and just watched the scene unfold. But since Pei Yuan had already mentioned her, she couldn't hold back. Pei Yuan was angered by the obvious and subtle mockery in the words. She glared at Chu Ran. Who do you think you are? You just had a baby, and now you think you can rise above. If you really had the ability, why does Anan never take you to meet his friends? You must be one of those hidden ones he keeps away from the public. Suddenly, a teacup flew over and hit her on the head. Pei Yuanyu and immediately covered her head. Nanyu. Did I not tell you to get lost? Xiao Tingnan looked at her with a sharp, angry gaze filled with disgust. Pei Yuanyuan felt embarrassed and upset, especially since she was hit by someone she liked. This was an upscale restaurant, and some people knew her. She felt humiliated and furious, turned around and ran away, covering her face. Hang Hai waved his little hands. The bad person ran away. The bad person ran away. Dad fought the bad person. Dad chased the bad person away. Dad is so awesome. Chu Ren narrowed her eyes slightly at Xiao Tingnan. Your dad caused his own trouble with women. He should handle it himself. We just got caught in the middle. Her words sounded sarcastic. Xiao Tingnan quickly explained. I don't know her well. She's just more familiar with Nie Ziqian and the others. You saw, this woman has a thick skin. No matter what I say, she doesn't listen. I don't even know what's going on in her head. Did she date Nie Ziqian? No, not exactly.
She went to the same university as us.
She dated someone there, but they broke up after graduation. I don't know how she started trying to get attention in front of me. It's really annoying. Xiao Tingnan made his stance clear. Later, I was so annoyed by her presence that I didn't want to go to any events where she was. And if you want to meet our friends, I can take you anytime. I'm not unwilling to take you, but I think you might not be interested in those kinds of gatherings, so I haven't brought it up. Chu Ran was indeed not interested. Are they friends from playing with Nie Ziqian and the others? Sort of, I guess. Do you know your half-brother? Not really. We're not in the same social circle. Even high society has its own groups. I still don't want to go. Yeah, their world is messy. Someone like Nie Ziqian, who has no real goals, wouldn't be interested in anything there. Going would just be small talk. It seems they are all rich second-generation kids. Chu Ran really doesn't know what his social circle is like. Of course, she doesn't really want to find out, because she feels she probably can't fit into that world. After eating in the city, they went back to the village. Xiao Hanghang was already yawning. Kids who don't stay up late just want to sleep when it's bedtime. She put the child in his small bed, not the big bed, thinking about future room arrangements. She doesn't want to rely too much on her parents, or it will be hard to split the rooms later. A few days later, Nie Ziqian came back with his bag. He greeted Xiao Xining at the front desk. Hi, beautiful. We meet again. Recently, Meng Junping has been on leave, so Xiao Xining has been working here. She doesn't want to go home for the new year. Working here means she can earn extra money, which she likes. For others, it's a happy new year, but for her, it's just like any other day. Plus, she can make more money, so why not? She definitely doesn't want to go back. She already sent the money, 1,000 yuan each to her parents. As for her brother and others, she didn't give anything. Her mom said she gave too little, but she didn't care. Hello, here is your room key. Xiao Xining kept things professional. Chu Ran had told her that this guy was a rich second-generation kid, so it was best not to pay too much attention. Beautiful. Why are you still here for the new year? Why are you here working so early? Xiao Xining replied, I'm spending the new year here. Really? Why didn't you go home? Is your hometown far? Not far, just in the city.
I just didn't want to go back.
Why are you traveling now? Although she didn't want to get involved with him, she still answered a few words. She thought, as a front desk clerk, she shouldn't be too cold. Well, this is a long story. Look at me, handsome and talented. But that's also my problem. Because I'm so good-looking, many women want to get close to me. That's why I come here, to find peace. A perfect man like me shouldn't be bothered by those who aren't serious, Nie Ziqian said shamelessly. Mr. Nie, such a perfect man like you should live beyond the mortal world. Just drinking dew would be enough. Cough, cough. That's not enough. I'm just an ordinary person. I still need some good things. Miss Xinging, have I ever told you that your smile is very beautiful, like my dream girl? Xiao Xinging asked. Mr. Nie, is it okay if I speak frankly? Feel free. Well, I'll be honest. Has anyone ever told you that you're a bit greasy for someone so young? Maybe you should just drink dew to fix that. When Chu Ran and Xiao Tingnan came in, they overheard this and burst out laughing loudly. Xiao Tingnan directly retorted, Nie Ziqian, You really should get rid of that grease, or you'll turn into a greasy old man. This comment really hit a nerve with Nieziqian. He was only in his early 20s, not even 30, and he was already called greasy? They say that men in their 40s are like flowers, but at his age, he didn't even have a bud. He was still in his youthful prime. Looking at Xiao Tingnan with some teeth-gritting anger, he said, "I'm not greasy. I think you're the greasy one. Now you're with a little baby. Your reputation isn't good." Xiao Tingnan replied, "What reputation? I'm married, so I don't need a reputation." "And you, with your reputation, took a trip with a girl too?" Nieziqian said, "That really makes me mad." "Xiao Tingnan, you've caused trouble." "What trouble?" "Just making a fuss." The other replied indifferently. "Come with me." Chu Ran took the child away so they could talk. Nieziqian led him into a room and started, "I heard that Pei Yuanyuan met you outside, was pestering you, and you teased her. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Tingnan didn't deny it. Pei Yuanyuan might have gone crazy with anger. Now she's looking for someone to date, even came to our house. My family is somewhat interested, so I came here to hide. Do you think this has anything to do with you? Xiao Tingnan chuckled sarcastically. Isn't that excuse a bit far-fetched? Someone unimportant needs to go on a blind date, and now it's related to me? But isn't Su Yunhe fond of her? Their families getting married might be just right. Maybe Pei Yuanyuan or the Pei family doesn't like Su Yunhe. Why do I keep running into these problems? First Lu Jia, now Pei Yuanyuan. I feel like I'm being forced to be tied to them. Xiao Tingnan understood and replied casually, maybe it's fate that you have a connection with them, or perhaps you have too many bad romantic experiences. Or maybe you hurt someone in your past life, and now you're facing hardships in love. Xiao Tingnan, you're getting more and more mystical. Stop talking nonsense. Pei Yuanyuan likes you. I have a cleanliness obsession, so I won't go on a blind date with her. You have a cleanliness obsession? When did that happen? I didn't know. A guy who keeps dating different girls claiming to have a cleanliness obsession is quite funny. Ahem, that's not the point. Anyway, I won't go on a blind date with Pei Yuanyuan. If you don't want to, then fine. I'm not your father. I don't care if you date her or not. If you want to stay here, that's fine. Xiao Tingnan ignored him. Living here means paying rent anyway. It's early in the year, and the guest house isn't full. His staying can help increase occupancy. But he won't stay long because he has to go back to work after starting construction. Xiao Tingnan went back and told Chu Ran about Nieziqian. Chu Ran was surprised. He's going on a blind date again? With the girl you met last time, his family has that intention. It seems being a young master from a wealthy family isn't easy. Marriage is also a bargaining chip. If he knew it would be like this, why not find a suitable match and get married? That way, he'd have more options. He doesn't want to get married. He just wants to enjoy life. These things don't matter to him. He's just looking for an excuse to go out and have fun. Xiao Tingnan didn't care. In a big family, if you can't handle these things, how will Nieziqian inherit the family business in the future? Don't be fooled by his carefree attitude. When working at his own company, he's very capable. After Nieziqian moved in, next door was Ma Xiangli. Seeing such a young, handsome man dressed in designer brands, Ma Xiangli looked at him a few more times. During dinner, she deliberately sat opposite him. "Handsome guy, are you here alone for travel? Want some company?" Nieziqian was startled. He didn't expect to be approached by someone in such a place. Also, since this is a remote guest house, few young women come here to travel. It's not that it's unsafe, but generally people don't feel very secure. Unless they come often or have been here before, it's hard to travel alone. "Are you alone?" Nieziqian didn't answer but asked back. Ma Xiangli flicked her hair and said, "Yes. Can't you tell? Why are you traveling alone in the mountains?" "I got divorced. I couldn't go back to my parents' house for the new year, so I wanted to find a quiet place to stay. The mountains are peaceful, so I came here. Getting divorced isn't shameful. In fact, it can make new romantic encounters easier. When out having fun, no one thinks about responsibility or the future. The divorce status feels like breaking free from a burden." So, she naturally mentioned her divorce, but didn't say her ex-husband and children were in the village. Because if she did, The wealthy-looking man in front of her probably wouldn't accept her invitation. Sure enough, when Nie Ziqian heard that the young woman was divorced, his eyes changed. He wouldn't bother with women who seemed serious. But this woman, who was divorced and inviting him, clearly had her own purpose. She also looked good, which made Nie Ziqian feel that this trip might not be so boring after all. Beautiful lady, if I join you, what can you offer me? Ma Xiangli felt a bit proud that he was so easily interested. Catching such a branded man was a big win. What was there to worry about? What can I offer you? Why don't we talk about it in your room later? What do you think? Room? Going to the room in the middle of the afternoon? Although Nie Ziqian wasn't exactly a proper person, he wasn't interested in discussing romantic matters in a room during the day in the village. I want to go out for a walk this afternoon. We can start talking about life goals and the mysteries of humanity. He said this quite elegantly. Ma Xiangli smiled but continued. All right, then I'll discuss life goals and human mysteries with you tonight. Not going out for a walk this afternoon. Maybe just warm up first. Ma Xiangli didn't want to go out because she was afraid of running into the people from Juzi's family and revealing everything. No, I prefer staying in my room online. I don't want to go out or deal with others. Nie Ziqian didn't insist. All right, I like being alone too. They were having a good chat. Qiao Xining saw this and thought, no wonder he's already hooked up with someone so quickly. But she knew the woman was Sher Tu's ex-wife from the village. She wondered if this woman was trying to cause trouble in the village. She turned around and went to tell Chu Ran about it. Xiao Tingnan was there too. Xiao Tingnan was about to send a message to Nie Ziqian when he came to find him, and Chu ran. Chu ran. During dinner, a woman approached me and tried to flirt, saying she wanted something more. Is she just a regular guest here, or does she have some connection? I saw she was alone and mentioned she was divorced. He didn't know the full story, so he didn't dare to make any moves. Is this her first time at your guest house, or has she been here before? Does she know you well? Chu Ran had just received a message from Qiao Xining when Nie Ziqian arrived. She's Sher Tu's ex-wife from our village. Her 2 kids are still in the village. She came to visit them, and because of the divorce, she couldn't stay at her ex-husband's house, so she stayed at the guest house. I think you should avoid having further contact with her in the village, or it might cause you trouble. Even though she was divorced, it wasn't appropriate for her to flirt with her ex-husband in front of others. Outside the village, she was on her own. Adult men and women can do what they want. Nie Ziqian suddenly realized. No wonder she refused to meet in the afternoon and insisted on talking to me in my room at night about life. So that's it. I guess I'm still quite charming. She came after me. But I prefer to stay out of complicated relationships. Xiao Tingnan said, stay out of trouble in the village. If you're looking for something inappropriate, go back to the city. I'm being serious. Brother, you got me wrong this time. It's her who's acting improperly. She approached me. Don't believe me? Ask the people at dinner. They saw her come to find me. If you're not interested, even if she flirts with you, she can't force anything. Xiao Tingnan cut him off. You are biased against me. I came out to relax, not to talk about life with her this afternoon. After talking here for a while, Nie Ziqian went for a walk around the village. Walking outside makes me feel better. When he returned, he also suggested to Chu Ran. Your place has beautiful scenery and fresh air. But for someone like me who's just visiting, it can be a bit boring. You should start a project to offer guided tours. Like a tour guide service, where people pay to have someone accompany them for a few hours. Chu Ran looked at him and then pointed at Xiao Tingnan. If you want a tour guide, he can go with you. You two know each other, and your relationship is okay. It's a good match. If you want to charge, you should ask him directly. Now, Nie Ziqian and Xiao Tingnan were both stunned. They looked at each other with some dislike. Nie Ziqian said again, there are men who keep company with men. If you want, a pretty girl can accompany you. There's no such project here. If you want a tour guide, go to the city. We're in a village and people aren't that open-minded. If you want a guide, I can find an older man for you. Who wants an old man? Forget it. I can't talk to you about this. It's just old-fashioned. Xiao Tingnan said, are you bored? If you're too free, go dig some bamboo shoots. It's the right season now. The villagers make good money from bamboo shoots. Nie Ziqian didn't mind. If you're going, I'll go too. For him, Digging bamboo shoots wasn't work but fun. Xiao Tingnan really took him up the mountain again to dig bamboo shoots. When they finished, it was time for dinner. Nie Ziqian didn't want to eat at the Chu family's place, so he ate in the dining hall. Ma Xiangli came again. You didn't stay in your room all afternoon? Went for a walk around the village? Is this your first time here? Isn't the scenery beautiful? The mountains and water are lovely, especially now in spring, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Nie Ziqian replied, Yes, it's very nice. I've been here many times. I didn't know you used to be from the village. It's better not to ask for invitations between us. It's not appropriate. He refused directly. If he were just a regular visitor, he might try to develop a fleeting romance. But her ex-husband and children are still in the village, so the situation is complicated. Ma Xiangli's face changed, and she looked at him awkwardly. You already know? Well, so why did you come here? Aren't you afraid of what your ex-husband and children might say? You're talking about my ex-husband, so what is there to be afraid of? A few days ago, he brought a woman home. If I hadn't come, that woman might have stayed. He's already found someone, so why can't I find someone too? Are you looking for someone to get back at your ex-husband? Nie Ziqian asked in disbelief. He really has become just a tool. No, it's not that. It's because of your charm that I came, Ma Xiangli said, clearly not trying to get revenge on her ex-husband. Her ex-husband isn't that important. She just wanted someone to rely on. Even if it's a fleeting romance, with her good looks and charm, she thought she could be generous. And even if she was a bit stingy, she wouldn't be losing out with her appearance and personality. Hearing this, Nie Ziqian felt a little better. No matter what the reason is, it's not possible, he said. After eating, Nie Ziqian went back to his room. In the village, there's not much nightlife. He used to chat with Xiao Tingnan, but now he looked toward the Chu family's direction. Their wife and children are happily at home, so how could they chat with a single man like him? So he went back to his room and started playing games on his phone. Suddenly, he received a message. He opened it and saw that his friends had sent him a message. Young Master Nie, has Anan really had a son? When did he get married? Nie Ziqian was suspicious. How did they know? Who said that? He asked directly. Then they sent a video. It was a clip of Xiao Tingnan, Chu Ran, and their child having a meal together. Look at this video. Where did you get this video? Nie Ziqian was shocked. It's from the internet. They say the bankrupt Xiao family's young master is married and has a child. Many people are laughing at him, and some say he's married into another family. Nonsense. Nie Ziqian thought this was all very boring. Xiao Tingnan also received a call from Qinshan about this online video. Mr. Xiao, I've arranged for it to be taken down, but some people might have already saved it on their phones. It's easy to remove videos online, but once they're saved on a phone, that's harder to control. Who did this? Still investigating. That day at the restaurant, many people were eating, including some from certain circles who shared what they saw online. Qinshan continued. Pei Yuanyuan's video also appeared, but the Pei family handled it. Are you saying this incident wasn't caused by the Pei family? Based on current information, it seems not. Qinshan said this not to defend Pei Yuanyuan, but because he was looking at the situation from a different perspective. Pei Yuanyuan was also exposed online. If it really was her, she wouldn't have revealed herself. Sometimes, it's hard to control the internet, like Xiao Tingnan's video being posted or Chu Ran's photos being shared. This quickly sparked curiosity among some people. They thought Chu Ran was pretty and looked familiar. Soon, Chu Ran's online account was uncovered. It's easy for internet celebrities to find photos and gather information. Watching Chu Ran's videos, you could tell she lived in the mountains. A native of a mountain village, she's just a village girl. Once a young master of the Xiao family, now so down and out that he married a village girl? But they seem quite compatible. Maybe this internet-famous village girl earns more than the struggling young master. After all, Chu Ran's account has hundreds of thousands of followers. She probably makes a lot from each live broadcast. Everyone knows that no matter the industry, those at the top of the pyramid make good money. This small internet celebrity might not earn as much as the top million followers, but she probably lives comfortably. In high society, these kinds of people are still not accepted and are looked down upon. So, Xiao Tingnan received many inquiries about her, but he ignored them. He asked Chen Shan to handle the online rumors. He told Chu Ran, "Your relationship with me has been exposed online. Some people might cause trouble during your live streams. Do you want to pause your broadcast for now?" Chu Ran replied, "It's holiday time now, and I wasn't planning to do any live streams anyway. Why did you suddenly get exposed? Is it your enemy? Does Xiao Tingnan have many enemies?" That day, we went out to eat and argued with Pei Yuan. Maybe someone noticed and took a video to post online. Chu Ran maintained a good attitude. These things are unavoidable. It's okay, I won't pay attention to it. How are you handling it? I've asked Chen Shan to deal with the online rumors. It will die down soon, and everything will be fine after a while. Chu Ran nodded. She opened her video homepage and looked at the recent comments. Someone asked if her child was the young master of the Xiao family. There were also private messages, but she didn't respond or delete them. Xiao Kongping and Yao Chuiying naturally learned about this too. Yao Chuiying felt especially proud, lifting her chin as if she had won. Look at your little son. How proud he used to be. Those noble daughters used to chase after him, and he looked down on them. Now, he's married to a village girl. Haha, this is karma. You caused my son to end up like this, and you won't have an easy life either. I heard they even had a child. That kid will be a second-generation farmer. What face does Xiao Tingnan have to be proud now? Xiao Xiaohuan was at home. Mom, don't say that. My brother might just be dating a girl. These days, many people like to find internet celebrities. Yao Chuiying scoffed. He's not just dating a girl. His child's mother is a village girl. People will laugh at us. Xiao Kongping said, "What's so funny? What's wrong with being from the countryside? Village girl or not? Weren't you just like that decades ago? Wasn't your mother a village girl?" Yao Chuiying was suddenly silenced, her face turning red with anger. She had lived a privileged life for decades and had forgotten she came from the countryside. Can I be like her? She's still living in the mountains as a village girl. I am the lady of the Xiao family. Lady? We're broke now, and there's no lady here. You're just an old woman full of pride. Xiao Kongping realized many things. Yao Chuiying was selfish and only wanted wealth, not hardship. Looking back at these years, all the good feelings he once had were gone. He often thought about Anan's mother. If she had lived with him like this, things wouldn't be so chaotic now. He wondered how he was fooled by Yao Chuiying's sweet words. That woman was terrible. She only came to ruin his family because she saw he was successful. Xiaohuan Xiao stepped in to mediate, saying, "Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. My brother has a child now, and that makes him our nephew. Shouldn't you contact him and acknowledge the child? After all, you're the child's grandparents. You should meet him." She had heard that Xiao Tingnan had a good relationship with the eldest son of the Nie family. If she could build a good relationship with Xiao Tingnan, her chances of marrying into the Nie family would increase. Right now, the Nie family was her only possible connection. She had been dating Nie Zihu for several years, and the Nie family must have known. They didn't try to stop her, which probably meant they approved. But she still felt insecure and wanted to gather more support for herself. Xiao Kongping wanted to see his son, but he couldn't even meet him, let alone his grandson. Stop all that. Anan doesn't want to see you now. You should also stop trying to make yourself noticed there. Otherwise, if he wants to get back at you, I won't care. Dad, isn't he your biological son? How can he ignore you? Most of Xiao Xiaohuan's time was spent at school, so she didn't know many details. I'm his biological father, but years ago, you cheated on your mom. Anan is angry with us. We owe him. Yao Chuiying said, "That's also your fault. I haven't owed him anything." Huh? Yao Chuiying, do you want to argue about this? When you first came into the family, you bullied a 10-year-old. I didn't know at the time. I just saw you and Yusin living outside for so long, and I turned a blind eye because I felt sorry for you. In fact, Xiao Kongping knew everything. He was just trying to make up for Yao Chuiying and Xiao Yusin in his own way. He never expected that Anan would hold such a grudge. He's caused us so much trouble. What more does he want? I won't forgive him, and I don't want to see his son. His son has nothing to do with me. What grandson? My grandson is Yusun's child. Xiao Tingnan is just a smack. Xiao Kongping slapped her across the face. Say that again?
Who's the? What kind of person are you?
Seeing the two about to fight again, Xiaohuan quickly stepped in to stop them. Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. Since my brother hates us, let's try to resolve this hatred. I hope our family can live happily together. Yao Chuiying covered her face, a bit afraid of Xiao Kongping. This person tends to hit others without warning, and she is no match for him. Why do we need to reconcile? Can't we just live our own peaceful lives? Xiao Tingnan isn't a big boss now, so is there really a need to reconcile? I don't want to. Yao Chuiying directly refused the suggestion. Mom, I want to talk to you alone. Xiao Xiaohuan pulled her into a room for a quiet mother-daughter chat. Mom, since our family went bankrupt, my little brother has been very mysterious. I feel like he might still have other businesses. Yao Chuiying replied, What businesses? His mother's part also went bankrupt, so there's probably nothing left. It's not easy for someone to start over. Look at your older brother. He works so hard, but in the end, he's achieved nothing. She didn't think highly of Xiao Tingnan, who was lazy and carefree. She had always wanted to see him fail. Mom, even if my brother has no businesses, he's very close to Nie Zikong. I'm about to graduate, and if I can build a good relationship with the Nie family, I could marry into their wealthy family right after graduation. Then I'd be a wealthy lady. That would be a huge step up. Yao Chuiying thought, but does Nie Zikong still have a good relationship with him? After all, he no longer has the Xiao family backing him. How could the children of a wealthy family look up to him? They're not really into serious careers. They just like to eat, drink, and have fun. As long as they can still hang out together, they're connected. I heard from Zaheo that his brother and my brother are good friends and often hang out. I also heard that recently his brother has been hiding out, probably looking for my brother. Do they know where Xiao Tingnan is? Xiao Xiaohuan said. Where else could he be? Just think about it. He's probably at that rural internet celebrity's place. I heard from Zaheo that his grandfather went to the mountains for 2 months during summer vacation, staying at a guest house. It's probably there. At first, I didn't understand why his grandfather would go to the mountains for a cool retreat. There are many resorts with good conditions and services, but he chose a remote, poor mountain area. Later, I found out it was his brother who took him there. Many things that seemed unreasonable suddenly made sense. It wasn't just them discussing. The Nie family was talking about it too. Nie's mother said, No wonder Zikong likes to go to the mountains. Turns out, the Xiao family's young man found a girl from the mountains. Earlier, someone asked me if I had a child. It must be Xiao's son who has a child now. That makes sense. Dad, did you see Xiao's son in the mountains? Old Mr. Nie shook his head. No, but I saw the girl and the child. At the time, I didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it, the child really looks like Xiao's son. Young people these days are really very good at keeping secrets. Mrs. Nie said, maybe he didn't go because he saw you going there. That could be. Who knows what Xiao's son is doing now? Zikong probably went to find him again. Zikong doesn't learn from others. The child is already born. Mrs. Nie wants a grandson, so she keeps urging Zikong to get married. Old Mr. Nie said, Xiao's family has been through a lot. Anan probably wants his own family. I've interacted with that family, and they are quite nice. Don't judge them by their social status. Mrs. Nie quickly explained, What do I think? When I saw that girl's photo, I thought our Zikong was interested in her. I thought she looked lucky, and I even thought Zikong had good taste this time. But it turns out that luck belongs to someone else. There was a little disappointment in her heart. Her own son isn't very capable. Young people nowadays don't want to get married and be tied down. I think Zikong feels the same. He just needs to find someone to marry. As for everything else, forget it. Otherwise, he won't get married and will just be irresponsible, fooling around all day. Sometimes I think that way too, but he's never seriously dated anyone. All he does is mess around with women. I wouldn't dare let such a person come into our home. I think as long as he brings someone home and says he wants to marry, that's enough. A girl with a good background, ambitious, just that. Old Mr. Nie no longer wanted to bring up his grandson. The kid is too stubborn. He's not even 30 yet. Don't push him too hard. After spending more time with Anan, seeing her with her husband and children, he'll naturally want that too. We don't need to say much. Pei Yuan also found Shu Ran's account online and saw her videos. She didn't expect to lose to a village girl. Feeling angry, she posted on her social circle. A down-and-out young master and a village girl are truly a perfect match. No one can envy them. Once this message was sent, everyone quickly realized who she was secretly criticizing. Su Yunha immediately liked the post and commented, "I agree." Everyone else burst into laughter. Pei Yuan saw this and felt very happy. Maybe because she thought that Xiao Tingnan now only deserved to be with a village girl, she felt less upset about it. So she naturally didn't bother others. She kept posting pictures of fancy gatherings with friends, showing off her happiness. She thought this way she could look down on those from lower social classes. Nieziqian was still in the village. "Anan, aren't you going to do anything? Now people in your circle are mocking you as a broke young master who only belongs with a village girl. I'm not saying village girls are bad, but their teasing is too much. What's wrong with village girls? Several generations back who wasn't from the countryside. Are you really not worried about being mocked? Do you plan to do something about it?" Xiao Tingnan replied, "The online rumors have been handled. As for those petty people in my circle..." Haha. What does haha mean? Don't you know that the famous Yanzheng Group is your company? If those in your circle find out you're the boss of Yanzheng Group and see you as a fallen young master, they might be shocked. Yanzheng Group is a leading company in the city. This year, it gained international fame and became a top global financial group. Now, everyone in the country and even worldwide knows the name Yanzheng Group, but most don't know who the real owner is. I just want to see you prove them wrong. Tell me, when will you make it public? Just wait and see, Xiao Tingnan said. I'm going back to work now. When are you planning to go back? Are you planning to confront them? Then I'll go with you. I want to cheer you on. After all, we're good brothers. Nie Ziqian couldn't wait to see the show. He wanted to see how those who mocked Xiao Tingnan after learning he's the boss of Yanzheng Group would react. It should be very satisfying. Then he happily followed Xiao Tingnan back to the city. It was a hassle for Xiao Tingnan to go back with him, as he had to drive. Nie Ziqian asked curiously, "Where's your car? How did you get here? Did Shu Ran come to pick you up? Why does it matter? Just focus on driving." But the driver was Nie Ziqian. He drove himself. Nie Ziqian didn't really need to ask for clarity. He was just planning to go back and watch a show. When Xiao Tingnan returned, he started working. Chun Shan said, "President Xiao, the online public opinion has been handled. If you want to make a statement, there's a forum coming up. We've received an invitation, and you can attend." Xiao Tingnan looked at the forum's details. It was quite prestigious. It was a private forum not open to the public, which suited him well now. "Okay, I'll attend. You handle the arrangements." Chen Shan immediately took care of it. Recently, a rumor was spreading in the circle. Have you heard? The big boss of Yanzheng Group is going to attend this forum. Isn't he the general manager they always show publicly? What general manager? That's a professional manager. The big boss is coming back in person. Back? Where was he before? Was he abroad? Not sure, maybe. Everyone's curious about his appearance at the forum. This news caught the attention of many high-level people. Since he's a major figure, meeting him could lead to future opportunities. Currently, competition is fierce across industries, and making connections can open doors. Since Chu Ran hasn't gone live yet, there hasn't been much online impact. But a few unusual visitors arrived. Meng Junping came to work and was greeting these visitors. They asked directly if the internet celebrity boss lady was here and where she was. Meng Junping knew who they meant. "Our boss is busy with other matters right now. If you have anything, I can pass the message to her." They said, "It's nothing urgent, just want to see her and find out how she attracts men." That was quite rude. But Meng Junping, being a man, didn't mind and simply ignored the comment. "Should I take you to a room?" The visitors included both men and women, all dressed very elegantly, arriving in luxury cars. "No need, handsome. Why is the front desk here a man? Shouldn't it be a pretty woman?" One careless man said, giving Meng Junping a look of disdain. Meng Junping still smiled warmly. "This is a mountain village. Men and women are the same here. But our cooking and cleaning ladies are women. Who wants to find the maid? The man looked even more annoyed and took a group of people upstairs to the rooms. Since they weren't coming down for now, Meng Junping took the chance to send a message to Chu Ran, updating her on the situation here. Boss, I think they came to pick a fight. It seems they are specifically looking for you. Chu Ran was in town negotiating post-holiday sales when she received this message. What are the names of those people? Meng Junping sent her the names. Chu Ran replied, Okay, I understand. Just treat them as regular guests. If anything happens, contact my family. The owner of the guest house wasn't her, it was her father's name. So if those people wanted to find the owner, they were actually looking for her dad. But she had a feeling that those people came, because Xiao Tingnan was looking for her. A young person dressed in brand-name clothes suddenly appeared in this mountain village guest house, asking about her. Considering recent events, it was probably because of that online incident. She quickly sent the names to Xiao Tingnan. Do you know these people? They came to our guest house today looking for me. Meng Junping said they came to pick a fight. Are they from your circle? Xiao Tingnan looked at the names. He wasn't very familiar with them, but decided to check. I'll look into it. His circle mainly included Nie Ziqian and a few others. He rarely interacted with anyone else, except for work-related matters. Chun Shan quickly found information on these people. They are indeed from the city and have good relations with the Pei family. This was quite clear. Xiao Tingnan immediately messaged Chu Ran. They are from that circle. If they cause trouble, call the police directly. If you can't handle it, let me know. Chu Ran nodded in response. Chun Shan, tell the parents of these families to keep their children in check. If they misbehave, it's best if no one else tries to discipline them. Okay? I will notify them right away. Chun Shan quickly relayed the message to those families' parents. At first, they were a bit confused. Did their children cause trouble again? But after being warned, they contacted their children and found out they had gone to the same place. Up in the mountains? I don't really know what happened. I just called the person back home. After some questioning, I found out they went to see the internet-famous wife of Xiao's youngest son, who is trending online. Although I don't know much about Wang Hui's background, since they came here, it must be something serious. If I can't handle it, I won't try. Especially because this feels like someone is watching from the shadows while I am in the open. When Chu Ran returned to the village, Meng Junping told her that those people quickly checked out and left by car. It's better that they left. I called Xiao Tingnan to ask if he was the one who told them to go. Xiao Tingnan didn't deny it. If I see people like that again, tell me right away and I will handle it. Okay, I understand. Why did they come to me? They were just curious, wondering what you're like. That's so boring. Rich kids don't worry about life, so they are really bored. Do you want to come back tonight? I can pick you up. I'm a bit busy right now. When I finish, I'll let you come to get me. This made Chu Ran feel a little strange. Usually, he would come back on his own, but this time he invited her and she refused. Those people went back and were scolded, told not to bother the internet-famous girl. They didn't understand what was going on and just complained to Pei Yuan. We wanted to see that little internet star, but we didn't see her. Her family called her back, saying someone warned them. That little internet star has such power. Pei Yuan said, she's just a village girl. How much power could she have? It's probably Xiao Tingnan. Xiao Tingnan went bankrupt. What background could he have? No one knew the answer to that. They used to think he was just the young master of the Xiao family, like other spoiled second-generation kids. His family went bankrupt, but he probably has some relatives. Otherwise, they wouldn't contact her family. That makes me even more curious. I also bought some things from her online shop. They're all rural products, nothing special or expensive. She's not streaming lately, but if she did, I'd leave some comments. Even after the warning at home, you still went to cause trouble. Some people took the warning seriously. Others didn't take it seriously. What's the big deal? Her live streaming is just to gain popularity. I went to help her increase her followers, so she should be grateful to me. You will be blocked. You guys are really cowardly. Pei Yuan's family also received a warning, so she doesn't plan to do anything right now. Recently, her matchmaking efforts haven't gone well. There are no suitable options. She wants a perfect man, and this man must be able to outshine Xiao Tingnan. Only then will she feel proud. So, after searching everywhere, she couldn't find such a man. The forum is being held in the city, with major media outlets from all over the country attending, including some international media. Now, the country's economy is increasingly connected with the international market, so foreign publicity is also necessary. Many cameras are focused on the executives arriving, each of whom is responsible for the livelihoods of many people. The forum isn't live-streamed, but the media on-site will share photos and videos online. Some well-known executives will definitely post. When the post about Yen Zheng Group's president appeared, everyone was very curious. This is a new company that has risen quickly in recent years. It is also a leading company in the high-tech industry. Oh my, this is the president of Yen Zheng Group. No mistake, so young and handsome. His name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Xiao Tingnan. Isn't he the young master of the Xiao family who went bankrupt a few years ago? Clearly, capable people can shine anywhere. He has suddenly become the famous president of Yen Zheng Group. It's hilarious. Not long ago, some people mocked him as a bankrupt young master. Now, do they dare to say that again? Online, the appearance of Xiao Tingnan as the president of Yen Zheng Group caused a huge stir. The topic exploded, showing how shocking it was. Pei Yuan also saw this. She couldn't believe Xiao Tingnan had such a status. What were all her recent efforts for? She originally wanted to find a high-quality man to embarrass Xiao Tingnan, but now she felt her face burning with shame. She had been publicly humiliated. Some people online were praising Xiao Tingnan's looks, while others admired his strength. Naturally, some were also concerned about whether he was married. This brought up a certain scandal. Today, Chu Ran was live streaming from the town. She was showing a lot of goods. When she started the live broadcast, everything was normal, with some fans coming in to buy fresh farm products for the new year. Welcome everyone to Ranran's live stream. Today, I have brought many good things. Feel free to place an order if you're interested. This is our county's well-known soy sauce, made without any additives and dried for 3 years. She was also working with some local producers, following the county's plan to help create jobs or support other industries. At this moment, the viewer count suddenly surged. It started with over 1,000 fans, then grew to 2,000, 3,000. Soon it reached 10,000, still climbing, and quickly hit 50,000. Chu Ran was confused about what was happening during the live stream, but with so many viewers, the products in her online shop were sold out very fast. Xiao Xining, behind the scenes, was also surprised but remained calm, quickly listing new products. They had prepared well this time, collaborating with some big factories in the county. Chu Ran saw comments on the screen and asked if she was the wife of Mr. Xiao from Yen Zheng Group. Mr. Xiao? She thought they meant Xiao Tingnan. What is Yen Zheng Group? Could it be Xiao Tingnan's company? But she didn't answer the question. I see many new friends joining my live stream. If you like these farm products, you can place an order. Because of a large audience, she spoke quickly and new products were listed rapidly. Some partners and leaders smiled happily, glad to boost the economy. It was a good thing. Especially now, with the economy struggling, saving a company meant saving many jobs. The sales in her live stream kept rising rapidly. Many viewers were sending gifts, and the screen was filled with virtual presents, making it very lively. Partners saw their products being bought out and quickly arranged to restock, knowing this was a rare opportunity. The viewer count kept climbing, and even Xiao Xining's hands trembled from excitement. Never before had so many people watched. The soy sauce was initially listed at 1,000 bottles, which matched Chu Ran's usual sales volume. But now, the order had increased to 20,000 bottles, and the boss said they could even go up to 50,000. Not only soy sauce, but some vegetables also sold out completely. Even some items from local farmers were quickly bought up and taken off the shelves. There are also daily chemical products. The initial order was not large. Whatever could be sold was sold. In the end, even 10,000 units of each of the 7 or 8 types listed were all sold out. Fui Hui directly discussed with the boss how many more could be added. The boss's warehouse was already full of stock, so an additional 300,000 units were ordered. The live broadcast's ranking immediately jumped to first place. It was almost unbelievable. Many questions from viewers went unanswered. Chu Ran simply kept introducing the products. After the broadcast ended, she still didn't get any answers. Xiao Xining was curious, so Wan Ruan's husband is really so impressive? Which group is he the president of? Is it trendy now for powerful CEOs to marry into families? The work at the end was handed over to Fui Hui and Xiang Jihong, and they left. In the car, Chu Ran was driving, and Xiao Xining asked a question. Is it true what netizens are saying? Is your husband really the president of Yanzheng Group? She had just looked up what kind of company Yanzheng Group was. She realized she had been too naive and love-blinded, not noticing the group before. It turns out Yanzheng Group is a high-tech company that recently gained international fame. Such advanced technology is rare worldwide.
It's almost a monopoly now.
This exclusive technology made Yanzheng Group quickly become a leader in the country. The boss's wealth skyrocketed. Chu Ran said, I've heard of this group, but I haven't connected it to him. She often browsed the internet and knew that the industries with the most potential now and in the future are high-tech ones. So, I don't know if he's the president. He hasn't told me about these things. Xiao Xining was surprised. You don't even know about his work? Aren't you worried he might be unfaithful in the city? Chu Ran replied. What's there to worry about? We're not tied down, we're free. She didn't mention that they weren't married, and there was no need to. Wan, you're amazing. I think the fact that he cares about you means he wouldn't be unfaithful. He's a rare focused man. Xiao Xining and Xiao Tingnan didn't have much contact with him, and because of that, she felt this way. Otherwise, with someone like Nie Ziqian, who was more involved, it would be obvious he wasn't trustworthy. Why do you think that? Well, a man who is so wealthy and good-looking must face many temptations outside. If he didn't care, he wouldn't often come back to the village. Sometimes you don't need to pay attention to what others say. It's more important to see what they do. Actions speak louder than words. Like Peng Feng before, he was the opposite. He would talk a lot, trying to manipulate me, hoping I would work hard and willingly sacrifice for his family. But now, thinking clearly, I realize he hasn't really done anything for me. Over all these years, he never visited my home, never sought my parents' approval, and never spent much on me. It's just not worth it. Xiao Xining thought about her own past relationship. She wondered how she was so naive back then, acting impulsively and not caring about anything. Sometimes, she couldn't understand the way Chu Ran and Xiao Tingnan interacted. But that didn't matter. How they got along was their own business, and she didn't need to understand as an outsider. Chu Ran comforted her. After going through bad times, only good things are left. Xiao Xining said, I don't care anymore. Now I just want to make money. Today we sold a lot, more than our total sales last year. Today we gained hundreds of thousands of followers. The traffic is really... Thinking about it, she couldn't help but tease. Your husband is really good for your popularity. Look at the traffic he brought you and how it turned into sales. You two are definitely making a fortune. Today's sales exceeded 10 million, and Chu Ran's commission could reach over 1 million. All this traffic was brought by Xiao Tingnan appearing in the public eye. Since the traffic came, they had to seize the opportunity. Tomorrow, keep working. With such good traffic these days, we should earn even more. Xiao Xining nodded firmly. Yes, let's follow the boss and get rich. They returned to the village, washed up, and went to sleep. She didn't contact Xiao Tingnan, mainly because she was too busy and tired. She just lay down and fell asleep. In the morning, she got up and went downstairs for breakfast. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, if anyone asks about what group you belong to, just say you don't know anything. And if they ask about Han Hong's dad's identity, just play it off. Anyway, the villagers and outsiders thought they were very isolated from the outside world. They wouldn't ask too many questions or try to find out more. Although the 4 elders didn't know what was happening, they simply nodded in agreement. They really didn't know. Recently, I might be very busy. The family will rely on you. If I have to work late at night, I will stay at a hotel outside. You don't need to wait for us. Mom Chu asked, why are you suddenly so busy? There's a lot of traffic lately. While there's traffic, I want to make money quickly. When the traffic slows down, I will rest. They didn't quite understand what traffic meant. Was it phone data? But they didn't ask further, only knowing that she was trying to earn money. They knew Ran was live streaming and selling products online to make money. Sometimes, they could even see her on their own devices. As for how much money she made, they didn't know and didn't ask. Anyway, their guest house business was doing well, and they also sold farm products, so they no longer had financial worries. But who wouldn't want more money? So now, they wouldn't stop Chu Ran from earning money. After all, she still needed to raise her children. After breakfast, Chu Ran went to the town office with Xiao Xining. Fu Hui saw them approaching and greeted. "Boss, we received so many calls last night. They want to work with us, hoping we can help promote their products. Some are big brands and others are local products. They had new business partners." Over the next few days, Chu Ran continued live streaming, and her sessions were quite long each day. She even started selling products from Yanzheng Group, including high-tech artificial intelligence. These products are expensive, but some people still bought them. The people negotiating with her were directly handled by Fu Hui. They also secretly asked if she was the boss's wife. Fu Hui didn't know, but the boss had told them not to answer that question, so they didn't get an answer. For a whole week, her live streams had high traffic, with the peak reaching over 500,000 viewers. Her live streams now attracted many business inquiries, so she left Fu Hui to handle checks and background research. Because the company was expanding, they hired some new staff. Otherwise, only Fu Hui and Xiang Jihong would be overwhelmed. The town was happy to hear she was hiring, as it kept young people local and added energy to the town. Suddenly, she had more than 10 people working for her, including 2 interns who also live streamed with her. Otherwise, doing live streams alone is very tiring. Now that someone is with me, I don't talk much, and it feels more relaxed. These 2 streamers, one man and one woman, used to work at another company, but that company was dishonest, so they switched jobs. They came from outside the city and rented a house locally, which is also the landlord's house, making things more convenient and safer. Since it's not a big city, just a small town, social relationships are complicated. The others are local young people, managed by Fu Hui and Xiang Jihong. Currently, Xu Xingyu at the front desk also works part-time as an administrator, so her salary has increased a bit. It was 3,000 before, now it's 4,000. Xiao Xining's base salary remains the same, but she knows her commission this month will be very high. Because the boss now earns millions a day, her role as an assistant can't be less important. Thinking about it makes her excited. She used to think buying a house was very hard, but now it doesn't seem so difficult. If she can earn a lot this time, she might be able to buy a house. So, Xiao Xining works very hard. Whether it's overtime or other tasks, she is very proactive. Chu Ren also assigned her 2 assistants, so she wouldn't be so tired working alone. The landlord saw that Chu Ran's company grew from just 1 person to over 10 or 20 people and felt it was developing very quickly. His daughter also got a raise, which made him feel very good. Xiao Tingnan finally finished his work and asked Chu Ran to pick him up. He felt a bit guilty and didn't dare look at her. "Did you see the news?" "Yes, I saw it," Chu Ran replied calmly. "Don't you have anything to say? Isn't that what you said? I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just afraid that if I said it, it might cause you trouble, especially since you do live streaming and might have people causing trouble for you." "Someone is causing trouble?" "It seems they will be dealt with soon." "Did you help clear it up?" "Yes, I asked the PR team to keep an eye out. If any malicious troublemakers come to cause chaos, they will be dealt with." "Thanks. Your recent traffic has made me a lot of money. I never thought I would earn so much. Such things are more likely to make people happy than angry. After all, making money is a good thing. Who wouldn't be happy to earn money?" "I'm glad you're happy. I just worry you might get angry. Why did you suddenly want to go public?" "It's not that someone mocked you, I just couldn't bear it, so I decided to make it public. I don't want you to feel that being with me is something to be ashamed of." Is Chu Ran touched? A little. She thinks Xiao Tingnan is a person who lacks a sense of security. She steps forward and hugs him. "I'm fine now. Isn't everything good? And I don't care if you're a rich person or not when I'm with you." "I know." Xiao Tingnan hugs her back. "Have you started taking on other product promotions recently?" "Yes, there's more traffic now, so I don't want to waste it. My company has also hired more staff, all thanks to you." Xiao Tingnan smiles but then thinks, That means you're busier. Sometimes I really don't want you to be so busy. Just wait for me to come home. What kind of dream is this? Chu Ran releases him and gently pushes him away. Are you trying to say, I'll support you, or something like that? Xiao Tingnan really wanted to say that he only said that out of emotion, but upon reflection, she isn't someone who would let herself be supported. Moreover, she isn't alone. She is family. She can only provide for her family if she earns her own money to live a good life. No, I was just joking. If you're having trouble recently, just tell me. If there's a problem, having you help solve it. How about the guest house? Recently, her account has gained a lot of traffic, so there are many guests at the guest house. This should be the off-season, but now it's almost as busy as peak season, and all rooms are full. It's too busy, so she hired part-time workers. This time, she didn't call her daughter-in-law from Zhuzi's family, but found new people. Zhuzi's family is also busy, with spring planting and sowing, plus raising chickens. They're very busy. Even when Shirtu is at home, she has plenty of work, so she hasn't taken on the Chu family's project. The new worker is from another village and is working in the kitchen. All 30 rooms are full, with about 50 people staying each day, plus her staff. They consume a lot of ingredients daily. Chu's father even goes to town to buy meat and other supplies. Now, with such high daily consumption, they haven't even put their homegrown vegetables on sale in the shop. They consume so much every day that sometimes their homegrown produce isn't enough, so they have to buy from villagers. Currently, the main source of income for the Chu family is their guest house, except for Chu Ran. Their ingredients are very fresh. Most vegetables are picked straight from the field and are very juicy. Especially in this season, the radishes and Chinese cabbages are picked from the ground, washed, and sent to the kitchen. For city people, this process makes the food feel safe to eat. They also gather wild vegetables and bamboo shoots from the mountains, and they deliver a lot of these to others. Their fish are caught from their own pond, giving a natural feeling. Now, the Chu family no longer sells fish. They serve it at every meal, and anyone who wants can ask for some. Some people even order fish separately, so Chu Dad often goes fishing. Chu Ran has also released some fish fry into the pond. Some people say their fish taste different, so they buy some when leaving. They also buy chickens directly from Zhuzi's family. Last year, Zhuzi's grown chickens laid eggs continuously, and the roosters were sold. Plus, Shirtu does live streaming, so their daily sales are quite good, about 10 or so shipments each day. The Luo family's house was renovated before the new year, and they bought furniture afterward. Now, the elderly couple lives in the guest house and occasionally goes home to clean. They also reclaim some nearby land to grow small vegetables, living a simple rural life. They don't sell their vegetables, they only eat them, enjoying a relaxed lifestyle. Teacher Luo also complains to the old man, saying, "Your guest house has so many visitors lately. I have a few old friends who want to come and visit, but there are no rooms. Your original rooms are too few. You should expand." Before the new year, there weren't so many guests, but now the guest house is full every day. They want to meet more people, but haven't had the chance. Chu Ran leaves early and returns late, often working overtime and not coming back, so she naturally doesn't see anyone. The villagers are either old or young. The young ones include Meng Junping and Shirtu, who are young men, or young mothers like Mai Zi, who have several children. Of course, there is Deng Ruoqian, but she is different. She came to the village for work. Since no one was interested in seeing her, I asked the boss, who said she was a middle-aged man. I also asked the owner of the video account, who said she wasn't here. Some people stayed for 2 or 3 days without seeing anyone, and then left. Most people had this kind of thought, but a few insisted on meeting Chu Ran. Chu Ma came directly to handle the situation. She's not in the village. She went out to work. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me. Is she your daughter? And is that young boy your son-in-law's child from the Yanzheng Group's Xiao family? Chu Ran had already given them a heads up, so Chu Ma knew what to say. Our grandson is my daughter's child. As for her husband, I won't say much, but he works outside. Is his last name Xiao? Someone asked curiously. We can't say. Young people like privacy, and we should respect that, Chu Ma replied. By saying this, it was basically an indirect confirmation. When will your son-in-law come back? He comes back when he has time. If he's busy, he won't come. Actually, Xiao Tingnan often came back, but he usually arrived at night, went straight upstairs, and didn't come down much. Usually, he just went straight back to the city. The Chu family members rarely saw him, let alone the guests. How often does he come back? That's hard to say. Sometimes every few months, sometimes not for a year. Your daughter must make good money selling goods. Why do you still work hard farming? We're farmers. If we don't farm, what else would we do? We grow our own vegetables, which are healthy to eat. Hearing this, the guests seemed to find common ground. No wonder your vegetables are so fresh. Then the conversation drifted away and they stopped asking about Chu Ran. Chu Ran's online popularity only started to slowly decline after about a month. She also took a couple of days off from work. She really worked hard during this period. Of course, she received her salary during the holiday. This month's wages were paid out. Xiao Xining earned quite a lot this month, over 10,000 yuan. Even Fu Hui and Xiang Jihong's salaries were several thousand yuan, and the new staff also earned quite a bit. The front desk and administrative assistant, Xu Xingyu, also received a bonus, over 10,000 yuan. She couldn't believe she earned over 10,000 yuan. As someone with a fixed salary, she never thought she would make so much money. This time, she really worked hard, just like Xu Xingyu, who also worked overtime. The landlord saw her working late and not resting, and felt that his daughter was working hard. But seeing her busy and working overtime, he thought she was doing fine. Compared to others, his daughter was the most relaxed. So he didn't say much. Now that he heard she earned over 10,000 yuan, he felt that working overtime was not a big deal. How many people in town can earn over 10,000 yuan? Xu Xingyu warned them not to show off or cause trouble for the company. The boss had told them to stay low-key. She knew the company's income was high this month, and everyone's pay had increased. She might be earning the least, but she was happy. After 2 days off, Chu Ran didn't want to stay in the village, so she took her child and went straight to Xiao Tingnan's villa in the city. Many curious villagers had come to see her, so she came here to enjoy some peace. Our guest house business is booming now. There are many visitors in the village, and the chickens from Zhuzi's family are not enough to sell. Some people even buy chickens from Zhuzi's family and ask my aunt to help cook them. It's quite enjoyable. Xiao Tingnan was playing with Xiao Heng on the ground. Your aunt is willing to help cook? We charge a processing fee, so she's naturally willing. With many guests, they have a lot of work, and we also give them bonuses. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. She believed that hardworking people should get fair rewards. Bonuses are a more direct form of reward. This time, everyone received a bonus and found it incredible. Some, like Xiao Xining, went back to the city to look at houses. The part-time aunt in the kitchen is almost a full-time worker now. Xiao Xining is also house hunting in the city. I wonder how her visit went. Xiao Tingnan asked, does she have enough money? This time, she received over 100,000 yuan. She had some savings before, about 200,000 yuan. With a mortgage, the down payment should be enough, but she might still be a bit short for full payment. Xiao Tingnan also became curious. Her parents won't ask her for money? Her parents don't know how much she has. As long as she doesn't tell them, even if they ask, she would only give 1,000 or 2 yuan. Zhou Xian no longer wants to be like Voldemort. She has seen her parents for who they really are. They will always ask her for money to support her younger brother. So, she simply chooses not to go back and doesn't make the effort to contact them. Xiao Tingnan asks, do you want to go out for a walk? No, not now. You're famous now, and if we go out, we'll be photographed. Plus, it's cold outside. I prefer to stay home, relax, and cook something nice. Their aunt is at home. When they first arrived, they went straight to Xiao Tingnan's bedroom. As long as their aunt doesn't ask too many questions, she doesn't need to worry about these strange details. As long as she doesn't suddenly appear in front of others, she can find excuses to explain her presence. Right now, she just wants to stay quietly at home. Xiao Tingnan asks, what do you want to eat? I'll ask Annie to cook. I want to eat. Buddha jumps over the wall. Okay, I'll tell her. Xiao Tingnan talks to their aunt on the phone and she immediately starts preparing the ingredients. Zhou Xian really went to look at houses. She didn't go alone. She went with an old classmate. This classmate works in real estate and knows quite a lot about it. She asks, "What size do you want?" House prices have dropped a bit, but good locations still cost around 12,000 yuan per square meter. For a small apartment, the down payment is about 200,000 yuan. Zhou Xianing says, "I just want a small two-bedroom apartment." "Why buy a bigger one for just me?" She adds, "I thought you were looking for a wedding house. What about your boyfriend? It's been years since I saw him. I thought you were married and had kids. We broke up years ago. I'm fine on my own now, so I want to buy a house." "That's good. Are you looking at new houses or pre-owned ones?" "There aren't many pre-sales now. Most are ready-to-move-in second-hand homes. Let's look at the ready-to-move-in ones." "Aren't they better?" Zhou Xianing visits a small apartment, about 50 square meters. The price is a bit high, 15,000 yuan per square meter, but the location is excellent, and it's already furnished. She can choose to keep the furniture or buy her own. She thinks this place is good and prefers to buy her own furniture. However, the previous owner bought it with a mortgage. To buy it, she would need to pay off the mortgage, which is a bit complicated. Someone over there needs a loan to pay off their mortgage, but she doesn't understand the details. Her classmate told her to think about it. She doesn't understand any of this, so she simply refuses and moves on to look at the next one. The house is over 60 square meters, a simple, unfurnished place that hasn't been renovated yet. The price is relatively low, about 12,000 yuan. However, she would need to spend her own money on renovations, so the total cost would be similar. The owner is willing to sell for full payment and wants the buyer to pay in cash, splitting the agent fee equally. It sounds possible, but she doesn't have enough money saved for full payment. It would take over 80,000 yuan to buy, but she only has 20,000. How can she manage? Should she borrow from Ranran? Borrowing such a large amount all at once would be stressful, even if Ranran is willing to lend her the money. So, she looked at houses in the city for 2 days but didn't buy anything. When she returned to the village and told Chu Ran about it, she wanted to hear her advice. Chu Ran said, "If you really want to buy, I can lend you the money." Ran, you're so kind. I don't want to put so much pressure on myself. I'll wait until I save enough money. With your current popularity, I think I can save up this year. Hearing this, both of them smiled. Chu Ran's online following is really large now, with her fans reaching 1 million. Her daily followers keep increasing. Her previous videos had up to 1 million views. Now some reached 10 million. That's fine. You can take your time looking online. Maybe you'll find something suitable. Ran, are you planning to buy a house in the city? Chu Ran shook her head. Not for now. Hong Hai's dad has a house in the city, so we can stay there when we go. Qiao Xining started working again. She still manages 2 people, so she isn't too busy. She continued working, and Chu Ran's live streaming schedule is now fixed, starting in the afternoon. She no longer streams all day like before. Her current online traffic is a bit lower than before but still very high, with over 50,000 fans in her live streams daily. Her sales revenue also reaches over 10 million yuan. In the village, those curious about Chu Ran haven't seen her lately. After the initial excitement, they stopped visiting. But her fame has spread here too, so the flow of visitors remains high, almost at full capacity. Teacher Luo and his family moved back to their own home. Last time, he told the village chief about expanding the guest house, but it was not approved. They don't want to run such a large operation now. The current size is good, it's not too tiring and provides income, which they can control. If they expand too much, they won't be able to manage it anymore. When the Luo family moved, they invited the villagers to a meal. They also invited some old friends to come and play. The friends naturally stayed at the Chu family's guest house, which had to be booked in advance. The Luo family's house was built very well, clean, tidy, and simple. Their old friends were very jealous and said they wanted to retire nearby, but they had no place to live and couldn't always stay at the guest house. These friends had city household registration, so they couldn't build houses in the countryside. The Luo family started to think that it was a bit wasteful to build such a big house for the elderly to retire in. But after staying there for a few days, they felt a sense of enjoying traditional arts, poetry, wine, and flowers. Living there allowed them to slow down and enjoy life. As they got older, they found it hard to adapt to the fast pace of the city, and they longed for this slower life. Nia's family. Nia Zihu went back and said he wanted to marry Xiao Xiaohuan. Nia's mother was naturally unhappy. I won't stop you from dating, but I won't agree to marriage. Nia Zihu was now blinded by love and couldn't accept such words.
I only want Xiaohuan.
I won't marry anyone else in this life. If you don't want me to marry her, then I don't want anyone. Nia's mother was so angry she hit her chest. You rebellious son. Do you want to make me angry? Xiao Xiaohuan's mother is a third party, breaking up someone else's family. With such a daughter, I can't let her into our home. Her mother is her mother, and she is herself. What's the society like now? Are there even related charges? Anyway, I will marry Xiaohuan. I'm just informing you. Nia's mother seemed very angry, but then calmed down. What do you have to marry her? If you want to marry her, we strongly oppose it. If you don't listen to the family, there's no need for us to support you. You can leave with nothing. If you want to marry her, do it with your own ability. The family won't support you with a single cent. Young and impulsive, Nia Zihu said. Fine. You just want to threaten me with money and make me compromise? I will never give up my love for money. I am now doing an internship and no longer care about your threats. I can support myself and take good care of my wife and children. Then Nia Zihu turned and left. Mother Nia had calmed down. When she saw his back, she suddenly threw the nearby vase to the ground, smashing it into pieces. Madam, the butler hurried over, frightened. Stop all of Nia Zihu's credit cards. I want to see what he will do for a wedding. Will Xiao Xiaohuan really marry a man who is down on his luck? Mother Nia couldn't accept this fact. Xiao Xiaohuan would never enter the Nia family's door. After Nia Zihu left home, he went to find Xiao Xiaohuan. Xiaohuan, are you willing to stay with me whether we are poor or rich? Xiao Xiaohuan had a bad feeling but kept her face calm. Yes, I am willing. As long as it's you, I will stay. After so many years, don't you know me? Good. I will earn money to support you in the future. Even if I leave the Nia family, I can still make a name for myself. Zihu, what's wrong? Did something happen? Nia Zihu said. It's nothing. My mother is stubborn. She thinks we are getting married too early. I know. It's probably because Annie doesn't like me. You're just comforting me. I know our family is bankrupt now and not worthy of your status, but I truly love you. It's not like that. My mother is old-fashioned. I believe our love can move them. Don't worry about them for now. As long as I want to marry you, I can marry you. What if we get the marriage certificate now? Xiao Xiaohuan said, No, I don't want you to break with your family because of me. I still hope our love and marriage will get your family's blessing. Getting the certificate is a small matter. Gaining the benefits of the Nia family is the real goal. If Zihu really gets nothing, then being with him would only harm me. So, she didn't want to get the certificate now.
Xiaohuan, I'm sorry.
I've let you suffer. I will work hard and earn well so you won't be wronged. Will your parents cut off your financial support? Should we think of a way now? Maybe we can withdraw some money from the bank. Taking action first, withdraw the money. Even if the Nia family cuts off his finances, they can still live well. Zihu said, I don't know. Let's go see you first. I don't want you to suffer with me. You are the young master of the Nia family. You should live a luxurious life. Zihu thought Xiao Xiaohuan was very considerate of him. Xiaohuan, Zihao, they went to the bank to check the situation and found out all their cards had been frozen, so they couldn't withdraw any money. Nia Zihao looked worried, and Xiao Xiaohuan's face changed. The Nia family acted faster than she did. It's okay, Zihao. We're still young. We can create our own future. Right now, Nia Zihao had no money at all. He couldn't buy Xiaohuan her favorite things or take her to her favorite restaurants because he had no cash. They rented a house, paid for by Xiao Xiaohuan, using money that Nia Zihao had saved before. It hurt to spend that money, but they had to. Xiaohuan didn't want her future to be financially difficult, so she urged him to find a job. Zihao, do you have any ideas about finding a job? I know delivering food is profitable now. It's tiring, but if you work hard for a month, you can earn over 10,000. Nia Zihao disliked this idea. As a college student, Delivering food would mean dropping out of school. And starting an internship just to deliver food. What about later? Would he spend his whole life doing that? I'll send out my resumes. Don't worry about work. I have some contacts. I can try their companies too. Although his family wanted him to be independent, he still had connections. His friends wouldn't abandon him. Hearing this, Xiao Huan felt relieved. She left and went back home. She told Yao Chueying about Nie Zihao and her family situation. Zihao wants to marry me, but now he's been kicked out. I can't put all my eggs in one basket. I need to think of a plan. Yao Chueying asked, do you have other options around you? Xiao Huan shook her head. There are many who play around with me, but none would marry me, except Nie Zihao. She wanted to enter the upper class, but that could only happen through marriage. Her own abilities weren't enough. Zihao was too impulsive. This could have been taken slowly. Maybe if he got pregnant, the Nie family would accept it. I don't believe they would let their grandson be raised elsewhere. Mom, have you forgotten? The Nie family also has Nie Ziqian. They might not accept my child. And if I have a child, I'd be tied to Zihao. Would I have a chance to find someone else later? She also couldn't cut off her backup plan. The child should be born with value, not like Nie Zihao, who currently has nothing. Yao Chueying thought it through and understood. This won't do, that won't do. What should we do? Nie Zihao is really useless. His own family can't even handle him. We expected this long ago. Good things take time and patience. I want to see how capable Nie Zihao really is. If he can stand on his own, then there's no need to look for others. That's true. Although the Nie family kicked him out, they still support him secretly. Maybe they will help you quietly. Just keep working with him, Xiaohuan said. Mom, now that my brother has become the CEO of Yanzheng Group, you should persuade Dad to build a good relationship with him. As long as my brother has a good relationship with you, the Nie family won't look down on me. Then I can marry into a wealthy family openly and become a rich lady. I won't need to look for anyone else. She invested so much emotion in Nie Zihao. If she could enter the wealthy circle through him, she wouldn't waste time searching elsewhere. Now, with so much information available, she's afraid of being discovered if she looks for others. That would be a loss. Xiao Kongping and the others naturally saw the news. They knew Xiao Tingnan was doing very well now, more than just well. He had a successful career with a high-tech startup. He had a wife and children. Although Yao Chueying called the woman a village girl, she was actually a popular internet celebrity earning millions a day from live streams. She earned much more than they did. What could they compare to her? And that child, they heard, was a son. Xiao Kongping felt excited at the thought of having a grandson. He had already contacted Qinshan, but Qinshan didn't respond. He told them to live their lives well and not to bother Xiao. Your dad is now very submissive in Xiao Tingnan's presence. He dares not contact him. Xiao Tingnan hates us. If we want to remove that hatred, I guess I'll have to kneel and apologize to him, Xiaohuan said casually. Then go kneel yourself. Yao Chueying looked at her daughter in disbelief. This was her carefully raised youngest daughter, her only hope now. And she was so easily willing to kneel and apologize? Xiaohuan, I am your mother. You want me to kneel and apologize to Xiao Tingnan? Is that something you can say? Xiaohuan is still young and probably can't think of all this. She only cares about immediate benefits. Mom, we should put the big picture first. If you apologize sincerely, the little brother will forgive you. Otherwise, should we go find that woman and try to talk to her? Right now, she can definitely speak to the little brother. I've checked her account. We can find her at their guest house. While we're there, you can also meet the in-laws and grandson. Dad, what do you think? The little brother didn't tell you about his marriage. Maybe they didn't have a wedding. Since you're the parents of the groom, you can go and discuss the wedding plans and the bride price. We need to show sincerity. Xiao Kongping feels a bit tempted. His son is so capable now. He naturally wants to benefit, but he also feels unsure. I think we should forget it. Anan doesn't like us, so there's no need to go and make things worse. Yao Chueying says, even if he doesn't like you, he's your own son. Why not go and meet the in-laws? What's wrong with that? Maybe this is a good chance to improve your relationship. In the end, Xiao Kongping is persuaded by them and agrees to go see the guest house. Xiao Huan books a stay at the guest house, but it's booked for several days later. I didn't expect their guest house business to be so good. There are no rooms available these days. I read some reviews. People say the scenery is beautiful and the food is tasty and natural. Let's just treat this as a trip. I'll pay for it. A few days later, they drive over and Meng Junping helps them check in. Xiao Huan complains, "Why is there still a man at the front desk? Where's Chu Ran? I want to see her." Meng Junping says, "She's not here. Isn't her home right here? Where is she then? Help me contact her. Tell her someone wants to see her and ask her to come back quickly." Xiao Huan speaks quite assertively. Meng Junping replies, "She's at work, of course. If you have something to tell her, I can pass the message." "Who are you? Why should I have you pass the message?" "Tell her to come and see us in person." Xiao Huan points at Xiao Kongping and Yao Chuiying. "Do you even know who they are?" "That's her father-in-law and mother-in-law. She came here to see her daughter-in-law in person, but she's not making the effort to come and see them. Is this how a daughter-in-law should behave?" Meng Junping was momentarily stunned and looked at Xiao Kongping, who indeed resembled Xiao Tingnan a bit. He couldn't make the decision himself. "I'll contact her. You can go ahead and check into the room. I'll get back to you later." "That's more like it. Tell her to come back quickly to meet the parents and bring the kids. My parents want to see their grandchildren." Meng Junping always felt something was off. After these people went into the room, he called Chu Ran. When Chu Ran answered the call and heard what he said, she was surprised. "I understand.
Don't worry about it.
Just treat them as regular guests." With that, Meng Junping knew what to do. He didn't really want to see these three people, so why should he be polite to them? After hanging up, Chu Ran contacted Xiao Tingnan. "Your dad took your stepmother and your little sister to my guest house. Now they want to see me and they also want to see Heng Hai." Xiao Tingnan's eyes flashed with anger. "I'll tell them to leave immediately." Chu Ran knew he definitely didn't like these three. After hanging up, Chu Ran called Chu Ma to explain the situation, especially to watch over Heng Hai and keep him playing safely in the yard. If those people didn't leave, Heng Hai shouldn't come out. Soon, Xiao Huan came down to find Meng Junping. "How is it? Is Chu Ran coming back soon?" "Sorry, she's busy with work and won't be back for now. You can enjoy the scenery." "What do you mean?" "She won't come back or visit her in-laws." "Is this how a daughter-in-law should behave?" Meng Junping just smiled without answering. Xiao Huan immediately went upstairs to say that Chu Ran isn't coming back. "She said you guys wouldn't come back either." "How bold. My brother is so capable now. How could he marry such a sister-in-law? I think my brother should marry a refined lady. This countryside girl looks so worn out, even worse than our family's bankruptcy. This guest house isn't even fancy." Everywhere, there was clear disdain. Xiao Kongping looked uncomfortable. "I told them not to come, but you insisted. Now what do we do?" Yao Chuiying said, "Can you blame Xiao Huan? It's all because of the issues between you and your son. Maybe we should go back." Xiao Kongping's phone suddenly rang. He answered and heard Qinshan calling. Mr. Xiao's message is that you should leave the guest house immediately, or there will be consequences you might not expect. We just want to see our grandson, nothing more." "Isn't that my grandson? Let me see what's wrong." Qinshan said, "That's not your grandson. The child is from the Chu family and has nothing to do with the Xiao family. So please leave immediately." "Threaten me? What else can he threaten me with?" Xiao Kongping also lost his temper. "Give me 1,000,000 yuan and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll wait here for her. I also need to discuss the wedding with his mother-in-law." Qinshan thought to himself, Mr. Xiao is really asking for a lot. Right now, he can hardly get 200 yuan from the boss, and he still wants 1,000,000? "Mr. Xiao, I order you to check out and leave today. If not, there will be consequences." Qinshan didn't waste much time and hung up the phone. Xiao Kongping didn't hear the details, feeling a bit nervous inside. But he thought, besides ruining the family financially, Xiao Tingyang hasn't done anything else. So he comforted himself, believing the other side probably wouldn't do anything serious. They continued to stay here. Inside the room, Xiao Kongping said, Anan's assistant told us to leave immediately, or it will be troublesome. He was speaking to Xiao Xiaohuan, hoping she might have a better idea. Xiao Xiaohuan said, "We just arrived, and now they want us to leave? Why not meet your in-laws first? If we build good relations and have their support, my brother won't be so rude." Yao Chuiying said, "Yes, let's go now. We need to be quick." Then, the family of three went to the Chu family's gate. Because there were many villagers around, the old lady usually kept the door closed, and Hang Hai was playing in the yard. She opened the door when they knocked, thinking it was her family returning. But it wasn't. It was a few strangers. She thought they might be residents.
Who are you?
Who are you looking for? Hello, is this the Chu Ran family? I am Xiao Tingnan's sister. These are my parents. We heard online that my brother's family, Chu Ran, got married, and we wanted to visit. The old lady was stunned because she had only heard a little about the Xiao family from her granddaughter. The combination of a biological father and stepmother means that whenever there is a stepmother, there is also a stepfather. Therefore, Tingnan is seen as a little unfortunate person at home. She thinks such people are just confused, and Ranran also said not to bother with the Xiao family, because they are hard to get along with.
They're not home now.
I am the only adult here. If you have anything to say, just call them. After saying that, the old lady directly closed the door. She was worried that the Xiao family might come to take the child, which would be a serious problem. Once she closed the door, she immediately called Chu Ran. Ran, 3 people said they are Tingnan's parents and sister, and they want to visit. I think they are the stepmother, so I didn't let them in. Chu Ran replied, "Yes, Grandma, you did very well.
Don't worry about them.
They are just Xiao Tingnan's stepmother and her family, with bad intentions. Let Tingnan handle it himself. I'm also worried that it will be hard for you. If you think about it, they are your in-laws and your sister-in-law. If Ranran had married into the Xiao family, she wouldn't be so firm with the 3 people from Xiao family." Xiao Tingnan said he has cut ties with them. They have no real relationship and don't contact each other. We should just live our lives. If they come to the door, ignore them. He's already said that. There's no need for us to be polite. It's not necessary. If we act friendly with them, Xiao Tingnan might feel uncomfortable, thinking we betrayed him. Hearing this, the old lady immediately said, "Don't worry. We won't give them a good look. Just chase them away directly. Tingnan is already handling it. Our family doesn't need to get involved. We have staff for that. Yes, as long as you know what to do. I'm also worried they might be after Hang. They might really have that idea. So, what should we do? Hang is with us. They can't take him away." It sounded like there was a car outside. The old lady looked out after hanging up. She saw a car parked at the guest house entrance, which was not unusual since many people drive themselves here. Strangely, the people they brought out were exactly the 3 from the Xiao family. They got into the car and left. No matter how much the 3 struggled, the car drove away from the village. The old lady took the children to the front desk of the guest house and asked Meng Junping. "Just now, what happened?" Meng Junping said, "Those people said they were sent by Mr. Xiao's son to pick them up, then they checked out and took the people away. Isn't Mr. Xiao's son Tingnan? That's fine too. The Xiao family can handle their own affairs." She then took the children back to her own yard, closed the gate, and called Chu Ran to tell her what happened. It seems Tingnan sent someone to pick them up. "Tingnan is really quick. I thought they wouldn't leave until tomorrow." Chu Ran replied, "It's good that they left. Let them handle their own matters." "I think so too. We shouldn't interfere. What time will you be home tonight?" "Probably a bit late, around 9 o'clock. You don't need to wait for us to eat." Since Tingnan's identity was revealed, her live stream's viewers increased a lot. Even though the traffic dropped over the past month, it was still good. So, she wouldn't finish work early tonight. Thanks to last month's bonus, the staff were more motivated, especially 2 intern hosts. They just started last month and earned quite a bit in commissions. This month should be no different. The Xiao family's 3 members were taken directly back to the city, to a room somewhere unknown. Xiao Kongping felt a bit nervous. Although he knew it was Tingnan's people, he wasn't sure about Tingnan's attitude now. "Where's Anan? Call him to see me. What are you trying to do, keeping us here?" Maybe it was Yao Chuiying who was lying. She had done something wrong and felt guilty. Should we call him? We don't even know where we are. Xiao Kongping looked at her, then at Xiao Xiaohuan. It's all because of you. Look at the bad ideas you came up with. We got taken away and I've lost face. Dad, sorry. I didn't realize my brother was so firm. We just wanted to fix things. Xiao Xiaohuan hurriedly apologized. She knew she had no right to argue now. Hearing this, Xiao Kongping's anger eased a little. You're still young. You don't know the grudges from our older generation. Your brother, and you aren't from the same mother. You weren't very close to begin with, and he holds resentment against us. It's not easy to forget all that. Don't get involved in our affairs in the future, Yao Chueying said. In my opinion, Xiao Tingnan is just too petty. It's been many years, and he's still holding on to old grudges. He has no sense of tolerance. I think the woman with him is also suffering. There's no need to worry about that now. Anan is already married and has children. You should focus on Yu's son and Xiao Huan. Xiao Kongping didn't want to see Yao Chueying criticize Xiao Tingnan anymore, as if doing so could make up for the neglect from the past. With Yu Sen's current situation, it's hard to find a good partner. If Xiao Huan can marry into the Nye family, it might help Yu Senior. If Xiao Huan can't marry into the Nye family, Yu Sen's future will only be harder. We're getting old, and we can't help them anymore. Yao Chueying was suddenly silenced. This was the harsh reality they faced now. The only way to help was through Xiao Tingnan's side. Mom and Dad, since my brother holds so much resentment towards you, you shouldn't appear in front of him. I'll go find him myself. I have no grudges or hatred with him, so he should help me, Xiao Huan said confidently. Xiao Tingnan is a petty man who holds grudges. He will definitely take his anger out on you. Be careful when you go to see him. Yao Chueying didn't think Xiao Huan's attempt to see Xiao Tingnan would be successful. Their relationship wasn't good before, and now it was even less likely to improve. I understand, Xiao Huan replied confidently. Before, Yu's son had conflicts with him. You always sided with Yu's son, mocking him. I don't know if he will hold a grudge. As the youngest daughter, Xiao Huan was very pampered, which made her act recklessly. She looked down on Xiao Tingnan and was often harsh and sharp with him, teaming up with Yu's son to suppress him. Mom, those were just childish pranks. Xiao Tingnan probably isn't that petty. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Huan didn't want to listen to more nagging. She planned to leave after discussing things here, to go to school and work. The people here had reported to higher authorities, and she was allowed to leave. She returned to her rented apartment with Niezaheo. Niezaheo saw she bought a lot of groceries and asked, "Why did you buy so much? Is there something worth celebrating? Not just for our future, you saw the news too. My younger brother is now the CEO of Yanzheng Group. If my relationship with him were better, your family wouldn't oppose us so much." Niezaheo felt touched. Indeed, Xiao Huan loved him and was working hard to gain her family's approval. He was happy to go and pick up the things Xiao Huan was holding. So, how does this relate to you buying so much food? Of course it matters. I plan to go to Yanzheng Group to see him, hoping to fix our sibling relationship. Actually, my brother and I don't have big conflicts, just some old family issues. So I want to make some good food to take to my brother to show I'm sincere. Xiao Huan, I knew you're the kindest and most gentle. Brother Anan definitely won't blame you. If your brother says something at my house, maybe my family won't oppose us. Thinking about how he had no money and depended on his girlfriend, Niezaheo felt ashamed. I already found a job. I work at a friend's family company. The salary isn't high, but it's enough to get by. How much is the salary? Is it 10,000 yuan? Your friend's company should take good care of you. Xiao Huan thought that a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was the minimum. Her apartment rent was 2,000 a month. With 10,000, they would have some leftover money to live on. Otherwise, how could they survive? Cough cough. Niezaheo awkwardly cleared his throat. The company is owned by my friend's family, but he's still young and doesn't have much say. I'm just a low-level employee earning about 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Xiao Huan felt like the sky was falling. 5,000? What can you do with 5,000? She shouted unconsciously. She was anxious, thinking Niezaheo could find a job that paid over 10,000. But it was only 5,000? Nyezaheo's face also changed. It's hard to find a good job now. If he hadn't used his connection with his friend, they might not even have hired him. 5,000 is enough for now. Rent is 2,000, leaving 3,000 for us, Nyezaheo said flatly. Xiao Huan felt very upset. Then we'll just have to manage like this for now. I'll look for other jobs. If I go out to work, I can help lighten your load. After saying that, she didn't look at him and went straight to the kitchen. Inside, she was thinking, if she wanted to find a man earning 5,000 a month, there are so many outside, so why choose Nyezaheo? She was not willing to accept this. What could she do with 5,000 a month? Without money, life is hard. She already had bags worth more than 5,000. Xiao Kangping and Yao Chuiying welcomed Xiao Tingnan. They hadn't seen their son for years. When Xiao Kangping saw him, he felt a little excited. Ah, Nan, you finally came to see me. We don't mean anything special about visiting your in-laws. Just want to see your child. Your child is my grandson, so I should give a meeting gift. I think I gave you too much freedom, so you and your family have been wild, even bothering unrelated people. Since you're so free, go mine abroad. Xiao Kangping's face turned pale. Ah, Nan, what are you saying? I'm already this old, how can I go mining? It was all Yao Chuiying who encouraged me to go. I didn't want to go at first, it was her. If you want to blame someone, blame her. Xiao Kangping didn't want to go abroad. In the past, going abroad was for business, full of ambition. But now, he had no money, couldn't even afford basic living expenses, so staying at home was better. So, he quickly betrayed his teammate. Yao Chuiying was not easy to talk to. Xiao Kangping? Now you want to go, and you're blaming me? Didn't you want to see your grandson? That kid has nothing to do with me. Why should I go? Xiao Tingnan, he wants to see his grandson. Your son and I have nothing to do with it. I won't go out of my way to please anyone. So, if you have any issues, blame him. Yao Chuiying, Xiao Kangping really wanted her to take responsibility. Anyway, Anan disliked her, and he didn't care about this matter. Did I say something wrong? Anyway, I won't go mining abroad. Xiao Tingnan, I haven't done anything to your wife or her family. I was just curious and wanted to see. You can't blame us. Yao Chuiying even started to set conditions. But Xiao Tingnan wouldn't let them off so easily. Know what you should be curious about and what you shouldn't. I think you two should stay abroad for a while. I don't want to see you now. They were really sent abroad to be gone for 3 months, and then see. As for Xiao Xiaohuan, he let her go because he wanted to see her act on her own. He wondered what she was eating, and as long as she hoped and then was disappointed, that was the most hurtful. The next day, Xiao Tingnan saw Xiao Xiaohuan in his office. Now, when Xiao Xiaohuan saw him, she was no longer sharp or mean. Instead, she looked eager to please. Brother, look, I cooked this meal myself.
You might be surprised.
I can cook now, but our family situation is different. Things aren't like before with servants. Now, my parents live in a small rented place. Sometimes, we can't even pay the rent. Xiao Xiaohuan kept talking about her hardships, but Xiao Tingnan remained cold and indifferent. So, why are you telling me this? I don't want to hear about your struggles. Aren't these things you deserve? Don't call me brother anymore. You've never liked me since we were kids. Why are you coming to see me now? I don't hold a grudge. You should be grateful, not shamelessly showing up in front of me. Why did Xiao Tingnan see her? It was just to say these things face to face. Xiao Xiaohuan, spoiled by her family, was proud and arrogant. You've been shouting in front of me that Xiao Yusin is your real brother. You probably side with him. Why are you looking for me now? When you broke my mom's belongings, you should have known I wouldn't like you. Coming to me is just asking for trouble. Xiao Xiaohuan was publicly humiliated and couldn't hold herself together. Brother, don't call me brother. I never used to, and I don't need to now or in the future. Xiao. Sir, about the past, I apologize. I was young and naive then. Can you forgive me? Xiao Xiaohuan remained calm and endured. She was no longer the young lady of the Xiao family. She was just an ordinary person facing many problems. If she could connect with Xiao Tingnan, her issues might be solved. You're not young. You're just like your mother, selfish and dishonest. It's in your genes and can't be changed. Don't come near me again. Take your things and leave my sight now. Xiao Tingnan had no patience left. He said what he needed to and then told Qinshan to take her away. And her belongings. When Xiao Xiaohuan was thrown out of the company's gate, she still felt like she was floating. She looked at the tall, new building, which seemed like an unshakable mountain to her now. She couldn't get close to Xiao Tingnan. This mountain couldn't be her support. It would only become a barrier to suppress her. A feeling of helplessness arose as she remembered the times she spent with Xiao Tingnan. She was much younger than Xiao Tingnan, so when she was 10, he was already a teenager. Back then, she was young and, relying on her family's favoritism, looked down on her half-brother. She felt he was just an outsider in the family. Having an outsider at home made her uncomfortable, so she often used words to provoke him to leave. Whenever she saw him, she would shout, "This is my home. Go away. You little don't come back and don't try to take the family fortune from my brother." Little, she used to call him that all the time. But now, this brother she looked down on has suddenly become a new boss. However, Xiao Tingnan didn't let her bully him. He would fight back and even scare her sometimes. Of course, sometimes he would get hit. Over the years, they didn't really have much sibling affection. Back at the rented house, she saw Nyezaheo was already home. "Why are you back so early? Aren't you at work?" "I didn't have much to do, so I came back. Staying at the company is boring. It's better to be at home. By the way, you went to see Brother Anan today. How did it go?" Nyezaheo wasn't very ambitious about his career. His childhood friend was the same. They were bored at the company and decided to come out. "I got kicked out. He doesn't like my mom, and he doesn't like me either. I don't think I can build a good relationship with him. We have to rely on ourselves." "Are you familiar with her?" Nyezaheo looked disappointed and shook his head. "No, I'm not familiar. He's close to my brother. My brother doesn't like to take me along, so I don't know him well. What should we do in the future?" "They're so cold-hearted," he said, feeling lost as a young person just out of school. Xiao Xiaohuan's eyes flashed with annoyance. This person was really useless. He just started working and already lost his fighting spirit. Now he says he wants to support himself? Support himself with what? No matter what, the financial burden shouldn't fall on himself. Our monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan, not enough to cover expenses. Can you borrow some money from your brother? My brother? He also doesn't approve of us being together and probably won't help me. Forget it. Instead of asking my brother, I might ask my childhood friend. He's more loyal. Then ask your childhood friend for a loan. Ideally, 10,000, no, 20,000. No, that's too little. Maybe 50,000. Let's move to a better place and buy you a car, so we can travel more easily. 50,000 yuan was a small amount for the former Nyezaheo. Okay, I'll go borrow it. He agreed naturally. Nyezaheo went to ask his childhood friend for money, but was refused. His friend said their family had restricted their bank accounts, and there was no money. Now, everyone in their circle knew he had been kicked out by the Nye family. To go back, he would have to break up with Xiao Xiaohuan. But Nyezaheo, being love-struck, refused to break up, so he probably wouldn't get the money. Why bother being the one to suffer? After failing to borrow money from everyone, he finally turned to his older brother. "Big brother, lend me 1 million. My card was frozen by the family, forcing me to break up with Xiaohuan." "I won't agree to that." Nye Qian said. "Zaheo, I can lend you money, but isn't that going against the family? That won't work. I know you're working now, earning over 5,000 a month, which should be enough, but Xiaohuan has never earned over 5,000 a month. She rents a place and needs more money. Can't you help me? I told you I won't go against the family. If you choose Xiao Xiaohuan, then stick with it. Look at me, I know my family will arrange a marriage for me, so I won't fall in love with anyone." Nye Qian used his own situation as a comparison. You want love and family support at the same time. Sometimes, that's not possible. If you choose one, you have to give up the other. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you refuse the Nye family's inheritance, then everything will be mine in the future. I'm dating someone now and might get married and have children soon. If all you care about is love, You'll regret it later. Nyezaheo looked at his older brother in disbelief, as if he was just now realizing who he really was. Brother, how can you say that? Family property isn't just yours or mine. Is that really such an important matter? Nyeziqian looked at his naive younger brother. He's in his 20s, but still so simple. No wonder he was easily fooled by Xiao Xiaohuan and didn't know what was real or fake. He even wanted to try making it on his own without relying on the family. Nyeziqian chuckled as he looked at him. If you don't want it, then give it all to me. If you sign a waiver, I can lend you money. He wanted to show his brother what the harsh world is really like. Immediately, someone was asked to prepare a property waiver agreement. When Nyezaheo saw the agreement in front of him, he felt like he didn't recognize his own big brother. Brother, what does this mean? Is this serious? Although he was a bit naive inside, he knew that once he signed this agreement, it would be real. All the family assets would no longer be his. Right now, he was working hard every day, earning a low salary. It wasn't a very proper job. He got in through connections. It's what I just told you. Do you want love or family wealth? Why can't I have both? Zaheo, you're still too naive. Do you think our family has the right to have both love and wealth? We've raised you for over 20 years. What have you contributed to the family? Nyeziqian's brother was not convinced. And what have you contributed? Nyeziqian smiled. I haven't contributed much, but I listen. When they ask me to go on blind dates, I do. When they want me to get married, I do. When they want me to have children, I do. Whether boys or girls, I follow their wishes. If you can't do the same, what right do you have to criticize me? You. Nyezaheo felt the world was crazy. What's worth showing off here? You're just like a puppet with no opinions. You want to inherit so much family wealth, but aren't you afraid you'll ruin yourself? Nyeziqian said, then you don't need to worry about it. Will you sign or not? Or you can go back and discuss it with your girlfriend. This is a pretty big matter. Nyezaheo still didn't sign. He went back and told Xiao Xiaohuan about it. Xiao Xiaohuan was first surprised, then angry. Your older brother is setting a trap for you, trying to take advantage now that your relationship with the family isn't good. You must be careful. Don't think about brotherly love. In our family, there's no real brotherly bond. Look at my older brother and younger brother, they're just fighting each other. That so-called agreement, you must not sign it. Whatever belongs to the Nye family is yours, and no one can take it away. I don't want my actions to cause you to lose what you deserve. Xiao Xiaohuan's words made the worried and confused Nyezaheo feel a bit better. He didn't want to sign that agreement. After experiencing poverty for a while, he understood the value of money. If I don't sign, my brother won't lend us money. Then we have to rely on ourselves. My job pays only 5,000 a month and that's fixed, Xiao Xiaohuan said. Zaheo, we can think of other ways. Your brother's plan isn't the only option. Is there any other way? Zaheo, isn't your job pretty easy? You could find a part-time job at night. I already looked into it. You could deliver food on the side. You can earn quite a bit each day. With your 5,000 salary, maybe it could add up to over 10,000. Nyezaheo instinctively wanted to refuse. Delivering food is tiring. Isn't delivering food embarrassing? What if my old friends see me and make fun? We earn money through our own effort. Why be afraid of being laughed at? It's a respectable job. I'm thinking about our future. We're still young. If we don't work hard now, will we wait until we're old? If we don't earn much through our efforts, we can't even afford a house. And how can we get married? My parents still care a lot about owning a house. Nyezaheo said, actually, I do have a house. My parents gave it to me as a birthday gift when I turned 18. Can you still count it as yours now? Xiao Xiaohuan asked hopefully.
No, Nyezaheo replied.
After I lost contact with my family, I went to that house. The keys didn't work, and when I checked, I found out the house was under the family's management. I'm not allowed to go there. What's the point then? Xiao Xiaohuan asked. I know delivering food might be tough for you, but we need money now. Do you have any other better ideas? No. Nyezaheo now feels that finding a job is hard and earning money is difficult. Just a few thousand yuan can make life very tough. If you don't want to deliver food, I will go instead. I want to work hard for our future, but he couldn't bear to let her deliver food. Then I will go. It's hard for me, but delivering food at night isn't a big deal. As a girl, you should rest more. Still, he forced himself to go. After that, Nie Ziqian started going to work during the day and delivering food at night. Although it was tiring, he did earn a little more money. All the money he earned was handed over to others. 3 months later, Xiao Kongping and Yao Chuiying finally returned to China. After returning, they felt the air back home was especially fresh and sweet. They had truly endured 3 months of dark, difficult days. They counted the days on their fingers and finally made it through. Yao Chuiying no longer dared to challenge Xiao Tingnin's authority, nor did she encourage Xiao Kongping to bother the Chu family. When they came back, they had no money and had to find Xiao Xiaohuan. Xiao Xiaohuan also had no money, so she only gave them 1,000 yuan for living expenses. She had nothing more to give. Now Nie Zihao was unreliable, and her life was also tight. On Chu Ran's side, after several months of high traffic, their popularity was gradually decreasing. But during these months, everyone earned a lot. Qiao Xining received over 10,000 yuan each month. Her savings had grown to over 80,000 yuan, enough to buy a small apartment outright. So she decided to buy a 60-square-meter apartment, paying over 80,000 yuan in full. The apartment was already furnished, but Qiao Xining didn't want the old furniture and planned to buy her own. Now, she finally had a place to stay in the city. Ran, if you come to the city in the future, you can stay at my place. I love it here so much. We will definitely have a lively time together. Sounds good, but will you tell your parents? No way. If I tell them, the house will definitely become my brother's. Recently, my mom has been contacting me more. They're changing their strategy and are being more caring. Qiao Xining said, later, my brother will say he has a girlfriend and is getting married. He wants me to attend. I know things aren't that simple. It's just that they want me to pay for my brother's bride price. My brother is already grown up, around 24 or 25, and he doesn't work hard. He always expects me to give him benefits. I won't even think about it. Before, I used to support men financially, but I don't want to do that anymore. Well, that's good. Chu Ran nodded. The house is really nice, bought outright, so I won't have any pressure in the future. Qiao Xining said, I'm so happy. Next month, when I get my salary, I will buy a car. She started to reflect, thinking back, I was so foolish to be with Peng Feng. I thought love was everything, that it could protect us from all storms. I believed that if two people loved each other, they could face anything. But it turns out, all my troubles came from love. The pain of love, whoever wants to suffer can suffer. I've decided I won't suffer anymore. I want to work hard to earn money. Now, I find earning money so joyful. When I first broke up, I felt like I was about to fall into depression. But when I received my first paycheck, I realized it wasn't such a big deal. With money, I can buy whatever I want. With money, I can also look down on people like Peng Feng. Qiao Xining has become more confident and cheerful, and much of that is because of money. Money really can solve many worries. They returned to the village. The city house was empty, and she stayed there occasionally when she returned to the city. And she really didn't know what the future held. If Chu Ran decided to open a branch in the city, would she be transferred there? Not long after returning to the city, Qiao Xining received a call from home. They didn't say why, only told her to come back quickly, because there was something very urgent. Qiao Xining was not easily fooled, so she ignored it. Her mother had tricked her with this before several times. After the first time, she never fell for it again. They only wanted her to come back, so she would hand over her salary. They said everyone's salary was managed by her mother, and as a family member, she should respect that rule and give her salary to her mother. Hearing this, Qiao Xining sneered inwardly. There was no way she would give them her money. She wasn't stupid, so she refused clearly. That day, she didn't even eat and left the house directly. Later, her mother tried to trick her into going back, but she remained indifferent. Because she ignored her, her brother called again. Qiao Xining answered, Sister, Mom asked you to come back. Why don't you listen? Are you still a good daughter? Why are you so unfilial? I'm unfilial. As long as you're obedient, that's enough. You've already accused me of something, so what else is there to say? Qiao Xining doesn't care about her reputation. She gives money during festivals and holidays. Isn't that being filial? Xiaoyu said, Mom asked you to come back because she misses you. We all miss you. Since you started working at your classmate's place, you've been called back many times. Does your classmate not want you to come home? Such exploitative bosses are better off not working there. I can find a job easily in the city. Qiao Xining replied, I think they don't miss me. They just want my money. Tell me, what do you want from me? If it's money, forget it. I've given what I should, and that's all. Big sister, you're so materialistic, always talking about money, retorted Xiaoyu. If it's not about money, then hang up. I'm busy. Big sister, wait. Xiaoyu stopped him. I have a girlfriend now, and we want to get married. Her family needs 20,000 yuan for the dowry, but we don't have that much. Can you support me? When we have money, we'll pay you back. Her family wants 20,000 yuan for the dowry and to buy a house in the city, just the down payment. Plus, they want to buy a car, around 10,000 yuan. Altogether, it's not much, about 50,000 yuan. Sister, how much can you help me? 50,000 yuan, isn't that a lot? Xiaoyu, how much do you earn each month? I just graduated not long ago. I can't compare to you. I earn 5,000 yuan a month. 5,000 yuan? You want 50,000 yuan to marry? If you have the money, marry. If not, don't. I don't have 50,000 yuan. Ask mom and dad. Xiao Xining thought she was crazy. 50,000 yuan, really daring to ask for that. Xiaoyu said, Sister, you're my real sister. Do you really want me to stay single? The children I have in the future will be your nieces and nephews. They're your family. Are you willing to let me not marry because of this? You're talking too far. My own rice bowl hasn't even cooled yet. How can I ask for dowry money? Should I ask you for bride price instead? Xiao Xining fought back and said, I want a dowry of 200,000 yuan, a house and a car. You give them to me. If you give me these, I can see your sincerity, and then I will consider giving you something in return. It's just mutual support. If you don't support me, how can I support you? Xiaoyu thought his sister was crazy. Sister, I am the one with the surname Qiao. In the future, my children will have your surname. The children you give birth to won't have your surname. Whether they have my surname or not isn't important. If they don't, they are still my children. So, if you say that, then we also won't have the same surname as Mom. Does that mean Mom should go help Uncle's family? How stubborn you are. You just won't listen. Xiaoyu, I have no money. I don't have family support. I have to rely on myself for everything. So, being able to live well on my own is already very hard. Please don't add to my burden. I can't take care of you too. After saying that, she hung up. In her mind, she remembered when they were kids. Whenever she argued with her brother, the family always favored him and said she was from someone else's family, told her to be considerate of her brother. She hated that saying back then. As she grew up, it was the same, but she had become numb to it. So when Peng Feng pursued her, she quickly agreed and went with him. Because she didn't want to stay here, didn't want to constantly face her parents and brother. It felt like an endless pit, pulling her down with it. The Qiao family couldn't find Xiao Xining anywhere, but Xiaoyu needed to get married, and money was urgently needed. Xiao's mother called her, but she didn't answer. Sometimes, she couldn't even get through. So she simply sent a message. She said that if Xiao Xining could give 500,000 yuan at once, she wouldn't ask her for money anymore, cut ties, and not contact her again. After seeing this message, Xiao Xining just found it ridiculous. Where did she get the confidence to think she could have 500,000 yuan in savings? Then, as if her mother understood what she was thinking, she sent another message, which was even more unbelievable. Her mother actually told her to borrow money, take out a loan just to get the 500,000 yuan. Xiaoyu was determined to get married no matter what, so the money had to be paid. If she didn't find a way, they would borrow in her name, and she would still have to pay it back. Seeing this message, Xiao Xining immediately blocked them all, thinking, if I don't see it, I won't be annoyed. If it were that easy to borrow money, she wouldn't have to pay it back. It's not even her money, so how could she possibly be the one in the wrong? Doesn't she look like the one who gets taken advantage of? Xiao Xining ignored her family's insistence that she give them money and continued working hard. Shu Ran had only been live streaming for a short time, with an assistant hosting, so she felt much more relaxed. However, Qiao Xining's passive attitude at home led the police to call her. Her parents had reported her as missing. Qiao Xining told the police she wasn't missing, that she was working and just had conflicts with her family and didn't want to contact them. They advised her to go back and resolve her family issues. She had no choice but to agree to return during her break. On the weekend, Qiao Xining went home. There was a girl there, clearly her brother Qiao Yu's girlfriend. Wow, Xining is back. Look, this is your future sister-in-law. They introduced each other. Qiao Xining remained indifferent and not very warm. Mom, why did you call me back? Her mother said, today your brother and the others are going to buy the bride price jewelry. You should come along. You're the older sister, so help pick some. I'm not going, Qiao Xining replied directly. Qiao Yu said, Xining, are you really going to be so rude? We asked you to come because we value you. How can you act like this? If you're buying the bride price jewelry, what do I need to go for? I haven't even gotten married. I don't know what kind of jewelry to buy. You can just go without me. Am I going to be the third wheel? There were others around, so Qiao Xining politely explained herself. Xining, what's this about being a third wheel? We're all family. Wouldn't it be better if you gave some advice? You're a girl, so you should know what girls like. Her mother continued to persuade her. I won't go, Qiao Xining said firmly and bluntly, no longer wanting to explain. If you're calling me back just for this, then I might as well go back. Xining, Mother Qiao grabbed her. You just got back and now you want to leave? That's so wrong. Father Qiao said, you have to go today whether you want to or not. As parents, don't you listen to us? Qiao Yu added, yes, sister, just go with us. Xining looked at them and asked, why do you want me to go? Do you want me to give you money? I don't have any, so forget it. It seemed like they took her words to heart, and the three Qiao family members looked unhappy. Qiao Yu's girlfriend was a bit confused. Qiao Yu, didn't you say your sister was paying the bride price and buying the rings? Why does it seem like she's not willing now? Are you lying to me? No, that's not true. I didn't lie. My sister is willing. Xining, please speak up. Whether I can get married depends on you. Xining found it funny. Whether you get married or not has nothing to do with me. Haven't I made that clear? I won't pay a single cent. If you want me at your wedding, invite me. If not, don't. I don't care that much. Qiao Yu's girlfriend felt embarrassed. I'm going home now. Qiao Yu chased after her. Xining looked at her parents. Are you happy now? Mother Qiao's face darkened. You're happy, right? Do you really want to cause your brother to break up? What are you thinking? What can I think? Qiao Yu isn't my son. Why should I pay for his wedding and house? You guys are so funny. Since there's no money, you shouldn't have had so many kids. Having just one would have been better. You. How can you be so selfish? Qiao Yu is your real brother. But I don't have money. Even if you find me, I still don't have any. How can you say that? Don't you want to buy a house? You must have tens of thousands. Just give it to your brother in case of emergency. Xining's eyes sharpened. Who told you I have tens of thousands? Who said I bought a house? Why would I buy a house? Your classmate told us. You even went to see houses together, didn't you? I know you have money. Even if Mom begged you, just give it to him already. Do you really think your brother can't marry because you won't give him money? Xining knew who it was, the classmate who went to see the house with her. It was truly a case of many calculations, but still missed one. I was just looking, I didn't actually buy anything. I have no money at all, and even if I did, I wouldn't ignore myself and become like Voldemort. After saying this, Qiao Xining made it very clear, don't bother me if there's nothing important. I will send you money during holidays, but that's all. Xining, Qiao's mother wanted to chase after her but couldn't catch up. Later, she complained to Qiao's father. This child is so cold-hearted. She didn't care when her brother got married. What should we do? Qiao Yu needs 50,000 yuan, and where can we get that much money? Qiao's father thought for a moment. A young woman needs a lot of money to get married. Xining is also a girl. You can arrange a blind date for her. Just look for a high bride price. That way, the money will come. Qiao's mother brightened her eyes. Yes, I didn't think of that. I'll contact someone right away.
But,
Will Xining come back? Why wouldn't she come back if it's a good thing? Later, Qiao's mother tried to find a match for Xining and called her, but she immediately blocked her. One person blocked another. But Xining still felt annoyed. She thought it was intentional. Chu Ran noticed that she had been acting strange lately. Xining, what's wrong? Did something happen? Xining replied, nothing much. My mom found some blind date candidates from somewhere, all around 40 years old, and she called me directly. I was really speechless. Then just ignore her. I didn't respond. I blocked her, but she found quite a few people. I'm really annoyed. Maybe you should find someone you like yourself. That way, you won't be passive. Chu Ran thought that instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative and find someone she liked. Xining asked, where can I find someone? Our town is small, and good people are rare. There are some teachers here. Do you want to try? Xining shook her head. No, I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it and then decide. Her last marriage had really hurt her, so she didn't have the courage to take the first step. Well, even if you don't want to marry, you can still date. Now, many people are dating. If it's right, be together. If not, break up. That sounds reasonable. Xining now had a house and money, so she felt more confident. Xining is really proactive. Soon, she hit it off with a young man visiting here, and they officially became a couple. However, that young man left quickly, and afterward, they kept in touch online. Chu Ren asked her how her current relationship was going. Xining smiled and said, he was nice during the few days he was here, but once he went back and wasn't around, he became very cold. I think he just wanted a fleeting romance. Luckily, I only enjoyed some light-hearted fun with him, just talking about feelings. That man repeatedly asked her to visit his room, but Xining wasn't interested. Even if she confirmed a relationship, she wouldn't want to stay at a village guest house. After all, it's a village and people talk. Are you going to keep seeing him, or do you want to break up? Xining laughed again. That guy's a player, and I can be one too. I think I've been a bit reckless lately. I met someone on a dating site, and I plan to meet him in the city when I have free time. Chu Ran warned her, be careful. I know. Now I'm only considering potential partners based on their qualities. If someone is reliable and has good conditions, I might get to know him better. That's very realistic. She's no longer the naive girl she once was. If I buy a car next month, it will be much more convenient. You can buy one, and I can even advance your salary. But she shook her head. Maybe I'll wait. I want to buy one, but I'm not in a rush. Xining had already gotten her driver's license and sometimes drove Chu Ran's car to practice. She felt her life was getting better and better. All of this was thanks to Chu Ran's help. If she hadn't followed him, she might still be earning only 3,000 a month. That wouldn't even cover her basic needs. Xinjiu is also learning to drive now. She wants to buy a car in the future. I heard her mom introduced her to a staff member in town, so she has a steady job. They seem to be getting along well. Xinjiu works at the front desk, but she also takes on multiple roles. Chu Ran is generous, and now her monthly salary is quite good. The landlord's family is happy, and her brother is planning to get married this year. She also wants to buy a car. Chu Ran knew Xinjiu's brother was getting married. The landlord even sent them an invitation. Having money makes things easier. That day, the young girl was muttering that she had saved only a few thousand yuan after so long. A few thousand yuan is still a good amount. It's enough, and life in the town isn't very stressful. On the day Xu Xingyu's brother got married, Chu Ran gave a red envelope on behalf of the company. She went out to eat with Xining. Those who were close to her went, and those who aren't could skip it. This way, the employees didn't have to give gifts anymore. Xining felt she saved a red envelope. She also got to enjoy a local wedding feast. Xu Xingyu's brother used to work in the city, but now that he's married, he'll stay at home for a while and not go back to the city. But now, their family has money, so they can afford it. Chu Ran pays the rent, and since Xu Xingyu is earning now, she also gives her living expenses. When her monthly salary was only 3,000 yuan, her family didn't ask her for living expenses and told her to save her money. But now, with a salary of about 10,000 yuan, She feels she should contribute to the family's living costs. Even if her parents don't ask, she sees it as a way to show respect. This is just her income. In their family, they probably own some shops, so their conditions are quite good. After her brother's wedding, she now has to live under the same roof as her sister-in-law every day. In less than a week, she felt that the family had changed a lot. She didn't dare tell her mother, so she complained to Qiao Xining. Before, I thought my parents didn't favor boys over girls, but now that my brother married his wife, I can clearly feel the change. Qiao Xining asked out of curiosity, "What happened?" My mom keeps criticizing me or saying things to belittle me because of my sister-in-law. It wasn't like this before. Since my brother got married and my sister-in-law came into the family, Mom has been especially nice to my sister-in-law, always asking me to do things to please her. I don't understand why I should be nice to her. It wasn't like this before. My mom used to be very good to me, always caring for me. Now I feel like my sister-in-law is the real daughter of my parents. I feel like I was adopted. Qiao Xining comforted her. Maybe your parents think they'll rely on your sister-in-law in the future. Since she's not related to you by blood, their feelings for her are different. That's why they treat her better and want her to fit into the family more easily. But I don't see why I should be pushed aside and have to flatter my sister-in-law. What does that make me? Qiao Xining asked, "When will you and your partner get married?" She replied, "Probably next year. Our local customs say we can't have 2 wedding celebrations in 1 year, so it's easier to avoid conflicts. My brother is getting married this year, so I will marry next year." She added, "Maybe after I get married, this question will just solve itself naturally." Xu Xingyu sighed and said, "My classmates say the same. Don't women have a home of their own? I feel like my home isn't really mine anymore. It's my brother and sister-in-law's home. Sometimes I even think about renting a place outside." She explained, "Your home is in the town, so why rent? It's not safe. Anyway, you mostly work during the day, so you won't be seeing them face to face all the time." She responded, "That's true. I get up in the morning, have breakfast, and go to work. If I don't make breakfast, I eat at the shop because I have money." She continued, "At noon, I go home for lunch. If they haven't cooked, I eat outside, just like working in the city. Recently, we've been busy, so I often eat at the company in the evening and work overtime." Now, she was willing to work overtime because it meant she didn't have to go home and see her mother and sister-in-law being affectionate. She said, "You're much better than me. Your mom even lets you keep your work money for yourself. My parents try everything to make me give money to support my brother." She added, "Recently, my brother bought 3 gold pieces for his girlfriend and wanted me to give money too. He also wants me to give him the bride price. Do you think that's crazy?" "I definitely won't give it." Xu Xingyu widened her eyes and said, "That's really crazy. How could they expect you to give?" "All the wedding money for my brother was given by my parents. My sister-in-law's bride price was 10,000, and she bought 3 gold pieces." She continued, "There was also a banquet. Our family is quite social, and people from the town invited half the street. The banquet had over 100 tables, costing several thousand yuan. But we also received a lot of gift money, which covered the banquet costs. In total, our family spent over 10,000 yuan." Qiao Xining asked, "Did you buy a house or a car?" Xu Xingyu shook her head and said, "No. In our town, as long as you have a house, that's enough for a wedding. There's no need to buy a house elsewhere. My sister-in-law is from the village, so she doesn't have many demands." She added, her marriage to the town was considered a good match, and the 10,000 bride price was quite high. Usually, the bride price here is around 6,000, so 10,000 is a very high standard. She said, "Our town also has quite a few houses, and my family has a house back in the village." Xu Xingyu knew that her family's conditions were quite good compared to others in the town. "Your family is quite well off. Just okay. Life in town isn't stressful. By the way, have you given your parents any money? Has your younger brother gotten married?" "Not yet, but it's coming soon. I saw his social media. Dates are set. His fiancé's family wants 20,000 yuan in bride price. I don't know how my family will manage that. They'll sort it out themselves. It's not my business. I definitely won't be paying. At most, I'll give a red envelope when my brother gets married. Of course, only if I'm invited. If I'm not invited, I won't go. Saves money." Xu Xingyu said. Xining, your salary these past few months has been pretty good. Have you been saving at all? Qiao Xining whispered. I bought a house in the city. I got my salary this month and I plan to buy a car. Wow, you bought a house? That's impressive. How much was it? Right now, house prices are about 12,000 yuan per square meter. I bought a small apartment, about 60 square meters, for over 800,000 yuan. I paid in full. I don't want a mortgage. Mortgages are too stressful. If I can pay in full, I will. That's amazing. Over 800,000 yuan. Since Xu Xingyu works as an assistant in the company, she also helps out when the finance department pays salaries. So she knows how much everyone earns. If you become a streamer, you could earn quite a bit too. Xu Xingyu quickly waved her hand. No way. I can't do that. I think my current job suits me. It's stable and steady. I can handle it. She doesn't have big dreams or much ambition. Plus, she's still young. She can try being a host on stage for a few years. She'll think about other things later. She's quite content now. She doesn't plan to buy a house. When she gets married, she'll live with her in-laws. Maybe she'll buy a car, but that's something her partner will handle. She doesn't want to stress herself out. She's been saving her money and doesn't plan to spend it. After chatting for a while, they each went back to their own work. Qiao Xining went to attend Qiaoyu's wedding and to meet someone there. At the wedding, she saw many relatives from the Qiao family, including some she didn't recognize. The unfamiliar ones were probably relatives from the bride's side. She was pulled aside by Qiao's mother, who directly asked her for money. Your younger brother is getting married. Don't you want to show some support? Qiao Xining said. I just gave a big red envelope at the wedding. If you don't believe it, you can ask. Qiao's mother replied. I know how much I gave. You're her older sister, so you should have given at least 20,000. Good things come in pairs. A 10,000 yuan gift isn't impressive. Qiao Xining said. Don't worry, good things come in pairs. Just tell me how much you gave. Just ask yourself, you'll find out. Qiao's mother couldn't ask now. If she did, someone might see and make fun of her. Today, she was the bride's mother, dressed in bright red, looking very festive and grand. She couldn't afford to embarrass herself. Qiaoyu's wedding had nothing to do with Qiao Xining. She sat with relatives from the Qiao family during the meal. The relatives started asking her questions. Xining, your brother is married now. How about you? Why aren't you in a hurry? When will you bring a boyfriend to meet us? Yes, girls should marry early. Do you have a boyfriend? I can introduce someone. A relative of my husband's family is 30 years old, works fixing air conditioners, and he's a good match for you. What do you think? Qiao Xining shook her head. No, I don't want to go on blind dates. What's wrong with blind dates? Men should marry when they're ready. Women too. Someone else asked, why do you introduce someone who fixes air conditioners? Xining is a college student. Is he a college student too? How much does he earn a month? Why are you just casually introducing him without checking? What's his education? These days, who cares about education? As long as he's suitable in age, that's enough. What does education matter? College students are even delivering food now. At this point, Qiao Xining became curious. What is his education? What did he study in college? How much does he earn now? I honestly don't know. Maybe you can give me your contact info, and you can ask him yourselves. Never mind, I don't think he's suitable, she declined again. Someone who fixes air conditioners is probably a high school or middle school graduate. There are very few with a college degree, someone nearby said. Why do you care so much about education? Can education put food on the table? As long as he has a job and can earn money, that's enough. The person who introduced him was unhappy. Education isn't everything, but it gives face. Xining is a college student, so she should find someone with a college background. How come you don't know these things about him? Qiao Xining is only in her early 20s and not yet 30. Also, does that person have a car or a house? The introducer said, you can buy a car and house after you get married. If you buy them now before marriage, they aren't really yours. It seems they have nothing, so how dare they introduce someone to our Xining? Forget it if you don't like her, just say so. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Xining feels in a good mood and helps the person who spoke up for her by passing some food. They are all relatives and know each other well. She continues to sit and listen to their casual chat. I heard that Xiao Yu's wedding gift was 20,000 yuan. Xining, how did your family gather that amount? Did you give the money? Xiao Xining replied, my monthly salary is only 3,000, so I can't gather 20,000. My parents probably gave it, but I didn't. Then they said, your family still has money? She answered, we borrowed it from relatives. Did your family lend you money? Hearing this, the relatives quickly realized that the bride price from the Qiao family was cobbled together from borrowed money. But how will they pay it back later? Xiao Xining didn't pay attention. Her parents would find a way to pay it back, gradually. Xiao Yu is already married, and her parents haven't retired yet. They still have jobs. They can pay it back slowly. After eating, they left without saying much, because if she went to find her mother, she would probably be asked for money. So, she decided to leave quietly. They were busy anyway, and probably wouldn't notice her. After leaving, Xiao Xining headed straight to the place where she had arranged to meet her online friend. It was a coffee shop. She checked the time. It's 3 in the afternoon. There's still some time, so she messaged online. I'm here. When will you arrive? Didn't we agree on 3 o'clock? Why are you here so early? Came the quick reply. I just finished some work and will come over. Okay, I'll be there soon. You can look around somewhere for now. She didn't want to wander alone, so she just sat and waited. Half an hour later, her phone buzzed with a message. It was from her online friend. Xiao Xining looked around and saw someone she recognized. She quickly turned her face away, hoping they didn't see her. But clearly, that person saw her and came straight over. Miss Jiao, what are you doing here? Nie Ziqian's familiar voice sounded above her, making it hard to ignore. She had to face him directly and offered a polite smile. Young Master Nie, hello. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you shopping? Yes, and you? Why are you alone? Xiao Xining looked at her phone. I was meeting a friend, she said, then picked up her phone to send a message. Where are you? I didn't see you. Just as she sent the message, her phone beeped with a notification. She looked at it in surprise, initially ignoring it, but then she remembered something. She directly called her online friend via video chat. Suddenly, the other person's phone showed a request to connect a video call. Nie Ziqian also saw this. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and pushed his phone toward her. What a coincidence. I was online looking for a match, and I actually met someone I know. Your online photos don't look like you either. Have you edited them too much? Xiao Xining's mood was very complicated, first shocked, then unable to accept it, and now angry. She took a few deep breaths. I didn't edit my photos. I just used a natural beauty filter. If you didn't recognize me, it's your eyes. You should get that checked. And your photos only show a side profile. How can anyone tell who you are? Actually, she thought his side profile was handsome. High nose, nice features, and started chatting.
But then,
thinking about his self-introduction, she couldn't help but complain. You even said you're looking forward to love, marriage, and finding a gentle, lovely girl to walk into marriage. Aren't you just lying? Someone like you. How could you get married? Nie Ziqian replied. Why wouldn't I look forward to marriage? Of course I want to get married when I go on a blind date. My profile says nothing wrong. But your profile says you're a cheerful, outgoing person, yet I didn't feel any warmth from you. Xiao Xining said, you messed up my blind date, and now you want me to come all this way? You're really causing trouble. Miss, you're twisting my words. Didn't you say you only came back to the city because your brother got married? Why are you here just for me now? Nie Ziqian said, if you really came back just for me, then I should do something too. How about this? I'll treat you to coffee today. Of course you invited me. I've been waiting here for so long. You buy me coffee, which is very normal. Our appointment was at 3 o'clock. You arrived early, not me late. Xiao Xining was quite angry, but not too mad. You can't tell anyone about this mistake. Huh, you think it's embarrassing? I think it's embarrassing too, Nie Ziqian replied directly. Seeing that Xiao Xining still wore makeup today, looking delicate and charming, with a gentle, fragile aura that could easily make men want to protect her. Even with her eyes full of anger, She still looked lively and cute. Why did you think of online dating? Aren't you afraid of meeting scammers? Qiao Xining looked at him calmly and said, Isn't that what I just did? Are you often dating online? Honestly, with my conditions, do I need to date online? That seemed to be true. With his situation, it was easy to find someone to date. So, where do you usually go on dates? Niezi Qian almost blurted out his answer, but swallowed it back, then adjusted himself. Are you joking? I have many girls chasing me. Why would I need to go on dates? Qiao Xining smiled. So, you really take dating seriously? Not just for fun. Of course, I'm serious about marriage. Do you think I would believe that? Aren't families like yours supposed to be matched by social status? Matching by social status can also bring problems. High and low. Marrying for love or convenience, my family is fine with any. The important thing is I want to get married quickly. My younger brother is rebellious and dating someone my parents dislike. Now they want me to marry soon. Are you interested in marriage? Qiao Xining looked at him cautiously. I'm interested in marriage, but not with you. We're not suitable. I don't like playboys. Niezi Qian smiled. I heard you had a relationship that lasted several years. Was it because you got hurt too badly? Haha, everyone meets some bad people in life. Haven't you ever fallen in love deeply? Niezi Qian shook his head. No, my love wasn't deep at all. I can't even remember what my ex-girlfriends looked like. They're not as unforgettable as you. I forgot too, otherwise I wouldn't be here on a blind date. There's nothing worth thinking about with a scoundrel. We should look forward. Now I think, how could he possibly deserve me? Seeing her confident look, Niezi Qian found it quite amusing. Since we're in the city, how about I take you to a bar for a drink? Now isn't the time for drinks. I want to eat barbecue. Are you in? I've already planned. Barbecue in the afternoon, a big dinner at night. During work, I only have fast food, so I want to eat something better. All right, I'll treat you. Consider it a host's courtesy. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Xining didn't refuse, and the two went to a barbecue restaurant. Young Master Nia, is it a bit beneath you to come to a place like this? Niezi Qian wiped the table. You think rich people are like those on TV, never eating street food. You're wrong. We eat everything. As long as it's tasty, we eat it. We're not too particular, but when necessary, we can be picky. Does your family usually eat barbecue like this? Yes, barbecue and beer. Do you want a drink? Yes, I do. But since you're driving, you probably won't drink? Just call a designated driver. It's very convenient now, and it also gives others a chance to earn money. Niezi Qian said casually, and soon the food was brought over. There was fish, eggplant, tofu, and the garlic aroma was really appetizing. It seemed like Qiao Xining hadn't eaten these snacks before. She couldn't stop eating. This is so delicious. You seem like you've escaped from a disaster. Did Chu Ran's family mistreat you? Didn't they feed you? Nonsense. Chu Ran didn't mistreat me. Their meals are too healthy. I just want to try some of these modern and hearty foods. Niezi Qian smiled. You're really an exception. Nowadays, people still pursue healthy eating, and you don't even cherish it. My mother and they favor boys over girls. I feel like I am a burden in front of them, so I might as well leave early. Do you have a bad relationship with your younger brother? What do you think? I don't know. In a family that favors boys over girls, can the brother and sister or siblings really get along well? And Ziqian asked with a big question. That probably won't happen. When the benefits are unevenly shared, the disadvantaged side can't be happy. You're a guy, so maybe you don't understand. Do you have a younger brother at home? What if all your family's wealth goes to your brother, and you work hard earning money to buy him a house and help him get married? Would you accept that? And Ziqian shook his head. That's definitely not acceptable. So, your brother's wedding was paid for by you? No, I wouldn't be the fool to do that. I just attended the wedding, and then left. They looked at each other and smiled. That's good. Not completely naive. Unlike my younger brother, who is just a love-struck fool. He's broken ties with the family just for a girl. I made him sign away his inheritance rights, but he refused. A wealthy young master can do that? Did you send someone to your brother, make him fall for it so he would give up the family estate? Then you could keep everything? Qiao Xining couldn't help but imagine a big family feud over wealth, at least 30 episodes. And Ziqian was amused and laughed. Am I that kind of person? Aren't you that kind of person? And how do I know what kind of person you are? Isn't it common in wealthy families to do anything for the inheritance? Sometimes even cause serious trouble. You haven't gone that far, right? You've probably held back. No, you're wrong. It wasn't my plan. He liked that girl himself, head over heels in love. I also don't understand. Is it really love? To the point of abandoning your own parents? And Ziqian couldn't understand such love. He cared more about interests. It's really family feuds. Your younger brother, a pure-hearted wealthy kid, isn't that rare in your circle? And Ziqian thought for a moment. It's not that rare. I know 2 or 3. And Ziqian himself is one, Xiao Tingnan is another, and Su Yunhe is another. Su Yunhe is probably just lovesick. The girl doesn't even look at him. It's really hard to understand. So many beautiful women, and he just has to cling to one? They both ate barbecue and drank beer. It was getting late, so they started walking around. Since Jiao Xining rarely comes here, she naturally wanted to shop. Now that she was relaxed, she planned to buy some things. Her income had increased, so her spending also went up. She now wanted to buy brands she couldn't afford before. Ziqian was with her. She liked to dress, and when paying, Ziqian took out his phone to help pay. She stopped him and said, "I'll pay myself."
He didn't insist.
After scanning the code, they left the store. She then said, "I'll buy my own things, you don't need to pay for me." "We're not that close." Ziqian smiled. "This is the first time I've gone shopping with a woman and didn't have to pay. In the past, those women were your girlfriends, so it was normal for you to pay." "I'm not your girlfriend, so I don't expect you to pay," Ziqian said. "Then why don't you be my girlfriend? You wouldn't lose anything. Look at me. My appearance is good, and I won't embarrass you." Xiao Xining rolled her eyes. "Are you crazy, or am I? Why should I be one of your many girlfriends waiting for your affection? You complain that your brother is love-struck. Do you want me to be love-struck over you? Can't we be fair in how we treat each other?" Thinking for a moment, he agreed. "That makes sense. I do double standards sometimes. I don't have many girlfriends." "That's slander." "I don't have a girlfriend. I'm just playing around." Then she said, "I won't be your girlfriend either. I might get married and have children." "Can I still marry you?" Ziqian replied. "That's fine. My family also hopes I marry and have children early. If you're willing, I'll take you home to meet my parents. If they agree, we'll get married. Are you still a mama's boy?" "I'm not a mama's boy, but families like ours usually want their children's marriage to be approved by the family. Otherwise, like my brother, all his cards were cut off. My family doesn't mind if my partner is from a good family, but they do want children." Xiao Xining said, "Oh, you have a fortune to inherit, but I might not be able to have children. Is there a problem with you?" Ziqian looked her up and down. "You are the problem. I believe that having children depends on fate. If there is a connection with a child, they will come naturally." "Exactly. You're so annoying," Xiao Xining complained. "I don't want to be with you. You're known for being unreliable and unfaithful. Being with you makes me cry endlessly." Ziqian chuckled. "If I am unfaithful, it means I don't love anyone special. But the wife I marry will be different. You're unfaithful, so you probably have many women outside and many children. How can I be sure about my child's rights? That's a problem you might face with any man you marry. Can you really be sure you'll find an honest man who won't change over the years? People's hearts can change, and there's no real way to guarantee that. Plus, honest men can be influenced by other factors. They might seem perfect in front of family and friends, but it's different when they are with you. Don't try to tempt me here. I won't fall into your trap. Your trap is too complicated for me to handle." Xiao Xining refused again.
Ziqian smiled.
"What else do you want to buy?" "I want to buy many things. I bought some shoes online, but they often don't fit well. I want to get a few more pairs." She bought dad sneakers, white shoes, loafers, and Martin boots. In total, she bought about 4 or 5 pairs. "Can you carry all these home? With a car, what's there to worry about? I don't need boxes. I also want to buy some cosmetics. Let's go see." At her age, it's the perfect time to take care of herself. Today, Qiao Xining spent a few thousand yuan but felt very happy. Besides buying a house, this was the first time she spent so much money and felt so good. Ran used to use this brand of cosmetics. Now I've bought some myself. But it's really expensive. Have you ever given this to someone before? Zhou Xining handed him the menu. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Just order whatever. Nie Ziqian held the menu. Aren't you worried I might spend you into poverty? Probably not. We're not drinking red wine, just some dishes. You think I'll get broke over that? Then how about we order a bottle of red wine? Are you serious? Zhou Xining widened her eyes. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Of course. Dining with a beautiful woman, you have to drink red wine to make it more romantic. Nie Ziqian actually ordered it, and Zhou Xining didn't stop him because it was hard to object. Even though she was the one treating, she had to go along with it. This was her first time drinking red wine. It felt strange, smooth, not spicy at all. By the way, where are you staying tonight? Nie Ziqian asked curiously. At my place. Your parents are always asking you for money. Are you sure you want to go back? Not to my parents' house. It's my own place. I bought it last month. Oh, nice.
You've bought a house now.
Where is it? How much did it cost? Hee, I'm not as rich as you. Our live stream has been doing well lately, so I spent some money to get a place to stay. Paid in full, Zhou Xining said directly. She knew Nie Ziqian's situation and didn't think much of his modest belongings. Recently, Chu Rant's live stream has been popular, riding on Ainan's hype. She's capitalized on the trend and probably made a lot of money. Those two really know how to earn. If you're jealous of her success with your looks, you could try some edgy content. It might go viral easily. Zhou Xining teased him on purpose. Thanks for complimenting my looks. Cheers, he said, raising his glass. They clinked glasses. Suddenly, a sharp female voice called out, Nie Ziqian. It was very piercing. They looked over and saw a woman standing in front of them, pointing at both of them.
Wow.
You haven't contacted me lately. So you've been seeing someone else outside. Zhou Xining quickly explained, Miss, you misunderstood. I have nothing to do with him. We're just having dinner, not even friends. Nie Ziqian squinted at the crazy woman in front of her.
Who are you?
Do I know you? Are you out of your mind? I'm single. Why are you meddling in my business? This made the woman even more upset, and she stopped arguing with Qiao Xining. Nie Ziqian suddenly became very popular.
All right, Nie Ziqian.
Last week, you still called me baby. Now, there's someone new, and you forget the old one. Now you're pretending not to know me. Qiao Xining also stopped explaining and started watching with interest, her eyes shining. There were no snacks or peanuts here, but there was red wine. She took a small sip. Many women are my baby. Which one are you? You. The woman was so angry she was about to lose her mind. They were close last week, and now she acts like she doesn't know her? She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Soon, Nie Ziqian's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Nie Ziqian finally recognized who it was. The woman said, Now you know who I am, right? Are you calling me baby and saying you love only me? Nie Ziqian said, Are you crazy? You work at a club and you're looking for true love from me? Are you too naive? Or do you think I am? I paid, you smiled and flirted. We each have our needs. Why are you causing trouble here? Hurry up and leave, or I'll get your boss to fire you. This really ruined his mood. He was feeling relaxed today. The woman couldn't stand his harsh words.
Fine. So that's how you think.
I was naive. I'm leaving. After saying that, she turned to walk away. But after a step, she seemed unsatisfied and turned back. She grabbed the wine glass in front of him and splashed it on his face. After splashing, seeing him look so embarrassed, she shouted, Scumbag. Then she happily left. Qiao Xining was watching and almost burst out laughing. Seeing him like that, she felt like laughing out loud, which was a bit unkind. So she kindly handed him a tissue. Wipe your face. Your trouble is because you have too many admirers, she said. This woman is crazy. I didn't do anything to her. We were just at the club, chatting a bit, and she took it seriously. Only someone with a problem in the head would believe that what they hear at a club is true love. So, your words are true. Can you blame others? Don't you find having so many admirers annoying? I'm feeling annoyed now. If I have to deal with this kind of thing again, I might really lose my mind. Nie Ziqian wiped himself clean and said, I'm going to wash my face. His face was covered in red wine, and he smelled strongly of alcohol. He quickly returned, his hair still wet, looking quite different. Qiao Xining couldn't help but think that he was really good-looking. After they finished eating, Nie Ziqian called a driver to take her downstairs. You live here, right? Do you mind if I come up to see? It's not convenient. You go back by yourself. Bye. I'm leaving now, and it's a hassle to go back. I just want to take a quick look upstairs. I won't do anything. Do you really think I would? Qiao Xining wanted to refuse, but suddenly, she felt someone watching her. When she looked over, she saw a suspicious man staring at her. He was looking at her intently. She didn't recognize him. Could he be someone from the neighborhood? At that moment, she decided not to refuse Nie Ziqian anymore. They both took the elevator up. The man also got in. Qiao Xining felt more suspicious. When she and Nie Ziqian got out of the elevator, the man followed them. Nie Ziqian probably noticed too. He turned around with a cold look and said, What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I won't be polite. The man then turned and went to the stairs. Soon, they heard footsteps going downstairs. Qiao Xining was frightened. She quickly opened the door and went inside, her face a little pale. No way. I haven't even lived here long, and I already encounter something like this. Luckily, you were with me today, or I wouldn't dare come up, Nie Ziqian said. What are you afraid of? Once he sees I'm here with you, he won't dare. Bullies are afraid of the strong. I'll have someone catch him and ask him some questions. He took out his phone and made a call, saying he suspected the man. Qiao Xining went to wash some fruit and came back.
Eat something.
Thanks again just now. That person was just caught and does have a criminal record. He will probably be sentenced to 2 or 3 years, no way around it. Qiao Xining was surprised. What a coincidence. Was today's event just a coincidence, or was it planned? I asked. It was purely a coincidence. He came to bother his ex-wife, who rents a place nearby. He saw you get out of the car, and got some other ideas. But after I yelled at him, he left. I didn't expect he'd get caught. Qiao Xining felt a little scared. She didn't dare to stay alone tonight. She wondered if Nie Ziqian could stay. But staying alone with a man and a woman seemed a bit strange. She ordered some drinks and started to give Nie Ziqian some alcohol. They watched a movie, drank, and chatted casually. As they talked, they ended up sitting close together. Qiao Xining leaned on his shoulder, feeling lazy. Suddenly, it seemed like someone was setting off fireworks outside. She was surprised. How could someone be setting off fireworks at this time? It's not a holiday, and they're in the city. Isn't that regulated? Maybe I'm seeing things, she said, rubbing her eyes. When she looked again outside, she saw nothing. Nie Ziqian also looked outside, and then at her. He thought her eyes looked hazy, as if covered with a thin mist, trying to see clearly. He moved closer to her face and smelled a sweet scent. He saw her lips close up and kissed her. It was like a sudden storm of passion. They woke up on the floor in the morning, still holding each other. Qiao Xining pushed him away, looked at her clothes. Luckily, her clothes were a bit messy, but still on her. That meant nothing too serious happened last night. Thinking this, she felt a little relieved. At this moment, Nie Ziqian also woke up and lay quietly on the floor, watching her. Good morning, sweetheart. Thinking about the woman from yesterday. Qiao Xining shot him a glance. Don't call me sweetheart. I'm not your sweetheart. You should go back. Luckily, we didn't make a big mistake. Nie Ziqian smiled, sat up, and tidied his clothes. We're both unmarried. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that woman from yesterday might splash red wine on me. He was avoiding the topic. Qiao Xining quickly went to wash up. Since no one had cooked at home, there was nothing to eat. She planned to go downstairs for breakfast. We're going to eat breakfast downstairs. After that, you can go back. I'm also getting ready to return to the town for work. They took turns washing up. Nie Ziqian didn't take a shower or change clothes, still smelling of alcohol, which was quite unpleasant. Xiao Xining pinched her nose. You smell really bad. That's because you forced me to drink last night. I thought you were going to do something to me. Nie Ziqian also felt he smelled bad. He had no choice but to take a shower. Then, they went downstairs to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Nie Ziqian drove away. Bye-bye, beautiful. If you come to the city again, just look for me. I can keep you company, whether day or night. That night, their conversation was very flirtatious. Xiao Xining ignored his teasing and waved goodbye. Watching her car drive away, Xiao Xining returned home, packed some things, left a few in her room, and then took some with her. Staying in the city didn't seem very fun, so she decided to go back early. She took a few hours by bus to the town, then checked if there were any buses from the village to the town. At this moment, she really felt that not having a car was very inconvenient. If she had a car, she could go back to the village anytime. Later, Chu's dad came to pick her up in town and they went back together. Back in her room, she finally relaxed. She felt that a trip to the city was really tiring. She probably wouldn't go back for a while. Soon, summer vacation arrived. The weather got hotter, and although Chu Ran's live stream viewership declined, her family's guest house was still very busy. The occupancy rate was high, all rooms full, as many people came to escape the heat. At this time, someone from the town approached the village chief about investing in a resort here. Because the air was good, the scenery beautiful, and the flow of visitors large, they wanted to develop this place into a scenic area. They also planned a zone, which was a bit away from their village and not part of it. During planning, they deliberately avoided their village to prevent disturbing local life. With a resort, there would naturally be other facilities. But no one knew who was investing. However, the villagers weren't very interested. They said they would start work after July or August, but now it's too hot and not suitable for construction. The Chu family is a bit worried. If a resort opens over there, will our guest house business be affected? Chu's mother asked this. Currently, their guest house business is very good, and she is quite satisfied. It won't be a problem. The resort is different from us, and now many people are coming to visit our village. Every day is full. I think the Wang family is also interested. Chu Ran said, that day, Grandma Wang asked me what procedures are needed to set up a guest house and how much it costs. Really? Do they have that much money to build a house? This year, Wang Hua and his wife haven't gone out to work. They are planting crops in the village. Chu's mother said that the Wang family's income comes from farming and raising some chickens. This isn't a problem. They sell farm products that still make money, and they also gather some wild vegetables. Chu Ran isn't too worried. As the business grows, she can't eat it all herself. After teacher Luo returned to the village, friends kept coming over to visit from time to time. They have their own car, so they can pick people up anytime, which is very convenient. For accommodation, they usually stay at the guest house. Sometimes, there are no extra rooms available there. So, if a resort opens over there, this problem will be solved. Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa don't worry about this. Our income is good now. Even if the number of visitors drops a little, we can relax a bit. Isn't that better? Chu's mother said. I don't want to relax. I want to earn more now. I haven't been very active before, but I feel full of energy. But this decision has already been made and can't be changed. Looking on the bright side, more scenic spots will be developed in the future. When more people come, naturally, the popularity will grow. Eventually, this mountain village will also become lively. The old man said, we need to think bigger. If this place really becomes a well-known scenic area, it will be good for our town. Our town is still too small, with no large factories or major economic pillars. Chu's mother didn't really have an opinion. She was just casually commenting. Many guests here say that our house's bean paste is very tasty. The bean paste was made by Grandma Ran. Some guests even ask if we sell it and suggest we start a bean paste factory. The old lady says, what kind of factory?
Just making it for ourselves.
Who doesn't make their own bean paste at home? Most older villagers make their own pickles and bean paste. Grandma Wang also makes it, but the taste is different. Grandma Ran's is much tastier and more fragrant. When Chu Ran was a child, she could eat 2 big bowls of rice with bean paste. Chu's mother didn't really think about starting a factory. She just said it casually, and the old lady didn't think much about it either. But Chu Ran thought, starting a factory might not be impossible. Grandma's bean paste is really fragrant. Whenever she went to the city, she would bring back a big jar to enjoy. Chu's mother brightened up and said, "Are you serious? Starting a factory might be complicated." "I was just talking casually." Chu's father said, "Don't listen to your mom. We can't really start a factory, but making it for ourselves is fine." The old man didn't oppose but was thinking about the possibility. He often went to town for meetings, so his perspective was different. Looking at Chu Ran, he asked, Ran, are you really thinking about opening a bean paste factory?" Chu Ran replied, "I think we should think carefully. This season is perfect for sun-drying the paste. Grandma has already started drying some, hasn't she? Grandma makes some for her family every year. Now, many guests want to buy it, so she makes more. But she never thought about starting a factory. She said, I have only a little paste now. If we start a factory, we would need to buy soybeans and chili peppers. Although her family has plenty of chili peppers, it wouldn't be enough for a factory. Besides these, we also need soybeans and other ingredients." Chu Ran said, "Grandma, sourcing ingredients is easy now. Buying everything is convenient. But starting a factory involves choosing a location, handling paperwork, hiring workers, and managing." She added, "As for management, who would do it? My parents are busy running the guest house. If we start a factory, Grandma can be a technical advisor, Grandpa will have to manage the village, and I will manage the company. So we might need to hire outsiders to manage it. Mother Chu, Wan, if you really want to start a factory, your dad and I can help too. The guest house isn't very busy right now, so I can oversee it. Your dad can manage the factory, and we can handle the guest house separately. The guest house runs smoothly, without us needing to be there all the time, and your dad is often busy working in the fields." Chu Dad looked at his wife and then at his daughter, unsure of what to say. Chu Wan asked, "Dad, what do you think?" I don't have any strong ideas. Managing a factory seems difficult for me. I can handle doing things, but managing people might be too much. I'm worried they won't listen to me. That's the problem." Chu Wan looked at her grandfather. "Grandpa, maybe management should be her role. Her dad has never really managed people. He prefers to do things himself. Such a person is too honest and straightforward. Her mom can manage, but she would handle the guest house." The family discussed starting a bean paste factory. In the end, everyone was interested, but they hadn't decided on the location yet. Should it be in the town or in the mountains? The grandmother hopes it's in the mountains because there's more space, good sunlight, and it's ideal for drying the paste. Chu Wan also agrees. Honestly, the air in town isn't as good as in the mountains. She made a plan, writing down everything that needed to be considered. If they want to invest, they need to know how much money is required and what equipment to buy, like fermentation jars. The best time for drying the paste has passed this year, but they can prepare in advance. So, there's no rush. That evening, Xiao Tingnan came home, and Chu Wan told him about the plan. He thought she had more ideas. If you want to do it, go ahead. But how big do you plan to make it? Just a small team of a few dozen people to start with. No need to be too big. Your grandma's sauce is really delicious, he said confidently. Won't that make Grandma too tired? Chu Wan asked. Grandma is just providing technical support. She doesn't need to do physical work. My mom and Grandma have been making it for years, and I can learn too. She grew up helping her grandma knowing the ingredients and how to make the paste. Do you need my help? I can provide funding, Xiao Tingnan offered generously. Chu Wan thanked him. Thanks for your kindness. I have some funds now, so I can start a small factory. Forget it, now you are a wealthy lady. Xiao Tingnan probably guesses how much she earns each day. She really makes a lot of money daily. They are not much behind either. Xiao Tingnan holds the child and asks, can this little guy sleep in his own room now? He's still too young to read. Why separate his room? He's been sleeping in his own bed because of you. Now you want to kick him out? Chu Ran touches Hong Hong's face. He is sleeping peacefully. When she says this, she gives Xiao Tingnan a sharp look. Xiao Tingnan feels moved and directly picks up Hang Hang, placing him on his own bed. Then Chu Ran senses his gaze becoming more intense. What are you going to do? Darling, I want to send him away. Don't you know why? Of course. It's for our happiness. He's here, and you're always upset. Can you blame me? Chu Ran can't find words. Xiao Tingnan leans closer to her. Why don't we go to the bathhouse? If we close the door, you won't be upset. You can't keep holding everything in, right? Chu Ran looks at the sparkle in his eyes and finally nods in agreement. She's really shameless. Xiao Tingnan is happy. This is the first time she has given such a clear answer. Of course he's happy. He directly carries her into the bathhouse, turns on the light, and sees her face full of restraint, which makes him even more excited. Chu Ran is more nervous under the bright light of the bath. Why turn on the light? Turn it off, or I'll leave. Xiao Tingnan reaches out and turns off the light, plunging the bath into darkness. With the darkness covering everything, some of their senses seem to become instinctive. They have shared a bed for so long, it's impossible that nothing has happened. Chu Ran's mind begins to recall their first time, but then her thoughts become blurry and blank, as if she can't think of anything anymore. The walls of the bath are cold, but their bodies are warm. In midsummer, their room has an air conditioner, so it's not very hot. The temperature is very comfortable. A hand reached out from behind and wrapped around her, asking, "Sleep a little longer." His voice was hoarse and deep, very attractive. She wasn't hearing this kind of voice for the first time, but she still thought it sounded very nice. She turned her head to see his face. His features were sharp and delicate, especially his nose. Neither too high nor too low, not too big or small, very perfect. She liked his jawline even more, defined and angular, making him look strong and confident, not soft or weak. This look was different from the popular pointed chin style. She reached out to touch his face. Maybe because she was ticklish, her hand was caught by his big hand, which held her small hand gently. Stop messing around. Sleep a little longer. Chu Ran kicked him lightly with her foot. Hurry up and get your son dressed. He's about to wake up. Don't let him sleep in. Shouting, Nan finally opened his eyes. He pulled back the blanket, sat up, and picked up Hang Hang, who was already playing by himself, then changed his clothes. After changing, he threw the kid outside the door. Go find Grandma Zeng to wash your face. Mom and Dad want to sleep a little more. Don't disturb us. Hang Hang didn't care about them. He just trotted downstairs. Chu's mom saw him come down and looked behind him. Where are your parents? And Chu ran. Dad said they still want to sleep and told me not to bother them. Grandma Zeng will wash my face. You haven't washed your face yet. Chu's mom wrapped him up and helped him wash his face. She ignored the fact that Chu Ran and her husband still wanted to sleep. Shouting Man didn't come back every day, and since he was young and in love, he naturally didn't like being disturbed. Hang Hang, do you want to sleep with Grandma tonight? Yes, he immediately agreed. The person who took care of him the most was actually Grandma. Chu Ran was busy with work all the time, so she only took Hang Hang at night. He didn't mind sleeping with other family members. Shouting, Nan went back to his room and immediately pressed her down, starting a new round of closeness. Are you done yet? Not yet. You owe me an apology. No way. When they got up and went downstairs, an hour had passed. Chu Ran felt her neck was sore. Did she still have to wear a turtleneck today? Of course not. She could only cover it with foundation, but she still felt a little guilty, thinking it might be visible. Shouting, Nan, don't bite my neck anymore. Look at me. How am I supposed to see people? He pointed to her arm and neck. Look at me. How am I supposed to see people? Chu Ran saw that he seemed to be worse off than herself and fell silent. Fortunately, her concealer also helped cover his injuries, probably because the product worked very well. Be careful not to get water on it. Stay safe and avoid crowded places. Where did I go? I didn't go anywhere, Xiao Tingnan said casually. After washing up, the two went downstairs for breakfast. The family kept breakfast warm in a pot, ready to eat at any time. After breakfast, Chu Ran needed to go to work, and Xiao Tingnan offered to drive her. She refused, saying, If you drive me, you'll have to come back alone. I need my car, so I'll drive myself. You stay home and take care of the kids. Xiao Tingnan didn't insist and actually took care of the children. The 2-month summer break quickly passed, and the resort started construction again. Many workers came, and people bought supplies from the small shop at their guest house, especially cigarettes. It seemed that the village was developing well. Former villagers, including 2 families, returned to build houses, simple single-story homes that could be finished quickly but were very comfortable to live in. Perhaps because of the resort's influence, 2 more families came back, making 4 in total. Now the village was livelier. Everyone felt that life outside was stressful, and living in the village was better. They could stay in their own houses forever, while outside apartments and houses cost money, and utilities also required payments. By the way, because of the resort, the town decided to install natural gas here. Construction had already begun. Having natural gas would make things more convenient. Currently, the guest house kitchen used gas cylinders. Cooking with firewood was too much work for one person who had to gather wood, so gas cylinders were much easier. If natural gas was available, it would be even better. The village was becoming more lively. One family even converted their house into a small building and turned it into a farm stay. They believed many tourists would come in the future, so they prepared in advance to earn money. The Wang family saw this farm stay and became interested. After discussing with their family, they decided to start one too. They had many family members but no place to stay, though they could cook meals. Another family's farm stay had accommodations, which was the main difference. The Wang family's farm stay was ready quickly. Just put up a sign, open the door, and start business. The old man reminded them to get a proper license, as operating without one was not allowed. After Wang's family opened a farm stay, some guests wanted to try eating at their place. Grandma Wang felt a bit embarrassed and told the elderly lady, "We just cooked some food. We won't compete with your business. Please don't mind." The elderly lady glanced at her sideways but wasn't really bothered, since Ran said she was planning to start a factory. However, Wang's family was indeed competing for business, so she naturally looked unfriendly. "If you want to do it, go ahead. You're not the only one, and maybe more will come in the future. Nowadays, few people want to have a monopoly, and those who do are lucky. Mainly, our family members, Wang Hua and others, are at home. They don't have special skills, so it's hard for them to find good jobs outside. We don't want them and the children to be separated. We hope they stay with us. Besides selling vegetables, we don't know what else to do. The village's guests are increasing. All right, if you want to do it, just go ahead. Don't tell me anymore. Hurry up and leave," the elderly lady said, dismissing them. Grandma Wang muttered, and then left. They still run the farm stay because they need to make money. Looking at the Chu family, their guest house makes a lot of money daily. Their family also wants to earn money, but they can't really run a big business. At most, they just share some soup. In a little over a month, another farm stay was built quickly, clearly just to make money. After finishing the decoration and buying furniture, the people there came to talk to the elderly lady. "Auntie, your guest house is full every day. Could you share some guests with us? If someone hasn't booked a room at your place, you can recommend ours. We're cheaper." The elderly lady looked at this person, who clearly liked to take advantage. She used to be like that, and even now, after wandering around outside, she still acts the same. "We prefer guests who stay at our guest house," the elderly lady replied. Zhang's wife said, "That's true. You must have many regular customers. Are there new guests who haven't booked a room? Can you recommend them to us?" The elderly woman looked at her coldly and said, "Why should I introduce you? Didn't you used to like showing off your son in front of Ran's mother? Thinking our Ran is a girl and easy to bully, right? Not only bullying Chu Ran, but also her mother. Now you have the nerve to ask us to introduce guests to you. Living in the same village, conflicts are bound to happen. Just look back, and you'll find old grudges easily." The elderly woman scolded her, and felt much better afterward. The wife of the Zhang family looked at her awkwardly and said, "Auntie, those are all in the past. I always thought Ran would do well. Look now, isn't she doing great? It was our mistake in the past. I apologize to you. Is that okay?" The elderly woman looked at her without speaking. The other continued, Look, your family is building houses and a guest house in the village, and you've also cultivated a lot of idle land belonging to the villagers. Because of your guest house, many outsiders have come to the village. These could cause safety concerns for the villagers. Just because no one said anything before doesn't mean there were no issues. You're using the village's resources to make money for yourselves, the elderly woman replied. We cultivated others' idle land, and we did so with permission. Your land was idle before, so why didn't we plan on it? That's funny. A stranger here pointing fingers. If our guests at the guest house disturbed you, are you even in the village? If you're not here, how could we bother you? On the other hand, if you are in the village now, isn't your family running a farm stay? Wouldn't your farm stay have guests? Get out of my house and stay away from me. With your attitude, you think I'll introduce guests to you? Dream on, the elderly woman directly chased her away with a broom. Hey, auntie. She was driven out. She went back and chatted with Chu's mother, saying, that daughter-in-law from the Zhang family was never a good person. She's still the same, always scheming about other people's things. Just because she built a farm stay, she thinks we owe her help. Chu's mother also didn't like her. They had argued before. All her words were about how they had a son, but Chu's family only had a daughter. What's the use of a daughter? She'll get married someday anyway. Listening to those words back then really hurt. They definitely won't help. They run their own business and rely on themselves. Ranran also doesn't like their family, so it's impossible for them to help. Maybe they could help other villagers, but helping the Zhang family is out of the question. The elderly woman said, I think they will go to find the old man and ask the village for ideas. I wonder what they will come up with, Mom Chu said. Maybe they want Ranran and the others to help promote online. We don't understand that stuff, so let's not ask. Tell Ranran about it. When Chu Ranran came home at night, she heard about it, and her grandfather was there too. Grandpa, did the Zhang family ask the village for help? Yes, they talked to He Mu and others at the office about applying for help with promotion. Did you agree? The elderly woman asked unhappily. Her grandfather said, they don't have the proper procedures. They can't do the promotion. Without the right paperwork, they can't get verified online. How can they post? Hearing this, the elderly woman relaxed. Haha, they think it's that simple. It's funny. Let them figure it out slowly. The Zhang family was indeed discussing the paperwork. He Mu even helped them prepare some documents about what they needed. But Zheng's daughter-in-law said directly, how about you, Xiaohe? Help us get this done. We're not very educated and don't understand these things. It would be hard for us. He Mu was stunned. Could she really do that? His face darkened immediately. This is your problem. If you had proper paperwork, I would promote you according to the village rules on the village account. But since you don't, I can't do anything. Xiaohe, she said. Annie, I told you need to do it yourself. You're asking others to do everything.
What are you doing then?
Just waiting to collect money? Zhang's daughter-in-law said. This girl talks fast. If you don't help us, I will complain about you. Go ahead, complain now. I'm afraid you'll do that. It's funny. Deng Ruoqian was not afraid at all. They had been working in the village for years and had never met such difficult people. The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family talked for a long time, saying that neither of them could help them. She even went to complain to the village chief. The village chief thought that this person returning to the village was really trouble. When they hadn't come back before, everyone was peaceful. Now that they are back, they want to cause trouble. You're free to handle it if you want, but if you don't want to, then don't. He Mu and Deng Ruoqian have many other tasks, and they don't just focus on your family. They're not doing work for our village. Handling paperwork is such a simple thing, but they can't do it. I think they are not very capable. If you have the ability, then do it yourself, the village chief retorted. Village chief, your family's guest house said that if they handle the paperwork, they have experience. Can you help us do it too? She became even more shameless. The old lady nearby was angry and picked up a broom to chase people away. Get out. My house is not your servant. I don't have to do everything for you. The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was driven away again. After returning home, she complained about the Chu family and the village. Now they won't help. If we want to handle the paperwork, it's so annoying. The procedures are complicated and it costs money. We've already spent our money on building the house. Where do we get more money for this? How much does it cost? Himu said it might be 10,000 yuan. That much. Where can we get 10,000 yuan? Forget it. These people are unreliable and selfish. We should do it ourselves. Even without the paperwork, with the sky high and the emperor far away, we can still run the business. No publicity, no business. How can we operate? Let the young people handle it. Now, everything is online. We don't understand anything, but the young people do. Their son also came back, so they decided to leave this matter to the young people. Their son, Manhwa, took on the task of going out to handle the paperwork. But handling paperwork isn't something that can be done in a day or two. So, their farm stay has no guests staying overnight, and no one comes to eat. However, the Wang family still has people coming to their place for meals. Since the Wang family has been in the village all along, some regular customers still remember them. So, after getting tired of eating at the Chu family, they naturally prefer to go to the Wang family. Not only that, the Wang family bought several mahjong tables for people to play, adding more entertainment options. The Zhang family was envious. Seeing the Wang family playing cards, they realized they could earn 100 or 2 by doing nothing all day. They were very eager. So, they spent some money to buy a mahjong table, planning to invite people to play. However, no one came to play. The Zhang wife couldn't understand why. She went to talk to the elderly lady of the Wang family. Madam, why does your family have so many people playing mahjong? My family doesn't have any. If your place is too crowded, you can come to my house. My house is new and bright. Grandma Wang rolled her eyes, thinking that city folks just dislike her new house because of the smell, so they prefer to come to her house instead.
But she wouldn't tell Zhang this.
Zhang's wife, you're unkind. You want to bring customers to my place? Do you think we are easy to look down on? Madam, you misunderstood. I wouldn't bring customers to your house. We are all from the same village. If we have money, we should earn it together. We shouldn't be like the Chu family, who eat alone. That's not good for our village. Get lost. The village chief has been helping me make money. You, with your big face, think everyone should help you. Who do you think you are? Get out of my house. If I find out you're trying to steal customers, our Wang family won't be easy to mess with. Grandma Wang snapped back. Recently, her family opened a farm stay, but after being scolded by Grandma Chu, she hasn't dared to get close again. This person just came to insult her. Who else would she yell at if not her? The Zhang wife was scolded so badly she was covered in spit and returned home angrily. The Wang wife is too fierce. I didn't even ask anything, and she started yelling. What kind of person is she? No manners at all. Her husband was playing on his phone nearby. Though he was about 50, he was quite fashionable and skilled with his phone, never leaving it. The wife was unhappy. I'm talking to you, and you're just holding your phone. What are you doing? I heard you. I don't know what to do. The Wang wife is tough. You know that from when you were young. Why bother provoking them? The women in our village are not easy to deal with. I said I wouldn't come back, but you insist on building a house. Now that the house is built, there's no business. There is no business, so we don't know what to do. Look at the Chu family, they run a guest house and earn a lot each month. I saw their price list. One room costs dozens of dollars per day. I counted and they have about 3 rooms. Think about it, 30 times a few dollars is a lot of money. Some rooms even cost over $100. Her husband listened and thought, that does seem to make a lot of money, but we don't have that many rooms, only 5 or 6. What can we earn? Why can't we make money? Their cheapest room is over $60 and ours is just over $50. If we have 6 rooms, earning $50 a day each, that's $300 daily. In a month, that adds up to over $10,000. Plus, they sell food and they play card games for extra money. That means even more income. She continued, forget the Chu family. Look at the Wang family, they have 2 or 3 groups of people eating there every day. They also have 2 or 3 tables for playing cards. Each meal might bring in $100, so at the low end, that's $300. Playing cards can bring in another $300. So, they make about $600 a day. Playing cards doesn't cost much, just electricity. How much does electricity cost? Not much. The food ingredients are mostly grown at home, so their daily profit is pure income. No wonder they don't want me to ask around. They're afraid I might take away their customers. Our guest house could earn about $1,000 a day if we get a few groups. That adds up to 20 or 30,000 a month. Don't you think that's good money? Her husband nodded. Yes, it is. But we don't have many customers. The village chief said we need to get official permits, and those procedures are probably complicated. Zhang's wife asked, did the Wang family get their permits? Who knows? Anyway, the Chu family definitely has theirs. When we first visited the guest house, we saw the permits. Forget about the Chu family. We can't compete with them. Let's look at the Wang family. Since they started selling food, they've been walking around like they own the place. But I think they probably didn't get permits either. I need to find out. After saying that, she hurriedly left. The Wang family didn't like her. Wang's mother saw her from afar and frowned. Sister-in-law, your family's business looks good. I just told your mother-in-law a few words, and she got worried. I'm not trying to compete with you. Why are you so anxious? Who knows if you're trying to take away business? You say you're doing well in the city. Why suddenly want to come back and spend money building a house? Isn't that troublesome? Hey, life in the city is easy, but everything costs money. If we weren't desperate, we wouldn't have come back. They still have over 10,000 yuan, but it's not enough to buy a house in the city. Probably not even enough for a down payment. And after the down payment, there are renovation costs, and when their son gets married, they will need bride price, a car, and other expenses. It's just not enough. So, when they heard that the village was developing, they decided to return with their son to start a new life there. At least, in their hometown, things don't always cost money, and they can find a good match for their son. Look at old Qi, the bachelor. He found a partner, didn't he? And Wang Hua also got married and had a child. Now we've built a house and all the furniture is ready, but we have no business. They say we need to handle some paperwork, but we don't understand any of it. Have your family done the paperwork? Wang's mother replied, what does it matter if my family has or hasn't done it? If I did, would I tell you? In other words, we are now competitors. Don't come to our place often, or I'll think you're just here to spy. She was very blunt and simply told them to leave. Zhang's wife looked inside but saw nothing, and then stormed off angrily. I think Wang's family definitely didn't do the paperwork. Their visitors are probably from the Chu family. If the Chu family can help them, why not us? That's just unfair. You used to bully Ran's mom so much. Now that she's ignoring us, it's only natural. Her husband interrupted. Her wife glared at him in displeasure. You're from the Zhang family, yet you're defending others? You remember all about that Chenzi Ma and the rotten grains, but I didn't bully their family. I just said a few words about Chu Ran being a girl. Isn't that the truth? She is just a girl. But now she's successful, her husband chimed in. What's the use of success? She's still a girl and she had a son. That's someone else's child. What do you mean someone else's? I heard that her child's surname is Chu, and their household registration is with the Chu family in our village. She's a Chu family kid, better than our Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua and Chu Ran are about the same age, and they're not married yet. If they don't marry soon, they'll be old bachelors. Don't you, as a father, feel worried? Think of a way to start some business. We just came back, and we don't farm vegetables. If we did, we could sell vegetables. She looked at her husband. You've been staring at your phone all day. Go, and till the land you brought back. We need to grow vegetables, or what will we eat in winter? Zhang Hua worked for a while, but the paperwork still wasn't done. It was very complicated, and he had to get approval from many people. He asked the village chief, but the chief didn't know either. Finally, he asked Timu, who only looked up some information online for him. Zhang Hua felt helpless. The Wang family's business was doing well. To show thanks, they even talked with Chu Ran. Their guests often stayed at the Chu family's place, so they could give some commission each month. Chu Ran handed this matter to her mother, who had her own ideas. Chu Ran was busy with her grandmother's bean paste factory. She needed to choose a location and handle the paperwork. When people in town heard she wanted to start a factory, they supported her. Having a factory could create jobs and boost the local economy. So, She moved quickly, bought land, and built the factory. The land wasn't in the village, but just outside, very close by. This way, she wouldn't use village resources, but still take care of the village. Originally, Director Chow and others wanted her to build the factory in town, but Chu Ran thought the air there wasn't as good as in the mountains. She decided to build it in the mountains instead. Once she got the land, she started planning the factory building. She hired specialists to design it, and after the design was ready, a team began construction. Her father took the lead on this project. It became a big event in the village. Ran, I heard you're building a factory. What kind? Grandma Wang asked curiously. A bean paste factory. My grandma's bean paste is really tasty, and many guests like it. So I want to make and sell it. Since it's a food business, there are more rules, like getting food safety certificates and quality checks. Chu Ran already arranged for people to handle these. Oh, your grandma's bean paste really is delicious. Very fragrant, said Grandma Wang. Zhang's wife said, bean paste is just that way. What's so fragrant about it? Only city folks are fooled by that. Chu Ran replied, Auntie, we're not planning to sell it yet. Grandma Wang said, exactly. What are you so proud of? Even the farm stay isn't doing well. It's becoming a joke in our village. Only your family isn't making any moves. Look at Juzi's chickens. They're selling so well. The Zhang family has no income at all. They spend every day wandering around the village and are not very active in farming. It looks very annoying, and they often bother the residents. Zhang's wife rolled her eyes at Aunt Wang, saying, loyal to the family, if you keep acting like this, the Chu family won't help you. Aunt Wang replied with a smile. Whether the Chu family helps us or not, you still chase after them. Mixing with the Chu family can bring some money. What's wrong with saying a few nice words? Look at the Chu family, running a guest house, owning a company in town, and even opening a factory. They are quite successful. They can make money even with a little effort. Isn't that good? The Zhang family is a disgusting bunch. They used to bully others, but now that they are doing well, they don't want to bother with them anymore. The two argued back and forth, but didn't fight. After returning home, Aunt Wang told her family about the news. Ruan's soy sauce factory will definitely be looking for workers. Wang Hua, you're farming at home, so you might as well go to work. Work with your dad. The rest of us can handle things here. The women do the cooking, washing dishes, serving tea, and pouring water. The men are the ones working in the fields. But when the men work in the fields, the old man can do it, especially when it's not busy. When it is busy, several men need to work together. Wang Hua said, I want to work at the soy sauce factory. My grandpa can't handle all the farm work alone. We don't need the money right now, so I think it's better not to go. It's too tiring. He doesn't want to work outside anymore. He's used to the rhythm at home. Selling vegetables makes money, selling chickens makes money, and after starting to sell meals and play mahjong, they make even more. So their income is okay now, and they don't really want to work outside. Besides, if I go to work, I'd only earn 2,000 or 3,000 a month. It's really better to farm at home. Aunt Wang asked, is it that low? Of course. Do you think the salary is high? That's impossible, she continued. Maybe next year they'll start hiring again. They're just building the factory now. She added, Chu Wan is really impressive. Look at how many cars her family has bought. We only have an old tricycle. I wish we could buy a car someday. Are they jealous? Of course. Speaking of buying a car, Qiao Xining received her salary this month and really went to buy a car. It cost about 10,000 yuan. Driving back to the village, the villagers became even more envious. The Zhang family hadn't really noticed this girl before. Now, seeing her return by car and chatting with the Wang family, they started to ask around. But the Wang family members ignored her and instead asked others. I heard she's a classmate of Ruan and is working for her. Now she can buy a car. It seems Ruan pays her a high salary. The car must be at least 10,000 yuan, right? If employees are so rich, then the boss must be even richer. Of course they are. Otherwise, how could Ruan's family run a bean paste factory? Just look at the land. It's not cheap. Does her company in town still need workers? They're mainly hiring college students. Does your family have any? This question was directed at the Zhang family. Zhang Hua was not a college student. Our village is small. Can't we use some connections? What connections? She's here to work. How old is that girl? Does she have a boyfriend? My son Zhonghua is about her age. Maybe they could get to know each other. The look in the person's eyes toward Zhang's wife changed, and she stepped back a little. She's a college student. And you're Zhonghua? Look at her car. What does your son have? It's really funny. Don't you even consider your son's situation? From what I hear, that girl is from the city. Do you really think she would like our mountain village? City people? So what? They're here working in our small mountain village.
What's so special about that?
It's not like the old days, Zhang's wife scoffed. Not much, but she just doesn't like your son. I don't like him either. The two argued back and forth, having a lively debate. Zhang's wife went home and whispered to her husband about opening a factory. Our place doesn't have many customers now. Maybe I should work at Chu or Wanruan's bean paste factory. That way we can earn some income. Her husband looked at her. Why would they hire you? After all, you treat people like that. It's better not to bother them. Focus on farming. You can still get some harvest. Don't spend all day wandering around the village. Go plow the fields. I can do the work alone. Farming is hard work. They hadn't farmed in a long time. Digging the land all day makes the whole body tired. The Zhang family's paperwork couldn't be completed, and they were very worried at first. Later, they seemed to accept it, realizing there was nothing they could do. However, Zhang's wife found out that the Wang family didn't have the proper permits. She threatened them, demanding they introduce customers. If you don't introduce clients to us, we'll complain that you don't have the right paperwork. How can you keep doing business? Grandma Wang was not someone to be easily bullied. Nonsense. Who said we don't have the permits? I think you're just jealous because our business is doing well. I won't even think about introducing customers to you. I won't help you at all. People like you should leave the village. When your family didn't come back before, everything was fine. No fighting. But now that you're back, there's always trouble. Your family is the worst and most mean. She crossed her arms and scolded loudly. You say you have the permits.
Show them to me.
If I see them, I'll believe you. Why should I show you? Who do you think you are? Stay away from me.
Ha!
You're probably scared now. Your family doesn't have the permits, and you're lying about it. Everyone, come look. This person is running a business without a license. Be careful when you eat here. Make sure you're not eating something unapproved. You never know what you might get. After shouting like that, some people gathered around to watch. Grandma Wang was so angry she grabbed a broom and chased them away. The people were driven off, but the matter was still bothering them. They went home to discuss it with their family. We're just setting up a few tables. Why do we need permits? It's not like Wanruan's guest house, which needs to be online. The Zhang family is just jealous of us. Wang's mother complained that applying for permits seemed troublesome and they didn't understand the process, so they hadn't done it yet. Yang Yu said, I think we should go get the permits. Otherwise, the Zhang family will keep bothering us about it, and it might hurt our business. Wang Hua, you should handle this. It's probably not complicated, just get a small business license. Does it cost money? Grandma Wang asked. I'm not sure. We'll find out after asking. Right now, there aren't many people here. Think about it, if the bean paste factory opens, more people will come. Maybe our place can become an official farm stay, and the nearby resort will bring visitors too. Yang Yu was thinking about the future. Everyone thinks she has a good point. It's still unclear if anyone is at the resort, but there must be people at Wanruan's family's Debanjiang factory. I heard they plan to hire dozens of workers. Will they come out to enjoy some food then? So, Wang Hua took care of this. His process was simpler than Zhang's family, so he actually made some progress. He also needed to get health certificates, food permits, and so on. They also asked Chu Wan for advice. Chu Wan told him she had someone specialized handle it. Wang Hua asked for the money, and it was quite a lot. The Wang family couldn't afford it, so he had to do it himself. He spent over a month running around but finally got the paperwork done. Chu's family's Debanjiang factory also looks quite big. It mainly needs a drying yard, which requires a lot of space and good sunlight. There are still many construction sites on the mountain. Over there, the resort, Chu Ruan's to Banjiang, and some local families are all involved. After Qiao Xining got her car, it became much more convenient. She could go back to the city whenever she wanted to rest. She went back for a classmate's wedding, driving herself. Some old classmates hadn't seen each other in a long time. They exchanged greetings, and those doing well started showing off. They showed off their cars, houses, jewelry, and cosmetics. Qiao Xining, I saw you came by car. Is it your boss's car? You really went all out to attend the wedding, even borrowing a car? Yes. Where do you work now? I thought you were getting married, but I never received your invitation. Qiao Xining said, I bought the car myself. I'm not getting married. I just broke up and am single now. But don't try to set me up, because I have high standards. She said this half joking, half serious. Who would set you up? Don't flatter yourself. I was just asking. You bought a car yourself? What do you do for work? Are you making that much money? I'm almost unemployed. I'm in logistics, Qiao Xining replied, thinking that was probably logistics too. Logistics can make good money? How much do you earn a month? How much does your family have in savings? As soon as she said that, everyone realized it wasn't polite to ask about someone's salary. In today's society, people don't casually share their income. I was just asking casually. It seems you're doing well now. Is your company still hiring? I'm working in a rural area. You probably wouldn't want to go there. Rural area? How did you end up working in the countryside? By chance. When are you getting married? Qiao Xining changed the subject. If someone has a partner, they can answer, not in a hurry. I'm still young and want to date more. Plus, marriage isn't guaranteed these days, so I'm a bit scared. Why be afraid? Now, some people are getting married. Love and marriage are just how things are. I wish I could earn a lot of money. Who doesn't want to earn money? But it's hard to do now. Among us, who is married into a wealthy family, she looked around. Has anyone here married into a wealthy family? Dream on. Marrying into a rich family? That's not happening. Just getting married now is good enough. My brother's wedding drained my family, so it's really not easy to get married. After chatting and eating, she left. Just as she was about to get in her car to go home, she saw a familiar figure rushing over. Xining, is that really you? It turned out to be her mother and her sister-in-law. Qiao Xining felt a bit helpless and wanted to hide. Mom, what are you doing here? But just a few steps away, she couldn't avoid them. Qiao's mother stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Xining, you're back in the city. Why aren't you home? Qiao Xining tried to pull her arm away, but her mother held on tightly, as if afraid she would run. I'm here for a friend's wedding. She explained why she was in the city. A wedding? It's probably over now. Why don't you come home with us? My sister-in-law and I are going shopping. You can come with us. I won't go. I need to go back. You go ahead, she said, heading for her car. Big sister, you're hungry and driving. Is this your car? Her sister-in-law looked surprised at the brand new car in front of her. Big sister, how much did you pay for this car? It must be expensive. You've really made it, her sister-in-law exclaimed, curious, circling the car. Qiao's mother's eyes lit up. She touched the car. Xining, is this your car? No, it's my boss's. I can't afford a car. Qiao Xining definitely wouldn't admit it now. Mother Qiao was a bit disappointed. She said, I knew it. How could you afford a car? Your younger brother doesn't have one yet. If you have money, you should buy him a car too. Your younger brother is the boy in our family. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. The child she's having will be your niece or nephew. As her aunt, you should give a big red envelope. Qiao Xining wanted to say, let's wait until the baby is born, but she held back because children are innocent. Congratulations to Qiao Yu and his wife. As their aunt, I will definitely give a red envelope. Mom, you shouldn't say it like that. If you do, his wife might think I'm stingy. The wife said, thank you, aunt. Mother Qiao said, you're not stingy. Look at you haven't come home all year. When Qiao Yu got married, you just ate and left. You didn't stay to help. You're not at the hotel where they had the wedding with waiters around. Why would I need to help? Do you want me to serve tea and water? Staying here would just be in the way. I know my place. She looked at her sister-in-law's belly, which was starting to show. How many months along are you? More than 3 months. So, she was pregnant before the marriage, a shotgun wedding. No wonder her parents were so anxious. Just as she was about to get in the car and leave, her old classmate suddenly appeared. Xining, is this your car? It looks impressive. Can you give me a ride somewhere? Xining, your car costs around 10,000 yuan, right? What brand is it? I only recognize luxury cars, but I've never seen this brand before. Women aren't very sensitive about cars. They just look at the outside and don't know much else. Mother Qiao and her sister-in-law looked at each other, then at Xining, their eyes shifting between both women. Then her classmate asked, "Do you think this car belongs to Xining?" The classmate looked confused. Yeah, Xining just said inside that she bought this car herself. Her monthly salary is pretty high now. I hope she can help me find a good job. Mother Qiao's face darkened. Xining, you bought this car yourself. Why did you lie and say it was your boss's? Are you afraid I'll ask you for money? Hearing this, the classmate realized she had said the wrong thing and looked apologetically at Xining. Sorry, Xining didn't want to bother with her classmate anymore. She just looked at her mother. You're right. I'm just worried you'll ask me for money. I've already given you money for holidays and what I should. I won't give you any more, Mother Qiao said. All right. Now you think you're so powerful. You, a woman, drive a car? You should give that car to Qiao Yu. He's the son of the family, and men should drive. My classmate thought she had said something wrong and wanted to leave, but before she could go far, she heard these shocking words. What era is this? Still so focused on family pride? Qiao Xining said, if Qiao Yu wants to drive, he can buy his own car. Isn't there a car from their wedding? Why would he need mine? She opened the car door to get in, but Mother Qiao held the door, stopping her. No, you're not leaving. This car must go to Qiao Yu. He's your younger brother. If you don't help him, who will? If you leave, I'll call the police and say you're abusing your mother. Qiao Xining tried to pull her away, but Mother Qiao was very stubborn and strong, so she couldn't move her. They started to struggle. Her younger sister-in-law was nearby, watching but not interfering or speaking. My classmate looked on, feeling uncomfortable. Auntie, how can you be so sexist? Xining is your daughter. She earned her own money and bought her car. It's only right. Your son should earn his own money instead of relying on his sister. Mother Qiao said, none of your business. This is our family matter. My classmate held her younger sister-in-law and said, you're young and have new ideas. You should advise your mother-in-law. Exploiting your older sister like this isn't right. This isn't what we meant. I don't understand what's going on. I just got married. She completely distanced herself from the situation. In a moment of frustration, Qiao Xining accidentally pushed Mother Qiao to the ground. Mother Qiao sat on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying out, oh no, my daughter is abusing her mother. Oh heavens, please help me. Her loud crying attracted some passers-by who gathered around and pointed at Qiao Xining. Eventually, police officers on patrol arrived, saw what was happening, and took her to the police station. Of course, they only went because Mother Qiao was unharmed and didn't want to press charges against her daughter. In the end, Qiao Xining was advised to treat her elders kindly and not to physically confront them. Of course, she also told Mother Qiao not to favor boys over girls and to treat everyone equally. Qiao Xining nodded, promising to treat the elderly well and showing she was eager to learn. After leaving, Mother Qiao lifted her chin proudly, like a victorious peacock. Qiao Xining glanced at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, then quickly stopped a taxi and left. Qiao Xining, Mother Qiao called after her, but she couldn't catch up with the car. She went to the police station again, but they said there was no big problem between mother and daughter, just communication issues, and advised them to talk more at home. If they still couldn't communicate, they could find a lawyer or take legal action. When Mother Qiao came out again, she was no longer so arrogant. Her younger sister-in-law looked confused and asked, Mom, what exactly does big sister do? Does she make a lot of money? How much does she earn each month? Mother Qiao patted her thigh and said, how would I know? She's a cold person. She graduated from college and ran off to another city with a guy. She stayed with that person for years, but they never married. Then she quietly came back without telling us and went to work for her college friend. Once she had a stable job, she dared to show her face again. When I asked her how much she earned, she said 3,000 yuan. You think 3,000 yuan can buy a car? That's obviously a lie. She's so petty and doesn't care about the family at all. In the city, 3,000 yuan a month was normal and not very little, so at that time what Xiao Xining said was true. She really earned 3,000. But Chu Ran was very generous, often giving her extra when they went out. Now she was even more generous, otherwise, she couldn't afford to buy a car. At first, I really thought she only earned 3,000 because her college friend was from the countryside and rural areas don't pay high wages. But now I think it's more than that. She usually gives me and her dad 1,000 yuan red envelopes during festivals, which adds up to 2,000. If she really earned 3,000, she wouldn't be so generous. Her younger sister-in-law asked, "So, she already gave you money? That's nothing. I did it for you. Xiao Yu's salary isn't very high. I want you to have an easier life. You're still young and don't have kids yet. When you do, you'll need money everywhere." Her sister-in-law asked, "Isn't that a bit unfair? She is my daughter. Giving us money is only natural. What's wrong with that? Look at her now, selfish and only thinking of herself. She bought a car, but doesn't consider her family. Mother Qiao believes it's only right. I insist on getting that car for Qiao Yu. Don't worry, Mom. I promise you'll have your car soon. But will my older sister give it to us? She's willing to buy a car because she probably earns a lot, maybe over 10,000 a month. If that's the case, you can ask her to give you and Dad a fixed amount each month for retirement. She might agree then." She thought about it. If each of us got 1,000 a month, that's 2,000 total. In a year, that's over 20,000. That's not a small amount. In a few years, when the elderly get their pensions, it will be even more. Our family's life won't be so hard then. Yes, you're right. 1,000 each is too little. If she earns 10,000 a month, she should give us 5,000 each month. She can spend her leftover money herself and save the rest for me and her dad. Mother Qiao was very eager. Hearing that her daughter earned over 10,000 a month, her mind was already thinking about how to get that money for Qiao Yu. If Xiao Xining gave them 5,000 each, that's 10,000 total. She could keep the leftover for herself. In the countryside, with food and housing covered, she wouldn't spend much. A monthly 10,000 means 12,000 a year. Then she could buy a car, no need to drive the old one Xiao Xining used. The more she thought about it, the better she liked the idea. Her sister-in-law was stunned. She only wanted 2,000 a month, but her mother-in-law suddenly suggested 10,000. Mom, isn't that too much? Older sister probably won't give that much. Should we try to persuade her gently? Mother Qiao listened. This child is becoming more and more disobedient. She might refuse. Let's ask for less now and talk about the money later. Let's go. We'll go to the place where we just saw her. She might still be there. They, mother and daughter-in-law, hurried over, but Xiao Xining was nowhere to be seen, and her car was gone. Mom, older sister probably doesn't want to see us now. Should we wait a bit before talking to her about this? Why wait? The sooner we get the money, the sooner we can relax. Money in hand is real money. You're still young. You don't understand. She was about to call Xiao Xining, but the call went through and no one answered. This girl is really... When she faces problems, she just hides. Can she really hide from everything? Eventually, she will come back. Zhou Xining was returning home after buying groceries. She hadn't lived here for a while, so there was some dust. She tidied up a bit and felt comfortable. She looked at her phone's caller ID and ignored it. It was her mother asking for money, nothing else. Soon after, she received a message from her mother saying they would give each of them 1,000 yuan a month for their retirement. Zhou Xining replied directly, saying they weren't old enough to retire and 1,000 yuan a month was enough. Her mother didn't really want money for retirement. She wanted Zhou Xining's money to pay off other debts. Thinking about it, Zhou Xining sent another message. Let Xiao Yu work hard. If he earns money, we won't need to ask me for it. You've always relied on your son, so keep relying on him. As a daughter, I am of little use. If you ask me for money again, there won't be any for holidays either. Her mother received this message and was furious, cursing loudly, but Zhou Xining couldn't hear her. Her younger sister-in-law thought that her older sister-in-law was not simple and seemed to be quite wealthy. After returning home, she told Xiao Yu about meeting Zhou Xining. Your sister probably has become successful now. Do you want to build a good relationship with her? I saw her driving a brand new car to a classmate's wedding today. Xiao Yu said, she's so rich? I'll ask Mom. Zhou's mother scolded Zhou Xining again. Your sister doesn't want to give money. When she has money, she gets cocky. I really don't have a way. Do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. Your parents, so only you can do something. We still owe a lot of debt, and I don't even dare let my wife know. Her voice was very low. Your sister told you to work hard. Just deliver food on your days off. I heard you can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. If you do that, our debts could be paid off in a year or two. It's so hard. Do you really want me to work so hard? My wife would look down on me.
What if she argues with me?
She's pregnant now. Mom, let Dad deliver food. Your dad has a job. How can he deliver food? Plus, he's old. He's uncomfortable here. If he's uncomfortable, he shouldn't deliver food. My wife still wants to buy a house. Our family is really short of money. It would be great if I could get some for my older sister. You think I don't want to, but my sister is very cold-hearted. She avoids us whenever she sees us, and even when she comes to the city, she doesn't come home. My sister probably won't go anywhere. I'll ask her. Maybe she'll give us some money. I caused a lot of trouble today, but she didn't give anything. Do you think she would just give money if you asked? I don't think so. I'll check where her company is. If I go there and cause trouble, she might give in to save face. But it's not easy to find out where her company is. Ask her classmates if they know anything, and I'll ask her directly. Mom from the Zhou family thought of this idea. Right now, we are very short of money, and we need everything. The Zhou family was trying to find out more about Xiao Xining, but she hadn't told anyone where her company was. So they also didn't know where Chu Ran's family was. They could only look for Xiao Xining on her phone. Xiao Xining stayed in the city for one night. The next day, she was ready to drive back. But she received a call from Niezi Qian. I saw your social media post. You attended a classmate's wedding. Are you in the city? If so, why didn't you contact me? I would have loved to treat you to a meal. It seemed like they knew each other well. Thinking about that night, she didn't really want to see him. This person was like the wind, unreliable, hard to catch, and best kept at a distance.
Thanks, but I'll pass.
I plan to go back. Xiao Xining refused, not wanting to get involved with him. Go back? I'll come pick you up, Niezi Qian said, and hung up. Xiao Xining was speechless. Luckily, she hadn't gotten into the car. She was still at home. What would she do if she had? Niezi Qian really arrived quickly, directly coming to her house. I have to go back this afternoon. Aren't you sleeping in the morning? Don't you guys in wealthy families usually sleep until late?
Niezi-chan smiled. Who told you that?
Online, she replied. Of course not. I still have to work normally. Today is just a weekend off. Oh, so you have a job. I thought you did nothing all day, she said, surprised.
Niezi-chan chuckled.
Do you think rich second-generation kids are always so unreliable? That's about right. Let's go downstairs to eat. Don't go too far. This time, the two didn't go to a big restaurant but to a small one downstairs and ordered a few dishes. Young Master Nya, don't look down on the place, Xiao Xining said. Why would I look down? We're just eating. I was also planning to take you out to have some fun. Since your schedule is so tight, it seems we'll have to do it next time. Are you still dating anyone recently? Yes, quite a few. Now I just want to find someone I like who also has good character. Look at Chu Ran's child, he's already a few years old, and I still haven't settled down. I need to think about myself. My parents can't be relied on. I have to depend on myself. This was very realistic. After she finished speaking, Xiao Xining looked across at him. She thought Niezi Qian would say some vague things again, but he didn't. So she asked, How's your brother? Has he made peace with the family yet? No, he hasn't. He has a job now, earning 5,000 a month. But I think this amount will test their relationship. If life is simple, 5,000 should be enough, right? When we were working before, we didn't even make that much. We still had to live. My brother is different from you. His girlfriend is different too. They haven't suffered much since they were young. They spend money freely. Someone who wouldn't hesitate to spend 50,000, 100,000, or even 1 million before now only has 5,000. Think about how disappointed he must feel. Qiao Xining nodded. That must be a real letdown. Next week when you come back to the city, it's my birthday. I'll treat you to dinner, Nie Ziqian said proactively. Happy birthday. Let me check the time, Qiao Xining said. She wasn't very eager to go. He probably had many friends in his circle for his birthday. They didn't have much in common, and she didn't want to meet people from his circle. They agreed simply and finished their meal. Qiao Xining looked at the time and then drove away. Driving for several hours was really exhausting. She started thinking about taking the bus again. People are really contradictory. When she didn't have a car, she wanted one because it was convenient to go anywhere. But once she had a car, she found driving tiring. She realized she was being picky. She drove straight back to the village. As soon as she got out of the car, she ran into someone. Hello, I am Zhang Hua, Chu Ran's classmate. I'm from this village. I heard you're also Chu Ran's classmate. So I guess we're the same age. Did you buy this car? Qiao Xining looked at him and felt confused. Yes, what's wrong? Do you need something from me? It's nothing much. Since we're the same age and there aren't many young people in the village, I wanted to talk to you. Zhang Hua thought Qiao Xining was quite pretty. His mother said she had a car worth over 100,000 yuan. If he could marry someone like her, his family wouldn't lack money. Sorry, I live in the village, but I'm not here during the day. You can find someone else. Qiao Xining refused. Evening is fine too. How about I come to see you at night? Nighttime is better. Our village looks different at night. Qiao Xining said, nighttime is even less possible. I need to rest and have other things to do. After saying that, she went back to her room and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Seeing that his approach was hopeless, Zhang Hua left. During dinner, Andy asked her, I think that young man from the village is interested in you. Do you like him? Qiao Xining shook her head directly. No, I don't plan to look for someone in the village. She really didn't want to look there because if things went badly, it would be complicated. Sometimes taking a step forward was easy, but stepping back was hard.
What kind do you like?
Let me see if there's someone suitable in our village to introduce to you. I like someone rich, handsome, tall, and with a good personality, someone who is single, Qiao Xining said straightforwardly. You're not young anymore. Don't think too much. As long as they're suitable, thanks, but no need. Qiao Xining didn't want to talk more about it. She thought this was unreliable. And the people they introduced, are they really familiar? Maybe they're just guests at the guest house. Just like the person she talked to earlier after going back, there was no news at all. Young people, aren't you resistant to arranged marriages? Actually, there's no need to resist. It's not resistance. I just don't want others to introduce someone for me. I prefer to meet people myself, Qiao Xining said directly. Hearing this, the auntie looked a bit awkward. She didn't say anything more. Qiao Xining quickly finished her meal and went straight back to her room, enjoying being online alone. Thinking about her time at the Prung family, she realized she had been too weak, always getting bullied. If she had been tougher, she wouldn't have been treated like a servant. The phone rang, and when she looked, it was her mother asking where she worked and the address. She couldn't tell her, as she had been avoiding this topic and hadn't told anyone at home. Later, her cousin came to ask her. This cousin was her uncle's child. Big cousin, your aunt has been worried about you and wants to know where you work. Just tell her or she'll come asking me. Just say you don't know. Why should I tell her? Do you want her to cause trouble for me? But your aunt is your elder. Is it okay for you to keep this up? Mothers and daughters shouldn't hold grudges forever. Qiao Xining said, your aunt is also your elder. If you want to show respect, do it.
Don't involve me.
I kindly remind you. She wants to buy a house for her son and needs money. You could help a little. After sending this message, she waited a long time without a reply. Sure enough, if trouble doesn't hit you directly, you don't feel the pain. When she asked her cousin for money, she didn't complain about filial piety anymore. Wang Hua went to handle some paperwork. Not long after, he came back with the documents. Once he had them, he felt more confident and went straight to the hall, where he could be seen as soon as he entered. Mrs. Zhang, the wife of the Zhang family, kept pushing about this matter. She was very upset and asked, "Why can you get it done, but my family can't?" Zhang Hua has been trying for so long and still hasn't succeeded. Is it because of connections? If so, why don't you introduce us? We're from the same village. Mrs. Wang replied, "Don't say it's about connections. Even if it is, why should I help you?
Do I know you well?
If you can't do it, go find professionals. Just spend some money. If your family is too stingy, whose fault is that? Also, our family is different from yours. We don't have accommodations and our procedures are different, so the standards for approval are different too. You even understand this." Mrs. Zhang looked at her skeptically, thinking she was trying to deceive people. "My paperwork is all done, so I definitely know more than you do. Learn a bit more, or next time, when guests come to your house, they'll think your family is uneducated and uncultured and won't want to talk to you." Mrs. Wang's words were quite harsh, and she rolled her eyes openly. Zhang's wife went back home and got angry again. Why is it that their Wang family can get things done easily, but our family can't? They must have used connections. Zhang Hua said, "I heard now you can hire someone to handle it, but you have to pay some money." "I told you, but you didn't want to pay, so I had to go." "I don't know much about this. Now it's not done. What should I do?" His mother looked at him and said, "You're really useless. It's been so long trying to get the paperwork done, and you still can't do it. You were supposed to chase after Chu Ran, that classmate, but you couldn't even do that." "What use are you?" Zhang Hua replied, "It's normal that she doesn't like me. She bought a car, worth at least 10,000 yuan. Her salary must be good. How could she possibly like a jobless person from the village like me?" His mother said, "She has a car, but you only have a house in the village. She has no house, but we built such a big house. When she married in, she moved into a ready-made home. Where can you find someone with such good conditions? If she had the ability, she would have found a young man from the city long ago. She just can't find one. If you show some sincerity, I believe you can win her over. After you get her, with her connection to Chu Ran, she can help us find clients. Then we wouldn't have to worry about business." Seeing the Wang family making so much money every day makes me jealous. After some gap, the lowest person no longer envies the highest, but envies those who are just a little better than themselves. She wasn't jealous of Chu's family and having many guests each day, but she envied the Wang family, who had business and could make money every day. After Qiao Xining rejected Zhang Hua, he no longer wanted to pursue her. It was obvious that others weren't interested in him, and he felt a bit inferior standing in front of them. "Mom, I won't chase that girl anymore. If I don't match up, I shouldn't force it. Otherwise, I might offend the Chu family. You already offended them. If I keep bothering her, I'll just make things worse. I know I don't match her. I have some self-awareness. Look at Wang Hua and Qi Dage. They're both remarried with children. Why should I try to find a young, capable, unmarried girl from college who can buy a car? You really are hopeless. You're too timid. That's why you're almost 30 and still haven't found a wife. If we had come back earlier, maybe I could have told you directly about Chu Ran. That would be more straightforward. Chu Ran's family only has a daughter. In the future, everything in Chu's family will be ours." She sighed as if feeling regretful. Who would have thought that Chu Ran would become so successful now? There's a guest house in the village, a factory outside, and even a company in town. It's hard to imagine how much she can earn in a day. If only that money belonged to our family, Zhang Hua said. "Mom, stop dreaming. If outsiders hear this, it wouldn't be good. Chu Ran is already married. Also, Chu Ran has always been very beautiful in the village. All the boys her age have thought about her at some point. But Chu's family has always been very protective of her, and she went to college. This created a big gap. Those who didn't go to college naturally didn't dare to have any ideas. I'm just talking at home.
I wouldn't say this outside.
Our family doesn't have any business now, and you two don't seem worried. It's like I'm the only one concerned. The vegetables in the field haven't grown yet. We have to buy vegetables every day. You should think of a way. Zhang Hua said, maybe I should let someone handle it for us. Just pay them, and once we have the paperwork, we can connect with the village. That way, we might get some visitors. If we have guests, we'll have money. Otherwise, it's like the Sher family raising chickens. He raises chickens, and we could raise pigs. Raising pigs is too smelly, and pigs eat a lot. I don't want to raise those. The family discussed ways to improve their situation. When Chu Ran came home from work, Zhang's wife stopped her and brought up Xiao Xining. Your classmate, does she have a boyfriend? Maybe I can introduce someone for her. She's not young anymore, and it's a good time to get married. Chu Ran wasn't very interested in this person. She had never liked her since they were young. No need, she said directly, without even being polite. If the Wang family wanted to introduce someone for Xiao Xining, she might have been a bit more polite and said, you can talk to her yourself. It's her decision. But with the Zhang family, she decided not to bother. She knew Zhang Hua wasn't married. Judging by her appearance, it was obvious she wanted to introduce her son to Xiao Xining.
How could that happen?
If she really married Zhang Hua, that person would become her mother-in-law. Being a daughter-in-law in her family wouldn't be easy. Ran, we're from the same village. You grew up with Zhang Hua. Look at how old your child is now. Zhang Hua still doesn't have a stable job. Can you bear to see that? I think your classmate is pretty good. Why don't you help them get together? I'll give you a big gift as a thank you. Chu Ran said, impossible. They are not suitable. You should find someone else for Zhang Hua. Auntie, don't stop me. I have something to do. The wife of the Zhang family looked cold and dared not stop her anymore. After she left, she finally pouted and thought, so what if they earn some money? Just a few words and you're so impatient. Coincidentally, Wang Ma, passing by, overheard this and rolled her eyes at Zhang Hua's wife while cracking sunflower seeds. She said, think your son is some top student from a famous university? And you want to find a college graduate? He didn't even finish middle school and went to work. Look at Sher too, who is the same age as Zhang Hua. He has 2 kids now. Although he's divorced, he still has children. In the end, it's because your Zhang Hua isn't capable. If Wang Hua hadn't gotten married before, she wouldn't dare speak like this in the village. But now, with a grandson, she feels more confident. She especially enjoyed watching Zhang Hua's wife's expression at this moment. None of your business. Why are you here making snide remarks? Your Wang Hua is so capable, yet he married someone twice, with a child. Why didn't he marry an unmarried young girl back then? Because he wasn't capable. Haha, so what? My Yangyu is capable, talented, and beautiful. Are you jealous? Wang Ma wasn't angry. Now that her daughter had a child and a stable income, she didn't care about remarriage or not. They argued more and more harshly. But Wang Hua couldn't stand it. Yangyu called her to pull her back. The more they argued, the more her daughter-in-law was attacked. Now that she had a child and a steady income at home, she felt much more secure. There was no need to get upset over a few words from others. Remarriage is common now, and she didn't think it was shameful. Wang Ma didn't take it to heart. Her daughter was pregnant again, several months along, and would give birth soon. The Qi family was very hopeful. The Qi family also took good care of Mai Zi. Mai Zi was living in her own house, separate from her in-laws, which reduced conflicts and made life much more comfortable than her first marriage. Chu Ran went to ask Xiao Xining if the Zhang family had come to bother her. Zhang Hua came to see me once, but I didn't pay much attention to him. After that, he never came again. I think he has some intentions, but I definitely won't agree. I'm not saying I dislike him. I just don't plan to look for someone in the village. I find the village rules too strict and I can't really get used to them. Chu Ran understood. You understand very well. Yes, I think so too. Zhang Hua, and you are not a good match.
His mother is very strict.
If he comes to talk to you, you don't need to pay attention. If living in the village makes you uncomfortable, you can stay in the town. There are a few women sharing a rented house near the company in town, so if Xiao Xining wants to move there, it's fine. The company in town doesn't provide free meals or accommodation, but they do give some housing allowances. So if Xiao Xining wants to live in town, she will receive some support. But now, with their income, they don't care much about the allowance. Rent in town is very cheap. It costs about 2 to 3,000 yuan a year. Compared to the city, it's nothing. In the city, a large apartment like in town would cost at least 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. So, a house in the city for a month can be rented in town for a year. With their current income, sharing a house is very easy. They could even rent a place alone, but the girl prefers to share. I'll think about it. Xiao Xining hadn't considered this before. But after thinking carefully, she realized that she now has to go to work in town every day. Driving is convenient and not too time-consuming. But living in town would be even more convenient, right? Now that she has money, she naturally wants to live a better life and cook her own meals. After deciding, Xiao Xining told Chu Ran she wanted to move to town for convenience. Chu Ran agreed happily. Ask them if they have any rooms available. If not, you can rent a single apartment. Later, if more women come to work here, they can live with you. The company will give you housing allowances. Xiao Xining nodded, knowing that company housing works like that. They don't provide free meals or accommodation like factories do. Living on the mountain with free food and lodging is a big advantage. She has a car, so moving is easy. Her room doesn't have many belongings. All her bedding is from here, but it's not her own. Her things are just some clothes and shoes. Pack everything neatly and put it in the trunk. There are no large items. The house in town has already been rented, introduced by Shuxinjia's family. It's a big one-room apartment and the rent has been paid. After renting the place, a girl she brought with her moved in together. She didn't want to rent such a big house alone before, so she shared with others. Now she has money and someone to lead the way in renting, so things are different. Apart from the staff at the guest house and the Chu family, no one in the village knows that Xiao Xining has moved out. She keeps a low profile, which helps avoid many problems. When Xiao Xining arrived in town and stayed with young people, she felt it was different from living in the village. Now, it feels just like living in the city. When she first graduated, she rented a house with Chu Ran. There was no need to introduce her to anyone or set her up with a date. She closed the door and no one knew her. On weekends, Xiao Xining went to the city. This time, she didn't drive because she was tired. She took the bus instead. After she got off, Niezi Qian came to pick her up in a car. You only told me when you got in the car. If I had known earlier, I would have driven directly to pick you up. Xiao Xining replied, there's no need. It takes several hours to drive, and it's too tiring. Taking the bus is the same. I can sleep during the trip. You say you have a car but don't want to drive. Driving for hours is tiring. Last time I drove, my arms ached, and I felt I never wanted to drive again. Driving requires high concentration. You can't fall asleep, and it consumes a lot of energy. Xiao Xining sat in the front passenger seat. Is your birthday party in the evening? Do you have any special requests? Do you need to wear something particular? No special requests. It's just a gathering with friends. Just dress appropriately. All right, here is a birthday gift. She handed over a gift box. Thanks. What's inside? Niezi Qian asked curiously. It's nothing expensive. Just open it when you get home, and you'll see. She didn't buy anything fancy, just a regular bottle of men's perfume. If he likes it, he can use it. If not, he doesn't have to. She gave it as a gift regardless. Gifts aren't about how expensive they are. It depends on who gives them. You're here now, and whether there's a gift or not isn't important. Then I will give a gift too. The two of them exchanged some casual words as Niezi Qian took her to the venue. Your birthday party is quite grand. Are there still many people who haven't arrived yet? It's a villa, decorated nicely. There's a room upstairs where you can rest. It's still early. If you haven't eaten, you can check the kitchen. There's food there. Actually, Xiao Xining had been sleeping in the car for a long time. Now she wasn't tired at all, but there wasn't much to do at this moment, so she decided to rest a little. Thinking she might want to rest, Niezi Qian left the room. Xiao Xining was inside, scrolling through her phone. As she looked, she heard sounds outside. Probably other guests had arrived. Suddenly, she wondered if Chu Ran's husband might come today, since it was such a special day. After all, they were friends. She wanted to ask Chu Ran, but then thought better of it. If she asked, it might reveal her whereabouts in the city. Since she and Nie Ziqian hadn't really interacted much, she decided not to say anything. She planned to wait a little longer before going out. Suddenly, someone pushed open her door. Two beautiful women entered, dressed very stylishly, with delicate makeup, and wearing quite revealing clothes, not like wealthy young ladies. Wow, you're also here because young Master Nia invited you to drink? How come you arrived earlier than us? Or did you stay over at young Master Nia's last night? Are you his date? Qiao Xining knew they had misunderstood her. No, I'm his friend. She thought to herself, it's really something that Nie Ziqian's birthday party involved hiring companions. Truly. She secretly regretted coming to this party. The phrase that came to mind was chaos and disorder. Sorry. The girl quickly apologized. Sorry, we'll leave now. They were about to leave. Wait, Qiao Xining called out to them. Is there anything else? Have all his friends arrived? Has the gathering started outside? Almost. They're mostly friends Nie Ziqian often hangs out with at the club. We haven't met you before, so we misunderstood earlier. Are you Nie Ziqian's girlfriend? Nie Ziqian's girlfriends kept changing, so she wasn't sure who was real. Or maybe, the next time she saw someone, she wouldn't recognize them. No, just friends, she replied. It looks like I should go now. Qiao Xining went downstairs with a few others. Many people had already arrived, and when they saw her group, some people waved at them directly. Baby, come here. Then the two beautiful women were taken away by someone and walked off. Suddenly, an arm was around Qiao Xining's shoulder. A greasy voice sounded in her ear. Beautiful girl, new here. Tonight, just stay with me. Let's have a drink and get to know each other. What's your name? Qiao Xining turned her head and saw a young man. He wasn't particularly handsome, but not ugly either. However, his eyes were very unpleasant and contemptuous. She pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. We don't know each other. The man raised an eyebrow. Aren't you here to have fun? You can't even be touched. I'm not. What's going on? Is this girl new here? A man and a woman approached, looking at Qiao Xining with disdain. They also examined her. It seems she's new and doesn't know the rules. Since you're here to have fun, you should understand the rules. Don't you know how we do things here? Want us to teach you. This girl is quite pretty, but what's she wearing? Qiao Xining was dressed casually today. The weather outside was cold, so she wore a trench coat over a long, flowery dress, which looked elegant. I'm not here to play with you, Qiao Xining stated clearly. Can't you understand? I'm a friend of Nie Ziqian. Ziqian has friends like this? Someone glanced at her coat, which didn't look like a high-end brand. Everyone knew that Nie Ziqian's friends wore luxury brands. Why can't I have friends like this? Friends shouldn't be judged by status. If you think we're not from the same circle, we can keep our distance. After saying that, Qiao Xining looked around but didn't see Nie Ziqian. She found a corner and sat down. A few people nearby started whispering, seeming to doubt whether she was really a friend. Qiao Xining was a little hungry. Seeing a lot of food on the table, she took some and started eating without hesitation, fruits, pastries, and even small lobsters. She ate everything, including some orange juice, and felt very comfortable after taking a sip. It seems they split into different groups, so they are not very familiar with each other. Nie Ziqian came in with a few people, probably to pick someone up. These people might be from the same social circle, knowing each other and greeting one another. Someone pulled Nie Ziqian aside and asked, Hey, young Master Nie, who is the woman in the corner? She's just eating there and says she's your friend, but I don't think so. How do you know someone like her? Nie Ziqian looked over and saw Qiao Xining. Yes, she's a friend. Don't cause trouble. A friend is a friend. What else could she be? Really a friend. Then can I go talk to her? I think she's my type, cute and charming. No, you can't. Your girlfriend changes quickly, and I don't want you to play with my friend's feelings. Are you serious? No, that's not allowed either. Your mom is hard to get along with, so she won't let you marry her. If you don't want to get married, then don't go. Marry her? Who still gets married these days? You're so old-fashioned. Then don't go. After saying that, Nie Ziqian went over to Qiao Xining. Xining, let me introduce you to them. Xiao Xining had almost finished eating and stood up to come over. This is my friend, Xiao Xining. Everyone get to know each other. Wow, young master Nya, just a friend? Not your girlfriend. Someone started teasing.
Niezhi-chan smiled.
Don't say nonsense. Don't scare her away. Anyway, let's do what we need to. Everyone gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. Besides the food they just had, there was also barbecue with staff grilling it. Just grab some and eat. Then people came over to drink, and it was very relaxing. Xiao Xining was just eating. She didn't know these people well and didn't want to join their games. So she sat in the corner, watching the wealthy young men play. They started playing games. Someone invited her, but she didn't go. These people played quite boldly. Niezhi-qian came over. Why aren't you playing? I don't know how, and I don't want to. I might reveal my intelligence. I'll just sit here and eat. She thought her social skills were not high, and she wasn't good at being charming. Sitting in the background suited her better. Niezhi-qian smiled and asked, Did they just say something to you? No. They just misunderstood that I was here to hang out. I told them I wasn't, and they didn't say anything more. Out of my friends, who would you choose as a partner if you had to pick one? Huh, he was surprised. Why did he ask that? Xiao Xining glanced over and said, Is that something I can choose? I think no one would pick me, because we're not suitable. If it's just about dating, maybe, but for marriage, not at all. I know my limits. The standards are too high, and she doesn't want to try climbing up. It would be too tiring. But someone like Chu Ran is okay. Both of them are busy with their careers, and she wouldn't interfere in her in-laws' affairs. It seems Xiao Tingnan is really like a son-in-law. However, Chu Ran said he's not a son-in-law, and Xiao's family situation is complicated. He doesn't have a family of his own, so he just likes to visit Chu's house.
Why?
Do you think it's because of family background? Or personality? Or hobbies? Maybe all of those. I just don't like that kind of life. When she said this, she looked around and felt the place was really chaotic. Some people were playing games, drinking, smoking, and the smoke was everywhere. Fortunately, the room was ventilated, or it might have been suffocating. Actually, it was starting to get hard to breathe, so she moved to the corner. Their office has clear rules against smoking. If someone wants to smoke, they should go somewhere else. The office is a public place. If someone smokes here, others will breathe secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke is also very harmful. How so? Niezhi-qian asked, a bit confused. Are you talking about just eating, drinking, and having fun? She respects everyone's lifestyle but doesn't necessarily agree with it. And she doesn't have the means to live like that. She needs to earn her own money to support herself, so she can't afford to indulge like that. Niezhi-qian seemed to agree with her, saying, Their families are all wealthy. They don't need to work hard, so they can spend money freely. Don't think they're just eating and drinking. Each of them has a shining identity. Several of them studied abroad at famous universities, which is impressive. As for their true skills and talents, that's up to them to prove. Xiao Xining thought these people would surely have the best resources to develop themselves. I was thinking too simply. We are not suitable for each other. We come from different social classes, and our perspectives are different. Niezhi-qian looked at her. It seems like you've divided yourself into a separate zone. You don't need to be so sensitive. Look at Chu Ran, she's not like you. Chu Ran and I are different. I have no support, only myself. If I give up on myself, my life will fall apart. So I love myself more. Niezhi-qian didn't fully understand her words, but he knew her situation. Soon someone called him. Niezhi-qian invited her. Do you want to go over and have some fun? Xiao Xining shook her head. She didn't want to force herself into a circle that wasn't hers. There was no need. She believed she would never be part of that world and probably wouldn't have much contact with those people in the future. The gathering lasted until late. Tired, Xiao Xining went straight to her room to rest. The others were still outside, lying in disarray, but they weren't sleeping. Just as she finished washing up, she heard a knock. It's me, Niezhi-qian. She opened the door. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Seeing her just after a shower, with water still on her neck, he looked like a delicate flower, very attractive. He was holding some fruit. It's late. Have some fruit. Xiao Xining reached out to take it. Thanks. Then she felt him hold her hand, and he moved closer. Her eyes widened. It was time to sleep, and her mind was a bit slow to react. By the time she realized what was happening, she could feel what he was doing. His breath was hot and intense, making her legs feel weak. She wasn't inexperienced, so she knew what this was. Her mind was struggling. Should she give in? While she hesitated, someone had already taken control. That night, Xiao Xining didn't sleep much. After the passion faded, she deeply regretted not pushing him away sooner. Knowing he was unreliable, she still ended up with him. She massaged her sore body, quickly put on her clothes, and then opened the door to leave the room. It was only early morning, around 6 or 7, and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Seeing the hall, it was still messy, but a few people were missing, probably gone home or to their rooms to sleep. She didn't have time to think much, and quickly left. Outside, she finally felt relieved, took a taxi to the station, and then caught the early bus back to her rented room in town. After returning, she washed up and went to bed, as she hadn't slept well last night. This time, she really fell asleep, but she was still dreaming that the two people were still arguing. In the afternoon, she woke up feeling very weak. Xining, you've slept for a long time. Do you want to get up for dinner? What do you want to eat? I can go buy some groceries. Anything is fine. I want to eat fish. I'll buy a fish, and we can cook it together. How about making pepper fish? The girl happily went out to buy groceries. The town's market was nearby, and she quickly bought a fish and the seasonings for pepper fish. Now, making these dishes was very easy. Just boil water with the seasonings, then add the fish. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma, and Xiao Xining started to feel hungry. She hadn't eaten much all day, and now smelling such a strong, tempting smell, her mouth watered, and she felt hungry. She got up, looked at herself in the mirror, and saw her hair draped over her neck, hiding everything, so it looked like she wasn't wearing anything. After washing up and drinking some hot water, she felt more awake. Her roommate brought out the food. Dinner is ready. You went to the city this weekend? I thought you'd come back only tonight. It's nothing. I just came back. I went home last week and bought everything I needed. I probably won't go back soon. It's too far. Yeah, it's a bit far. Why did Mr. Chu open the company so far away? It would be better in the city. This place is okay too. Mr. Chu's hometown is here. She used to work with agricultural products, so it's more convenient here. That makes sense. Some people in the company weren't from the town, so they thought it was far. But those living in the town found it very convenient, like Shuksinjiu. This pepper fish is really delicious. Hurry up and eat. They shared a bowl of pepper fish, some of which they couldn't finish, but they felt very satisfied. There weren't many entertainment options in town at night, so they usually didn't go out, just stayed home and scrolled through their phones. Nie Ziqian did not send her any messages, probably because everyone agreed not to mention what happened last night. Later, they returned to their normal work routine. In the morning, Nie Ziqian woke up to find he was alone in bed, with no warmth beside him. When did he leave? He rubbed his head, turned over, and got up to wash up, and only then did his mind clear. Looking at himself in the mirror, he noticed some suspicious marks on his body. Thinking about what happened last night, he sneered. Did he leave early in the morning? He dressed quickly and came out, only to see the people in the hall. He kicked one of them. Get up quickly. Don't just lie there. Nie Ziqian called the housekeeper to come and tidy up here. This villa isn't usually occupied much, only occasionally used when someone visits. It's said to be a wedding house bought by their family for the brothers, one for each. But the villa isn't currently in their names. They will only have rights after they get married. Similarly, Nie Ziheo's villa is the same. It's not in his name now. He will only have rights after marriage. The housekeeper arrived quickly, probably waiting nearby. Nie Ziqian told her, call those people and tell them to leave quickly. He was very direct. These were just friends, no need to be polite. Soon, those people got up, went to the bathroom, washed quickly, greeted him, and then left one after another. That's how their gatherings usually go. Everyone leaves the next day, no fuss. They need to sleep more at home. They sleep until the afternoon, then go out again at night. That's how some young people today live without much pressure. Nie Ziqian handed the place over to the housekeeper and left too, needing to rest. He had invited Xiao Tingnan to his birthday party, but he said he needed to stay with his wife and kids, so he didn't come. He just left after giving a gift. Xu Ran's Debanjiang factory is almost finished now. Their factory isn't a tall resort building, just 2 or 3 floors. The tallest building is the dormitory, a bit taller. The factory, office, and warehouse are all 2 or 3 floors. It's not very big, but the drying yard is large. The construction was finished quickly. Now they started buying equipment, including large tanks and some baskets. They also needed to buy raw materials like chili peppers and broad beans. The procedures for making chili bean paste had already been completed. Once the factory was built, they would start hiring workers. Hiring was not announced in the village, but was done in the town. Director Chow was very proactive and said the town could help. Xu Ran didn't want the town's help, thinking it might be complicated and could bring in people they shouldn't offend. So, she posted a recruitment notice at the company entrance. They were hiring workers for the chili bean paste factory, offering meals and accommodation, working inside the mountain factory, with a salary of 2,500 yuan per month, plus overtime pay and other benefits. They were only hiring 10 people now. The positions included a driver, who would later be responsible for transporting goods, as well as roles in purchasing, administration, and finance. Her father was managing the factory, but he lacked confidence, so Xu Ran occasionally came to help plan. It was manageable. Currently, buying broad beans was a bit difficult, but they still managed to gather quite a lot by setting up a stall in the town. Once the chili bean paste factory was running smoothly, she also went with Chu Ma to buy materials. Winter was approaching quickly. At this time, the collected beans could be fermented, a process overseen by the elderly lady, who was the technical advisor. Now, the elderly lady rarely took on workers. Heng Hai was entrusted to Chu Ma, who was less busy now. Someone was responsible for the guest house, so Chu Ren only needed to give verbal instructions, which was not very tiring. The elderly lady was not always at the factory. She only visited occasionally. The resort was also nearly finished and was expected to open before the Spring Festival, which could bring in holiday visitors. Soon, Heng Hai's 3rd birthday arrived. Xiao Tingnan bought a cake and gifts in the city. Heng Hai was very happy. The gift was a small tricycle, suitable for children. Heng Hai rode it around the yard happily. Xu Ran didn't invite others, just her family had a meal. She thought birthdays for children didn't need to be too grand, and gifts from others could be enough. Everyone gave Heng Hai red envelopes, and he was very pleased.
Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. He kissed each of them.
Soon New Year's Day arrived. Xu Ran gave holiday gifts to the employees, and everyone was quite happy. Their company is considered high income in the town. However, everyone stayed modest. Xu Ran told them not to mention it if others asked, to avoid trouble that could lead to dismissal. Because of this, they had to be careful. If income in a small town is too high, it might cause unnecessary problems. Making money should be done quietly. Xu Ran saw some idle people hanging around their company entrance several times. So, she hired 2 security guards. When they saw people loitering, they would ask them to leave or call the police if they refused. Xu Ran reported this to Director Chow. After that, patrols often came by, which kept those people from being so bold. This is a common issue in small towns. In big cities, their company's income isn't remarkable, so they wouldn't face such problems. However, Xu Ran still advised her tenants to be careful, especially Qiao Xining and the other women. Luckily, they rented the house together. Xu Xingyu wasn't worried. She lived alone and was a local, so others wouldn't bother her. She also noticed the recent atmosphere at the company. When she went home, her parents asked, "Why are there suddenly 2 security guards at your company? Is something important happening? I heard from people on the street that your company makes over 1 billion yuan a year. You all earn hundreds of thousands a month. Is that true? Do you really have that much money? That's impossible. Don't you know my salary? I already told you. Since traffic has decreased, my salary has gone down too. Now it's about 5,000 yuan. She said this somewhat nervously because she was lying and didn't want to reveal too much. She was afraid of causing trouble for the company. 5,000 yuan is quite a lot in our town, but not too much. So, it's okay. Those people are just exaggerating. Xu Xingyu said, yeah, they're just bragging. Recently, our company hasn't been busy, and the boss is on holiday. So, if someone asks about you, just say we all earn around 5,000 yuan a month. Nothing more, and we spend most of it ourselves. We don't have much left at the end of the month. She knew her mother was talkative and would spread the word quickly. Maybe everyone on the street would know by tomorrow. Is that true? Didn't you say before that you are the lowest paid person in your company and that Chu's assistant earns how much per month? She only earns a little more than I do. The company isn't doing well, so there's no extra money. Look at this New Year's gift. It's the same as always. No bonuses either? Didn't you say before that you would get bonuses? Xu Xingyu plans to pretend she's poor this time and shakes her head. No, you can tell I haven't been working overtime recently. There aren't many clients anymore, so how could there be bonuses? Is it true that your boss makes 100 million a year? Of course not. Our boss is very kind and charges low fees. There's no way to earn that much. They also pay us salaries which are quite decent. Please don't go around bragging about it. If people get jealous and start attacking us, our business in town might suffer. Then Chu's boss wouldn't keep renting our house, and I wouldn't have such an easy job or live so close to home. Maybe my partner would be breaking up with me soon, and many things would change. Mom and Dad, please don't spread rumors. Just tell others I don't earn much, and our company's profits are average. We don't make a lot of money. Xu's parents immediately understand what this means. They live in town and know how jealous some people can be. Many relatives ask about how much their daughter earns each month and how much the company makes in a year. In the past, they would show off a little. Luckily, Xu Xingyu's highest salary was about 10,000 yuan. Although that was high for the town, some migrant workers could earn that much too, so it was okay. Many migrant workers also earn similar amounts, and business owners might earn more. But everyone only comes back during the new year, so they don't attract much envy. I understand. We definitely won't spread rumors. But tell me honestly, does your boss make over 1 billion? Xu Xingyu would never tell the truth. Her parents are not very reliable. No, absolutely not. Our boss only earns a few cents per order sometimes. How many orders would they need to sell to make my salary? With poor traffic now, they hardly make any money each month. If she told her parents the truth, her mother would trust her own family and immediately share the news with her aunts, uncles, and cousins. Then she quickly started to spread the word, and her salary was sold out by them. Some relatives often ask her about her company's situation and used to say a few things. Of course, she didn't say too much because when she received her first month's salary, Mr. Chu told her to stay low-key outside. She usually kept quiet, but since she told her parents the truth, they leaked it. She said less, but people didn't believe her, so now she doesn't tell her parents the truth anymore. If our boss moves the company to the city, will I have to go back too? And about my relationship, I'll have to talk about it. He probably won't want me to be unemployed or want a long-distance relationship. It won't happen. Our boss signed a multi-year contract with our family, said Mom Xu. But isn't the rent paid periodically? It's not like paying for several years up front. Even if we break the contract, at most we just lose the deposit. The deposit isn't much. Because their shop had nothing at first, they paid a small deposit. We promise not to talk nonsense outside. If someone asks, just say you don't know. Say your salary is 3,000, and your company is so poor it almost can't pay wages. My base salary is 3,000, and it's still 3,000 now. Xu Xingyu finally convinced her parents. With her parents spreading the word among relatives, everyone gradually thought her salary was low. Fewer suspicious people hanging around their company entrance. Soon, the Spring Festival is coming. They gave everyone year-end bonuses, but told them to stay low-key. If the company can't stay in the town, they will move. They don't know where they'll go yet, so they need to be careful. Some locals already felt obvious jealousy from those around them and even spread rumors about their company. So, everyone stayed low-key. The few from outside the area also didn't want to attract attention, so they just said they earned 3,000 outside. This year, Xiao Xining won't spend the new year in the village. She bought a house and plans to go to the city for the holiday but won't go home. Having a house gives her a place to stay. She felt a bit envious watching others celebrate happily with their families at the Chu family. So she decided to stay in her own place, alone for the new year, buying whatever she wanted. Now she has money and can buy many things she likes to eat. I packed my things and went back to the city with my roommate. My roommate needed to transfer trains to the city and then go back to her hometown for the new year. It was quite complicated. She took me to the bus station, then went home herself, and also stopped by the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Now that I am celebrating the new year alone, I feel very comfortable and free. I am very happy. Xiao Xining bought a big rooster, some fish, and a few vegetables. Eating a big rooster and fish is traditional for the new year. She can cook well, and her cooking skills are quite good. When she was at Peng Feng's house, she handled all the chores herself. It's been a long time since she cooked so many dishes, but she doesn't find it difficult at all. In fact, she finds cooking very interesting. She made chicken soup and steamed fish. After finishing, she arranged everything on the table, took a few photos, and it looked very nice. The meal was abundant, and it didn't look like she was celebrating alone. While eating, she felt very relaxed, happy, and content. It was much more comfortable than celebrating at her own home. She felt truly free and easy. After dinner, she went out for a walk in the afternoon. On the first and second days of the new year, she didn't visit relatives. No one at home knew she was back, so she didn't need to contact anyone. It felt like she had stepped outside her usual circle. Her mother sent her 2 red envelopes, but didn't contact her again. Probably, her mother didn't want her to come back, especially now that her younger siblings were there. Going back would be unnecessary. Xiao Xining watched movies during the holiday, especially the big blockbusters for the Spring Festival. She watched 2 movies in a row. Not to mention, many people went to see movies during the holiday. The good films were all fully booked and she didn't buy tickets in advance, so she couldn't get a seat. She watched other movies instead. After the movies, she went home. She didn't go out for dinner after the evening meal. She stayed home and watched the Spring Festival Gala. Now she thinks buying a house was a very good decision. Although it was a bit expensive, it feels very comfortable now. Otherwise, she would still be in the village celebrating the new year with the Chu family. Although the Chu family is nice, it's a bit restrictive. Not as free. On the 3rd day of the new year, she went out shopping. Most shops were closed except for the supermarket. It was hard to find a place to eat outside, so she had to cook at home. She bought some food and cooked her own meal. The phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller ID, she was so startled, she almost threw the phone away. It had been a long time since they last contacted each other. Why did he suddenly call her again? At first, she didn't answer, but the phone kept ringing, making her feel a bit anxious. Later, he called again. Xiao Xining picked up the phone. "Hello, what's the matter?" she asked, trying to sound normal and confident. On the other end, Nie Ziqian's voice came through. "Are you still celebrating the new year in the village? Since you're not working right now, why not come to the city and stay for a few days? Or I can come to see you." It seemed like nothing had changed. Xiao Xining thought she was just being too sensitive. She wasn't unfamiliar with dating. Both of them were adults and a little impulsiveness was okay sometimes. She reassured herself mentally, preparing herself emotionally. "I'm not celebrating the new year in the village. I bought a house, so I'm celebrating in my new home." Nie Ziqian chuckled. "That's good. Are you at home now? I can come to see you." "Yes," she replied. As soon as she said that, the call ended. Xiao Xining heard the beeping sound from the phone, feeling a bit strange. What are they now? Probably not a couple, right?
How could they be?
She didn't want to be his girlfriend, and he probably didn't want to be tied down either. Neither of them had that intention. Why was he looking for her again? Could he be trying to turn their relationship into just friends with benefits? Soon after, her phone rang again.
Come downstairs.
"I'll take you out for a drive." Xiao Xining quickly put on her down jacket and went downstairs. She saw him wearing sunglasses and driving a luxury car, but not a convertible. Of course, no one was foolish.
It was winter, not spring yet, and it was cold. If he drove a convertible, it would be like showing off a luxury car while freezing outside. Quite a statement. After getting in the car, she asked, "Where are we going for a drive?" In the middle of winter, she wasn't really in the mood to go for a drive. He replied, "There's a new botanical garden that just opened. It gets crowded during the spring festival, so we can go see it. People are there, so you're saying we're going to see the crowd. Are you sure you haven't been in the city for a long time? That's why you don't know how things work here." "What do you mean? During the holiday, there were many visitors." Although it was a bit annoying, the botanical garden was very large, with many beautiful displays. "I saw it online and thought it looked nice, so I brought you here to enjoy the city's scenery. After seeing countryside views many times, I also wanted to see the city sights." They drove to the botanical garden, and indeed, there were many people. "It's been years since I last visited such a place. I'll go buy some food before we go in. It's probably expensive inside, or they might not have much," said Xiao Xining as she bought snacks at a small stall at the entrance. There were also many people gathered at the main gate, showing that the garden was quite popular. They had decorated the place for the spring festival. Nie Ziqian went over to see what she bought. She had sunflower seeds, bottled water, some strange flavored beans, and instant noodles. "Why did you buy instant noodles? You could have bought other things," he asked. "Even if the inside stuff is expensive, your income should cover it now, right?" She replied with a look that said, "You're so stingy. I can afford it, but I don't want to be the fool who spends too much." "I try to save where I can," he said. Then he thought that wasn't quite right. "I know the small shop inside probably charges higher prices, but as a customer, it's just a few steps away. Of course, I'll buy cheaper things. We should respect each other. When I finish eating, I'll buy something inside. You'll see about that with the instant noodles later," he added. Nie Ziqian couldn't understand. The prices inside must also be marked up, but even if they're a bit higher, it's only a few yuan. They bought tickets and entered. Xiao Xining took out sunflower seeds and started munching while walking, tossing the shells into a plastic bag. Seeing her enjoy herself, Nie Ziqian also started snacking and took some photos. After wandering around for a while, it was about noon. It was time to eat. But inside the botanical garden, there didn't seem to be any proper restaurants. There were some small shops selling snacks, grilled sausages, drinks, and so on. There was also sour and spicy noodles. "Do you like sour and spicy noodles?" she asked. Nie Ziqian looked at her. "You've been eating them all along. Are you hungry now?" She hadn't stopped eating since they arrived. "My feet are tired, but I'm not hungry. I just smelled the sour and spicy noodles and wanted to eat some." "Aren't you tired?" Xiao Xining asked with a sideways glance. He wondered if men's stamina was really that good. It seemed. Yes, it was quite good. Not too bad. "Let's sit down and have a bite," he said. They sat at a small table, not paying much attention to etiquette. Xiao Xining took out instant noodles, broke them up, and added the seasoning. Nie Ziqian asked, "Are you going to eat it plain?" "Yes, when you're outside, there's no need to be so particular. I think it tastes good this way. Want some?" They used disposable chopsticks so their hands stayed clean. Soon, their spicy and sour noodles, grilled sausage, and fish balls were served. Xiao Xining took a bite of the spicy and sour noodles, then a bite of dry instant noodles, then a piece of grilled sausage and a fish ball. She felt very happy eating this way. Nie Ziqian was more careful with his food, eating slowly and calmly. He ate each item one by one, then moved on to the next. Xiao Xining finished everything she ordered and felt very comfortable. That was so good. The spicy and sour noodles were really flavorful. In the countryside, you can't find such good ones, only packaged spicy and sour noodles. After eating, they sat for a while before continuing to walk around. At this point, she only had water in her hand, nothing else.
Nie Ziqian looked surprised.
"Aren't you going to sunflower seeds anymore?" "No, I'm not. I ate too much just now and need to digest." "You really ate quite a lot, more than most women," he knew. "You're such a good eater, but I don't see you gaining weight." "That's because I was born with a fast metabolism. I can tell. With fewer things to carry, it was easier to take photos." They didn't leave until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and now they were hungry again. Getting ready for dinner,
Qiao Xining patted her stomach. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Let's have hot pot. The weather is perfect for something spicy and warm. Qiao Xining nodded, and they went to a hot pot restaurant. The food was pretty good, though a bit spicy and a lot of it. Do you think we can finish it all? You said you could eat a lot, right? I'm just having the main dishes. These sides are okay, but I'm not that hungry, just tasting for fun. Qiao Xining usually didn't eat hot pot often. She wasn't particularly fond of it, but after not having it for a while, she could still enjoy a meal like this. Nie Ziqian also noticed that she didn't seem to love hot pot that much. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I could handle it. I just can't eat too much. No need, but we can have a late-night snack tonight. After finishing the hot pot, Qiao Xining said, Nothing much. I'm going home now. I've been out all day, and I'm a bit tired. It's still early. Why not go see a movie? There are many big films during the spring festival season. Qiao Xining didn't want to go to the movies. She just wanted to go home and lie on the sofa. Lying alone on the sofa, scrolling through her phone with the TV nearby, she felt very relaxed and happy. It was a simple pleasure of feeling free and comfortable.
So she chose to decline.
No, I want to go home. I've been busy all day and I'm too tired, but you just said you wanted a late-night snack. It's rare to have a holiday these days, and you, big sister, is that really you? Suddenly, a surprised voice called out. Qiao Xining recognized it immediately, and she knew who it was without looking. It could only be her younger brother, Qiao Yu. Before she could think about what to do, Qiao Yu had already pulled his pregnant wife and rushed over to her. Big sister, you're in the city. Why aren't you going home? That's not right. Don't you know Mom and Dad keep talking about you? Qiao Xining rolled her eyes. Are you scolding me? I already sent them the New Year money. I didn't send more. Big sister, why do you keep talking about money? We're family. This year is your sister-in-law's first New Year at home. I hope everyone can be together and happy. Since you're in the city, why not go home? Why wouldn't I go home? Don't you know? Every year during the New Year, you act like the boss. Of course, I hope to celebrate, but who is busy and who gets scolded? Big sister, those are just small family matters. Why are you so petty? Qiao Yu thought it was Qiao Xining's fault. You're used to getting your way, so you don't care. If I had the house, I would marry a man and have my parents give me a bride price. If I were like you, doing nothing, I wouldn't care either. His words left Qiao Yu speechless, as if he was choked. He could only shout, Big sister. Suddenly, he saw another man nearby, someone with a very refined aura. The man was wearing a down jacket, looked very handsome and tall, and his gaze was full of disdain. Big sister, who is this? Your boyfriend? Why don't you introduce us? Zhou Yu thought this person was unusual. He was wearing a fancy down jacket, and behind him was a luxury car. At first, he saw the luxury car, then noticed a man and woman standing nearby. Only then did he realize the woman was his sister. Brother-in-law, hello. I am my sister's younger brother. My name's Zhou Yu. You can call me Xiao Yu. Are you on a date? My sister is really something. She has a boyfriend, but doesn't bring him home to visit. During the New Year, it's a good chance for her to meet my parents. Zhou Xining pushed him away quickly. Seeing his flattering face made her feel sick. Who told you this is my boyfriend? I don't know him. I was just asking for directions. Stop trying to be related. She gave Nie Ziqian a look and then turned to leave. She texted on her phone. Sorry, I'll take a taxi home myself. My brother is a troublemaker. If he finds out about you, he'll bother you. Stay away from them. After sending the message, Zhou Yu caught up. Sister, don't go. Where do you live?
Come home with me.
During the New Year, you should come home too. Zhou Xining found him annoying. I need to go back to work soon. I won't stay. If you go back, you'll say the same. Then, where are you living now? Better to go home. It saves money. Zhou Yu thought Zhou Xining was wasteful. With that much money, she could pay off the family debt instead. Stay out of my business. Don't come near me. I don't want to see you. Stay away. She quickly flagged down a taxi on the street. Hey, sister. Zhou Yu called from behind, but he couldn't catch up. He wanted to take a taxi, but his wife stopped him. Stop chasing. Your sister clearly doesn't want to talk to us. Don't keep a cold face.
It's freezing outside. Let's go back. You said you wanted to see a movie. Why go back so early? Joe, you didn't chase anymore. I need to find out where my sister is living now. I heard she bought a house, but I don't know if it's true. She bought a house? Your sister bought a house. Yeah. During the new year, I met some of her classmates. They mentioned it casually. If she bought a house, she must be pretty rich. If we could get some money, that would be even better. It's impossible. I think she only gives your parents some holiday gifts. She wouldn't give much more. Even if your sister bought a house, it's still hers. Your sister wouldn't act like Voldemort. She has a house and I don't. Why should I? The things in the Chiao family always come to me first. If she really has a house, then it belongs to me too, Jiao Yu shamelessly said. Your way of thinking doesn't make sense now. She won't listen. Your mom can't do anything, so how can you? I think you should go back and talk to your parents. After she finished, she looked at the man leaning against the luxury car nearby. Is that person really your sister's boyfriend? I don't know. They were talking and laughing just now. When I approached, I said I didn't know them. It's urgent. Jiao Yu was suspicious. But my sister probably can't find such a good boyfriend. She's probably just playing around. Playing around is fine. Men with so much money, even just playing can bring a lot. If your sister really has a house and a car, maybe she's just having fun with these people. Hearing this, Jiao Yu thought it made sense. You're right. I'll go back and tell my parents. They didn't dare to say anything to Nie Ziqian, and then left. Nie Ziqian was scrolling on his phone. After they left, he got into the car and received a message from Qiao Xining. Maybe I should come find you. I don't want to go back. Can you take me in for a night? Qiao Xining understood what that meant. She knew he was being straightforward. But she didn't want to develop a real relationship with him, so she politely declined. Not suitable. Good night. Seeing the message, Nie Ziqian smiled a little. Qiao Xining took a taxi back home. She checked her phone, but had no new messages. She washed up and felt much better. Lying on the sofa, she looked at the photos she took today. It was sunny today, so the photos looked bright and cheerful. They looked good. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a video call from Nie Ziqian. She answered and turned on the beauty filter. If she didn't turn on the filter, her face would look very big and ugly, with her features exaggerated and pores visible. With the filter on, the effect was different. Her skin looked perfect, and her features were refined. Especially her eyes. Without any expression, they looked lively and beautiful. Seeing that he was on the bus, she asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet? It's still early." "I was planning to go to the movies with you, but you left," she said, sounding a little upset. Qiao Xining smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that. After I took the bus and left, did my brother and the others also leave?" "Yes, they left. They said they wanted to go back and tell your mom. I think your mom will contact you. Do your parents know your address?" "Of course not. I would never tell them. They don't even know I bought a house. To them, I am just my brother's cash machine, their backup plan. Now that my brother is the main one in front of them, if I, the smaller one, don't listen, it doesn't matter much." After understanding these things, she stopped paying much attention to them. "When will you go back to town to work?" "I'm not sure yet. I drove here this time, so I can leave whenever I want." Qiao Xining asked, "When do you plan to start work? When will you go back?" "It's getting late now." Their conversation didn't seem to have much flirtation. It was just a normal chat. "I'll start work whenever I want. I just called you, and then I'll go back. I thought you would hang out with your friends. No more." "It's not interesting," Nie Zikong said. He really found it boring, eating, drinking, and having fun with those people every day, with no real meaning. Now, he occasionally spends time with Xiao Tingnan, meeting some successful people. Their conversations are different, and they get different information. It's good for his company, so gradually his social circle is changing. They talked for a long time, then hung up. Qiao Xining looked at her phone's battery. It was almost dead. She didn't know what they had talked about, probably just some meaningless topics. She checked the time and decided not to lie on the sofa anymore. She was going to sleep. Just as she was about to sleep, her mom called. She answered. Mrs. Qiao said, "Qiao Xining, so you've come back to the city, but haven't come home? I see you don't care about this family anymore." I told you and Dad long ago that this isn't my home, it's Xiao Yu's home. I've always remembered what you said. Xiao Xining remembered how her parents used to warn her not to care about the family's things. At that time, she was still young. After being warned like that, she felt helpless and alone. You remember all the bad things but forget the good ones. Even though the house isn't yours, you can still come back to eat. After all, you're Xiao Yu's older sister, and you'll need to take care of your younger brother in the future. There's no need for your charity. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. She hung up and turned her phone to silent mode. She didn't care how angry her parents were. It wasn't the first time. After that, Xiao Xining didn't hear from Nie Ziqian, and she didn't try to contact him either. She stayed in the city for a few days and then returned to the town. Things here had already started working, and her roommate was back too. Maybe because of the publicity from the landlord during the new year, people weren't so jealous of their company anymore. They run a sauce factory, but they didn't have any products yet, so it wasn't very busy. Work started late. The guest house was still open all the time. The Zhang family spent money to hire professionals to handle the paperwork, and they managed to get it done. They linked it with He Mu and others. They thought many people would come to visit, but actually no one did. Zhang's wife was very disappointed. They spent so much money, but didn't see a single return.
How could she accept that?
Comrade He Mu, why aren't there any bookings for our farm stay? Did you forget to promote it? He Mu had been in the village for years and wasn't the young man he once was. Ma'am, we've already put up the link. Whether we get guests or not isn't something we can control. Then why do the Chu Ran family have guests but we don't? You need to help us analyze this. Chu Ran uses her own account and promotes herself. That's different. Then you should promote like Chu Ran. What's the difference? He Mu said. If you think it's so simple, why don't you have your son make his own account? Anyone can create one. Look at Shida's family, they made their own accounts and they sell chickens very well. Shirtu is smart and good at talking. During live streams, he makes fans happy, so he has a good reputation. Selling chickens naturally brought in some income, and he also used online traffic to sell other goods, so his earnings were quite good. The 20,000 yuan borrowed had already been paid back. Zhang's family was silent, unable to speak. In the end, you just didn't put in enough effort to help us. You don't even know what to do here every day. Deng Ruoqian was fed up. We haven't done anything wrong. So, who is selling your vegetables? If you have the ability, go sell them in town yourself. They argued more and more fiercely until Zhanghua stepped in to stop his mother. He pulled her out of the office. Mom, why do you have to offend people? We needed their help, so you should have been polite. Now you've offended them, and they won't promote us anymore. It's because we lack popularity. So what do we do now? We put so much effort into building the house and handling the paperwork. Besides the money from selling vegetables, we haven't earned a single yuan. I feel upset. Why can others in the village make money, but we can't? Stone's family sells many chickens every day. How much do they make? And in a month, how much is that? The numbers are hard to calculate precisely, but when we do, it just makes us feel worse about our own losses. Zhang Hua said, maybe we should also create our own account like Stone. Relying on ourselves is better than asking others. He Mu and the others want to help the village, not just us. We definitely can't get special treatment. Can you do it? I can't now, but I can learn. I'll go ask Stone for advice. We sell different things, so he should teach me. They had a close friendship since childhood, so he thought he wouldn't be stingy. He believed this, but who knew his mother would offend Juzi's wife the next day? Sister-in-law, your Stone is really impressive. Now, he's doing live streams and gaining popularity. Can you ask him to teach my Zhang Hua? We need to boost our business too. Look, we haven't made any money, Juzi's wife said. You're asking Stone? I really don't understand him. You know, I don't have much education. It's the young people doing all this. I know. It's the same for us. If Zhang Hua learns, our farm stay can also make money. Stone, you're wrong. You and I have known each other since we were kids. Andy, it's not about friendship. It's easier and more convenient to learn online. Nowadays, everyone learns from the internet. I don't have much time to teach people either. If Zhanghua has time, he can come to my house and help out for a week. Stone wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Teaching students is a waste of time and offers no benefit, plus it could lead to endless trouble. Any questions from fans would probably come to him, and he simply wouldn't have the time to answer them all. When he first started live streaming, it was just Chu Ran who suggested it. After that, he explored online on his own. Why does it seem like he has to teach Zhanghua step by step? Where does he get such a big face? Stone's mother said, "Yes, our Stone is busy every day with live streaming. After the new year, my husband and I will be busy with spring farming. We really don't have the time." You're just making excuses not to teach. You grew up together in the same village. I think you're afraid we'll learn and take your business. Zhang's wife immediately got angry when they kept making excuses. She had offended many people in the village, so how could she not offend anyone? They wanted free teaching, and if they didn't get it, they got upset. It's not an obligation. Stone's mother was also not someone to be easily pushed around. So, what if we don't teach? We don't owe you anything. Do we have to teach you? Have you paid any tuition? You come here shamelessly asking for help. We only have 3 workers at home, and we're very busy. We have no time. Please leave quickly. She directly drove them away. Stone logged out of his live stream. Sometimes, he wasn't even in front of the camera. He just showed the chicken farms so fans could see the chickens' activities. Of course, this was during busy farming seasons. In the off-season, he mainly did live streams. Last year, his family earned a good income. They hadn't built a house yet, and since the children had grown up, they couldn't always live with the adults, especially since they had a girl. Seeing others busy building houses, they also planned to build one. Now that they had income, they probably would develop at home in the future. So, building a house was for their own living, not to be left unused. Zhang's wife cursed and left angrily. Then, Zhuzi's wife said to her son, "When do you think you'll start building your house?" Stone said, "We are busy farming now. Let's talk again in March or April when things are less busy. In May, we will be planting rice, and by then the house should be finished. The house construction is going very quickly. If everything goes smoothly, it will be done in 1 or 2 months. Look at Teacher Luo's house. It's not only beautiful, but also built quickly. It has become a local landmark. He also wants to build a house like that, but he prefers his own style. So he looked online for some farmyard house plans. He also asked Dad Chu for advice. Last year, Dad Chu helped several families in the village build houses and also helped his own soy sauce factory build a workshop. He is very experienced in this. Stone has asked Dad Chu to take charge. Now he is counting the materials needed and estimating the cost. After the spring planting is over, they will start construction. Since they are building a new house on the old foundation, Stone's family will need to move out. They have a lot of belongings. Renting a guest house from Chu Ran's family is too expensive, so they rented a house from someone else in the village. It has a small yard, which is convenient. When Zhang's wife went home, she complained to her son, "I think Stone's family is making money and looking down on us. Tell him to teach you, but he just kicked me out. Don't go there anymore. Learn online instead. If others can learn, I believe you can too." Zhanghua was worried. "Mom, please stop offending people in the village, okay? You've offended Chu Ran's family, the Wang family, and now Stone's family. Doing business means not offending others. If you keep doing that, how can we continue? I think we should just focus on farming. No more farm tourism. Your cooking skills are not good. Even our family doesn't like your food, let alone guests. If my cooking is bad, then you do it. The men in the Wang family cook, but you two haven't learned. You're useless. Everyone in the village can make money, but we can't. Who's to blame? It's all your fault, useless." Her husband was used to being scolded and said nothing. They don't have much income. Now that spring has arrived, they go out to pick wild vegetables and bamboo shoots to sell. In March, Stone's house construction began. The resort was open for business during the spring festival, but since many facilities were not yet ready, the reputation was only average. The resort increased its promotional efforts, especially in spring when the countryside is full of rapeseed flowers. They also specifically discussed a partnership with Chu Ran. Chu Ran's guest house has gained a good reputation and popularity, so she doesn't mind helping promote the resort. If more visitors come to the resort, the village will become livelier and have more opportunities, which is good for everyone. With Chu Ran's help, the resort's occupancy rate has improved. Now, the facilities are much better. People who can't book Chu Ran's guest house often choose to stay at the resort. This is especially true during the blooming season when the rapeseed flowers are in full bloom, perfect for taking photos. Many retired city folks love to come here for a relaxing trip. This makes Zhang's family feel very hot and uncomfortable, but they have no choice. They have nothing to attract visitors, no good reputation, and no popularity. Their efforts seem unprofessional, so no one is booking rooms. With good weather now, the Dubon sauce factory has started to get busy and has hired dozens of new workers. Sister Xining, what's wrong? Xu Xingyu asked as Qiao Xining leaned against the wall, looking uncomfortable. Qiao Xining felt dizzy and a bit sleepy. It's nothing. Maybe I didn't rest well last night. I'm very tired. Should you take a day off to rest? You don't look well. Maybe get checked out? She also felt something was off lately, and her menstrual cycle was irregular. Yes, I'll go get a checkup after work and take care of myself. Maybe she was too exhausted. Qiao Xining sat down and drank some hot water, feeling better. There's no rush now. You can go get checked during work hours since Chu is not in the company. But I shouldn't run personal errands during work hours just because Chu is not here. Chu is not at the company, but she's the person in charge and should set an example. This year's traffic flow isn't as good as last year's. People seem less interested in whether Chu Ran is the wife of Yanzheng Group's boss. But it seems they have accepted this as a fact. After work, she actually went to see the local Chinese doctor for a checkup, claiming her period was irregular. The Chinese doctor looked at her pulse and was slightly surprised. Qiao Xining was nervous. What's wrong? Is there a problem? She was still young, under 30, and had just earned some money. Don't be nervous. Your pulse feels like a string of beads, which means happiness. You're pregnant. She stopped and looked at her face. Your face looks dull. Have you been staying up late? Staying up late during pregnancy can affect your energy and blood and weaken your immune system. Qiao Xining was stunned. She touched her belly. She was pregnant? But then she remembered that she had only been reckless that one night in recent years. Am I 3 months along? It took her a long time to find her voice. More than 3 months. The pregnancy is stable now. Your body looks tired. Rest more. Young people shouldn't stay up late. You're still young and you don't need any medication. But I still had my period earlier. The flow was light, so I thought it was just irregular periods. Early pregnancy can have some signs. If you're worried, you can get an ultrasound. Qiao Xining returned to her rented room feeling dazed. She only went to adjust her menstrual cycle, never thought she was pregnant. Now she felt very confused, with no one to talk to. Finally, she sent a message to Chu Ran. Ran, I'm pregnant. When Chu Ran saw the message, she had just finished work and arrived in the village. She was stunned. She looked at the name and confirmed it was from Qiao Xining. She immediately called her. Xining, are you sure? When did this happen? Whose is it? She had many questions at once.
Whose?
Can I not say right now? Just think of it as mine. I went to see a traditional Chinese doctor today to adjust my health, and when they took my pulse, I got nervous. I don't know what to do. Chu Ran said, I'll come over and keep you company. No need. My roommate is here.
I just want to talk to you.
When you first found out you were pregnant, what was your first reaction? Were you determined to have the baby? Were you excited? It was clear she was uncertain. Yes, I wanted to have the baby. I'm all I have in my family. The baby's father has good genes. If the baby is healthy, I would definitely keep it. That was my first thought. Hearing this, Qiao Xining seemed to find a bit of direction. If I have the baby, would that be irresponsible? How could that be? Society today is different from before. People are more tolerant and you have a good income now, so you can fully support a child. Of course, that's just my opinion. Whether to have a baby or not depends on your own thoughts. I actually want to have a baby, but I'm afraid I can't handle it. You know, I'm alone, unlike you, with family supporting you. If I have a baby, no one will help me take care of it. Chu Ran said, anything that can be solved with money depends on how you think about it. Are you talking about hiring a nanny? Isn't that what most people do now? Chu Ran continued, it depends on where you want to give birth. If it's in town, it might be too far behind the city. If it's in the city, you'll need to register there, which is better for giving birth. She shared a lot of information at once, making Xiao Xining, who knew little about this, feel even more confused. Driving for a few hours to go back? I might as well check in at the town. Too complicated. I need to think about it first. Let's talk tomorrow. Xiao Xining felt she needed time to process everything and organize her thoughts. After hanging up, she kept thinking about it. Pregnancy isn't a simple matter. It's a life, and you have to be responsible from the start. She has many hurdles to overcome. First, she needs a prenatal checkup, then childbirth, and afterward, postpartum care. There are so many things. She has no experience and no one to help her. She touched her belly, never imagining it would come to this. That day she came back, she seemed to forget to take her birth control pills. Did she use protection that night? She couldn't remember. She was overwhelmed and confused, her mind not clear enough to think about anything else. But now she knew that Nie Ziqian probably didn't use protection.
She didn't want to tell him now.
The next day, she went for a checkup, had an ultrasound, and with the report in hand, her pregnancy felt more real. But she still went to work as usual, not making a big deal out of it. Her clothes changed a bit. She used to wear heels sometimes, but now she wore flat, non-slip shoes. Her pants were no longer tight jeans but loose casual pants. Xining, did you go to see the doctor? How was it? Yeah, I did. Nothing much, just told me to rest more. Oh, I see. In a few days, I will get married. Remember to come. Xu Xingyu is getting married. Last year, her brother got married, and this year, she is getting married too. Okay, I will definitely come. Congratulations. Xu Xingyu looks shy, and it's clear she is quite happy with her current relationship. Maybe she also wants to get married soon. Now at home, her brother is married, and her position feels a bit awkward. She often complains about family matters. When Xu Xingyu got married, Chu Ran sent a big red envelope on behalf of the company. Other colleagues could give gifts if they wanted to, but it wasn't necessary. Xiao Xining heard that pregnant women shouldn't go to the wedding house, so after eating, she went back to the company. Her pregnancy hasn't been made public yet. She plans to announce it when her belly gets bigger. She still goes to work, but Chu Ran told her not to work overtime and to leave on time. He also talked to her about opening a branch in the city. It won't need many people, just some business talks to ensure cooperation. He asked if she preferred to stay in the city or stay here. Xiao Xining asked, are you doing this just for me, to set up a branch in the city? Chu Ran smiled and said, no, really. It might just be a small office. It's not just for you. You can bring someone there or hire more staff. Xiao Xining has been thinking a lot these days. Let's go back to the city. It's more convenient for my aunt, and it's my own place. I heard pregnant women shouldn't stay at others' homes, and I'm worried the landlord might ask me to leave, so I haven't said anything. Chu Ran remembered that he was in a similar situation before, asking elders about customs. He wasn't sure if it was about pregnancy or having a baby. He just believed what he was told. If not, it was fine. Since the house belongs to someone else, there's nothing he can do. All right, if you're feeling unwell, you can take leave or rest. Our company is very understanding and prioritizes your health. Thank you so much. You are truly a blessing for me and the baby. Xiao Xining is very grateful. When she was at her lowest, Chu Ran helped her turn her life around. Now, when she feels helpless again, Chu Ran lends her a hand once more. There are 3 people, 1 man, 1 woman, and her, who is the leader. Chu Ran also came along. First, they needed to rent an office because finding one in the city was easy. Initially, they chose a building with office spaces. Chu Ran rented a small office not far from Yan Zheng Group. At first, she thought the office was small but okay. However, after thinking carefully, she realized it wasn't enough. They needed a place to meet clients and a conference room. So, they rented an 80 square meter office. Xiao Xining signed the contract, and she was responsible for it. Chu Ran quickly left, handing everything over to them. Regarding living arrangements, most city workers don't worry about housing. The two people she brought with her had good incomes and didn't have trouble finding a place. Xiao Xining returned to the city, worked for a week, and then registered her details. She had a full health check and was fine. Work here wasn't very busy. Many tasks were initiated by herself, like meetings or signing contracts. Some tasks required checking the quality to avoid problems. Xiao Xining is good at cooking. Every day, she made nutritious and tasty meals for herself. But if she cooked after work and the dishes were complicated, it would be late, which isn't good for rest. She plans to hire a housekeeper since she will need one after the baby is born. She contacted a domestic helper who can cook and take care of children. The cost is a bit higher, but Xiao Xining's income can cover it. During special times, she doesn't worry too much about money. Having a housekeeper makes her life much easier. She can enjoy hot meals after work. Her colleagues at work also know about her pregnancy. If there are social events with drinking, they won't let her drink. If she has questions, she can ask the housekeeper. For example, what to prepare for childbirth. She really doesn't know much about it. The housekeeper will tell her about essentials like hospital bags and other items. Her due date is in September, when the weather turns cooler but not too cold, just right, neither hot nor cold. Shida's house has been built and simply decorated. Now it just needs some time before moving in. As May quickly passes, it's time to transplant rice seedlings, and everyone begins to get busy again. Zhang's farm stay has gained some attention through town promotions, so occasionally, a few people come to stay. However, after their first visit, they haven't returned. Zhang He wanted to create a social media account, but it hasn't taken off yet, and he has no followers. He has really tried hard and thought of many ways. Knowing that his mother's cooking isn't very good, he learned online how to cook better dishes. After practicing, her skills improved a lot, and the guests' reviews are better. But they still don't come back a second time. He doesn't know why. After thinking about it, he feels that his mother is too strict and often complains while people are eating. Tourists come to relax, not to chat, so there's no need to talk so much. As for chatting with villagers, there's no point. Over at the Wang family, business is good. Many tourists from nearby resorts come to buy local chickens, which Wang's family then processes. Since processing at the resorts is inconvenient and their management is stricter, it's easier for the village to handle. Why not process at the Chu family's place? Because Chu's kitchen is very busy managing guests' meals, and if they process too much, they wouldn't keep up. But Wang's family is different. They saw a business opportunity and bought a small stove. They put the stove outside, and a few pieces of charcoal start boiling chicken soup. It's fresh, cooked right then and there. The Wang family also learned not to take advantage of others. They even stir-fry chicken offal for themselves. Many people still prefer to go to their place. Grandma Wang is very happy every day now and often chats with Grandma Chu. Your girl Ranyan, I haven't seen her around the village for a long time. This year, I haven't seen her at all. Has she moved away? The old lady nodded. Yes, she moved to the town. Her company is there, so it's more convenient for her to work. But Ranyan said she went back to the city a few days ago. Young people going back to the city is good for finding a partner. Her hometown isn't here, so it's hard for her to stay. Grandma Wang said, that's true. She looks gentle and refined, and she's from the city. She'll probably go back. We don't have suitable young men here. If we did, I could introduce her. But it's better not to. Young people don't like us introducing matches. They have their own ideas. Hey, is your family's bean paste about to go on sale? When talking about this, the old lady feels proud. This is her factory. She controls the quality herself. In the beginning, everything was slow to figure out, so the first batch of bean paste took a long time. Yes, it's already packaged. Ran and the local supermarket have discussed cooperation, and some have been sent over to see how people respond. Grandma Wang said, bring me a few bottles to try, and I'll also promote it for you. She actually wants to sell well. You can make it yourself, so why buy ours? Don't waste money. Just make your own. We sell ours outside. The old lady isn't worried about sales. She's worried there won't be enough stock. Now, the factory's warehouse is full of goods, just waiting to be sold. It's a good time to make bean paste, sunny weather and fresh red peppers. All the workers are busy. Chu Ren also asked Dad Chu to arrange a shipping department to get familiar with online sales. They've contacted the courier. Someone in town bought the bean paste to cook, and it really smells good. Grandma Wang believes her words and didn't say more about it. How many people does your factory have now? Are you hiring more? Not for now. Recently, haven't many people been coming to eat at your place? Is your business still good? Yes, it's good. It's all thanks to you. Without your factory, I wouldn't have this business. The workers at your factory get paid, and some young guys come here to drink beer. But those who are married go back home. Married people shouldn't just skip work and not pay wages. That's right. They've heard about the wages at the bean paste factory. Compared to the city, they're lower, but it's enough to live on. If you can't find a job in the city, you can still come here. Of course, it's not as good as in the city. Chu Ran is also preparing to launch the bean paste online. Her staff have uploaded the link, but without enough traffic, there are no sales. Chu Ran posted it on her homepage. She even made a promotional video, pinning it to the top to highlight it. Today, Chu Ran started promoting the bean paste. This is our family's fermented bean paste made in our factory. Everyone who has visited my guest house and tried it knows this flavor, very fragrant and great for cooking. Right now, it costs 15 yuan per jar. Here is our ingredient list: red chili peppers, fermented beans, oil, and others. It is made through natural sun-drying, using traditional methods. My grandmother has been making this bean paste for many years. Everyone who has tasted it says it's very good. Our whole family loves it. In the past, we made a lot every year. When my parents went to work elsewhere, or I went to study or work, I would bring some with me. When it finished, I would miss it very much. The link is now live, and within a short time, we sold hundreds of jars. After receiving orders, we contact the factory to process and ship them. Chu Ran was live streaming that day. During her break, she handed over the session to other interns. In no time, she sold thousands of jars of bean paste. Later, she introduced other products. With just these thousands of orders, her small factory had to work for a day or two. Chu's father and the elderly lady saw many boxes of packaged bean paste being shipped out and felt very happy. Our products are selling well. We have gained support from many online friends. Now is the season when broad beans are ripe. We set up stalls in town to buy large quantities, and we also go to other towns to buy broad beans and chili peppers. After purchasing, we start fermentation and sun-drying. The sun is so good now. We can't waste it. We are busy, so we hired about 10 more workers. Now, the factory has around 60 or 70 employees. With so many people working inside, it also boosts the local economy, especially in the village. The small shop owned by Chu's family is doing better than before, especially in selling cigarettes. Most of the factory workers are men and many smoke. However, the factory has a clear rule: no smoking during work hours. Anyone caught smoking is fired. All employees entering the factory have health certificates. The next day during her live stream, Chu Ran didn't specifically promote her family's bean paste. Instead, she just left it in the small shopping cart on the screen. Even so, she still sold a few hundred jars. The thousands of jars from yesterday haven't all been shipped yet, and today she sold a few hundred more. That's enough. Chu Ran plans to stream every other day. This way, she can keep up with orders without feeling overwhelmed. She arranged a capable manager for Dad to oversee the factory, since he has little experience. The factory runs smoothly, and the town is happy because this factory is their local business. It's considered part of their local achievements. Charan told her dad to read some management books because he still lacks knowledge in this area. He feels unsure of himself and is easily influenced by his staff. Dad thinks he's too old to be reading books. Mom glared at him. Such a big factory with dozens of people. If you don't learn how to manage properly, what will happen if someone more capable reports issues to you? You'll just be calling others for help. Sometimes, when Dad can't solve a problem, he calls Charan. For example, when arranging staff dormitories, some want fewer people to stay, which causes trouble. Dad, Feeling embarrassed, asks Charan, since there are plenty of dorms, should we assign fewer people? Charan handled the dormitory issue, managing the logistics staff and how they should organize things. When people started causing trouble without reason, she criticized them privately and then talked to her dad about proper management. She told him not to always be overly nice and to explain things clearly so he can understand. Being a factory manager requires authority. Charan bought him a few professional-looking outfits online, suitable for leaders. It's summer now, so he wears short sleeves, but they are stylish and suitable for a leader. At first, he couldn't keep up, but his appearance improved. She also gave him a briefcase, making him look more like a leader. Honestly, after dressing like that, Dad's aura changed. He seemed more confident, and he no longer acted overly friendly or eager to please others. Instead, he started analyzing and thinking more deeply. Charan also told Mom, if you don't want to manage the factory yourself, you need to train Dad properly.
Don't keep criticizing him.
Compliment him more to boost his confidence. Mom chuckled. All right, but look at what you've turned Dad into. Are you worried he might cause trouble outside? Charan widened her eyes.
She hadn't thought about that.
There are still many female workers at the factory. Most are middle-aged women, but there are also young girls in the office. This is a serious issue, and she quickly said, I will remind him properly. Mom Chu looked at her serious face and said, I was joking. Are you like this? Maybe your dad really has something going on. No, of course not. I just think this is a serious matter. When men have money, they can easily change. Especially after what he did, plus the factory director's reputation. If someone tries to get close to him, it could happen. Mom Chu said, You're thinking like that. Your dad is so honest, he wouldn't do that. Don't make him think I don't trust him. Chu Ran smiled, thinking they were a funny couple. But she knew she had to be careful and stay alert. I understand. I definitely won't reveal that it was your idea. I will say it was my own decision and talk to Dad. Chu Ran went to find her father. She brought up the issue. Dad, half the workers in the factory are women. Since you're the director, if any female worker reports problems, you need to be careful about your distance and boundaries. Her dad didn't understand at first. What do you mean? I will take good care of them. Being a kind person, he wanted to help everyone. I mean about the distance between men and women. As the director, you need to be mindful of your influence. We don't want any bad rumors, especially since our factory is close to the village. It wouldn't look good. Her dad finally understood. He was stunned, feeling embarrassed after his daughter reminded him of this. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a long time, looking uncomfortable. Dad, I know you're gentle, but some people might take advantage of that. If that happens, even if you're right, it will be hard to explain. Her dad said, I understand. Don't say any more. We know this already. You go ahead and do your work. I will be careful about boundaries. Was this what your mom told you to say? Dad, I am married with children. I know that trust and boundaries are the most important in a marriage. It wasn't my mom who told me to say this. That day, I saw you walking with an auntie and felt something was off. I just wanted to remind you, if they just walked together, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that auntie patted his shoulder several times, and it looked very intimate. You think it's nothing, but from my point of view, it's very strange, so you must be careful in the future. The father and daughter talked a lot, and she also taught Chu Dad some leadership skills. After that, Chu Dad paid more attention to this area. Plus, Chu Ran introduced him to a talkative assistant, which made up for his lack of social skills. Nyezaheo was forced by Xiao Xiaohuan to either deliver takeout all day or work hard at the company. He gave all his earnings to Xiao Xiaohuan. If it was a short time, the young master of a wealthy family could tolerate it. But over a long period, such intense work was too much for him. He also noticed that Xiao Xiaohuan was changing more and more, often coming home very late at night, smelling of alcohol. When he asked what she was doing, she said it was work-related social events. Because he had no money, she had to work hard. This hurt Nyezaheo deeply. They were both young and impulsive, and when they disagreed, they often fought. Suddenly, Nyezaheo found a jewelry box in her bag. Looking at the brand, it was something they couldn't afford at their current income. Opening it, he saw a dazzling diamond necklace, with the diamonds sparkling brightly under the light. "Where did you get this necklace?" he asked calmly, staring at Xiao Xiaohuan, clearly questioning her. Xiao Xiaohuan tried to grab it back, but Niezaheo didn't give it to her. "Where I got it doesn't matter. You can't afford it now, but that doesn't mean I can't buy it myself." Niezaheo wasn't easy to fool. He reached into her bag to check her phone. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Xiao Xiaohuan tried to stop him, but couldn't. He was looking through her phone. "Niezaheo, I've had enough of you. I have no money now, and you don't even respect me. How can I stay with you? Let's break up." "I want to break up with you," Xiao Xiaohuan shouted in tears. In her phone, Niezaheo found something unusual. "Who are these numbers? And where did you take a taxi to? What is that place? Did you delete the messages so I can't see?" "Don't think I can't see your messages and find out what you're doing outside. You said you go out every night for social events, but your schedule shows you are always in a villa area. What are you doing there? Don't tell me it's your parents' house. Your parents went bankrupt a long time ago. Where would you find a villa?" Niezaheo is really losing his mind. His whole state is off, his eyes are bloodshot, and he looks like he's about to explode and attack someone. Xiao Xiaohuan says, "I don't want you to interfere in my affairs. I want to break up with you. Since your parents don't agree that we be together, let's just forget it. I don't want to force anything. Let's break up, Niezaheo. I won't come into your Nia family anymore. We are not suitable for each other." While he is distracted, she quickly grabs the necklace box and puts it into her bag, then rushes inside to pack her things. Niezaheo says, "Fine, let's break up. I know you have someone else outside, someone higher up. I'll support your choice." After saying that, he leaves. Xiao Xiaohuan only hears the sound of the door closing with a bang. She quickly packs her things and leaves the rental apartment. She doesn't have many belongings. She doesn't like this place, so she wouldn't bring much here. Most of her things are at her parents' house, which is her backup. But this time, she didn't go back there. Instead, she went somewhere else. What she doesn't know is that Niezaheo is right behind her in a car. "Driver, follow the car in front." Niezaheo saw her enter a villa community. It's the same address he saw on her phone earlier. He waited outside for a long time, until even the taxi driver got impatient. "Young man, if you keep waiting like this, I might as well leave. Do you want me to stay here and wait, or should I go?" Niezaheo quickly scanned and paid 1,000 yuan.
"Here, take this.
"Now go." He gave the driver his home address. "Go to this place. It's the Nia family home, not that rental place." When Niezaheo got home, the butler immediately came over. "Young master, you're back. I'll tell the old master. Where is grandpa? He's resting in the backyard. I'll go see him myself." Niezaheo found his grandfather, who was working out. As he gets older, he needs to stay active and stretch his muscles. Seeing his grandson return, his expression was calm. "You're back, Grandpa, I was wrong." Niezahu lowered his head and immediately admitted his mistake, saying, "I have already broken up with her. She is with someone else." This outcome didn't seem surprising. "Well, if you're back, then stay. What are your plans for the future?" I don't know. You've graduated now. Go to the branch office and work there for a while. If you do well, you can come back. The branch office is in another city." The old man also suggested he go there, so he wouldn't be bothered by Xiao Xiaohuan. Changing environments after a breakup is the best choice. Niezahu had no objections. Right now, he just didn't want to stay in a familiar place. He wanted to go somewhere else. He asked the housekeeper to help him rent out the house he owned. He threw away what needed to be discarded and moved back what was useful. He didn't want to stay there anymore. The housekeeper quickly contacted the landlord after receiving the order. Niezahu's mother heard the news and came back quickly. When she saw her son, she said, "You still came back. I thought you were so bewitched by that sly girl outside that you forgot your own mother." "Mom, I'm sorry. It was my fault." Niezahu suddenly seemed to mature. Even though only a few hours had passed since the breakup, he looked like he had aged several years. His young face looked tired, his eyes dull and lacking energy. Seeing him like this, his mother wanted to cry but held back. "All right, stop being so emotional. What did Grandpa say?" Niezahu told her what was discussed. His mother said, Tonight, call your brother back for dinner. It's been a long time since our family had a reunion. That evening, Niezahu's brother, Niezahu, came home and saw him. Our family's big romantic. His mother gave him a slap. Speak nicely. Don't upset your brother. Grandpa said Niezahu should stay at the branch office for now. He'll leave tomorrow. Men aren't that fragile. If I were that fragile, I wouldn't have jumped off a building so many times. That's you. Your brother is more emotional. He's younger than you and hasn't experienced as much. Naturally, he's different. Mom, you're just showing favoritism, Niezahu's brother said. Seeing how Niezahu looked, he didn't say anything more. It was probably because their breakup wasn't very graceful. However, he still thinks Xiao Xiaohuan is a person with perseverance, having endured a long and difficult time with Niezahu. Finding someone new is acceptable now. Apart from Niezahu's family background, the two brothers used to be reckless in Shenzhen and didn't have much ability. According to current dating standards, they probably only have good looks. They have little advantage in the dating market. It's understandable that Xiao Xiaohuan abandoned Niezahu to pursue someone better. But he can't be sure if this is a scheme they both plan together. He told Xiao Tingnan about this. Xiao Tingnan has always been lenient with Xiao Xiaohuan and hasn't been harsh, much less than Xiao Yusin. So, when he learned that Xiao Xiaohuan and Niezahu broke up, he didn't show much emotion. Xiao Xiaohuan returned to the Xiao family and told them about the breakup. Yao Chuiying was still regretful. Why did you break up? We argued. He found out I was seeing someone else, and we had a big fight. Then we broke up. Xiao Xiaohuan shrugged as if relieved. I can see it. As long as I'm with him, his family won't care about him. Now he's working so hard, but he only earns about 10,000 a month. What's the use? He can't even buy me a necklace. Yao Chuiying said, but if you keep insisting and you have a child, then you might be able to marry into the Nie family. I'm still so young. How could I have a child? I told you before, I don't want to have kids. The reason I didn't before is because I found someone decent now. Look, he bought me this necklace. I've wanted it for a long time, but I couldn't afford it. She took out her necklace. When she showed it, its dazzling shine didn't match the small room at all. Look at this necklace. It's worth millions. If I sell it, I could buy a big house. Yao Chuiying's eyes lit up. Then sell it. Your dad, and I will get a bigger house. But she quickly shook her head. No, what if they want it back later? I have to think about myself. She immediately put the necklace away. I'll just give you money regularly. No need for the necklace. She then transferred some money to Yao Chuiying. Yao Chuiying was happy to receive the money, but she wanted the necklace more. Your brother is about to come out. Once he does, he will have to start over. Xiao Tingnan, that scoundrel, might target him. I want him to go somewhere else to develop. When the time comes, can you help him? Xiao Xiaohuan felt annoyed. She thought her mother cared most about her brother. My brother is very capable.
He can do well.
He can find a girlfriend and settle down. Why go somewhere else? If he goes away, Xiao Tingnan might think we're afraid of him. Look, I'm doing fine. You're different. Your girl is not a problem, but your brother is a boy. Xiao Tingnan likes to pick on him, thinking your brother took what belonged to him. I don't understand your grudges.
Don't tell me anymore.
It makes me upset. I'm leaving. Xiao Xiaohuan showed no sign of heartbreak. She felt like a new person. As soon as she left, Yao Chuiying talked to Xiao Kongping about Xiao Yusin. Yusin is about to come out. I wonder if the Liu family will bother him again. Do you want to ask the Liu family to let him go? That incident greatly affected the daughter of the Liu family. It's still a joke in the circle, and she has gone abroad again. I'm not going to ask. So many years have passed. Maybe the Liu family has forgotten about him. If I ask again, they might remember and cause trouble just to save face. I think it's better for Yusin to develop somewhere else and start fresh. Xiao Kongping was truly relaxed now. At his age, he no longer needed to struggle. He had no desire to revive the Xiao family. He just wanted to get by. So what should we do? If he goes somewhere else, he won't have connections. Should we let Yusin work part-time? How much money do you have? Give him some to start a business. What money do I have? If you want to give him money to start business, do it yourself.
Don't involve me.
I have no money. Then you should ask Xiao Tingnan for some. Isn't he your son? You can ask him for some retirement money. Nan said I'm not old enough for retirement yet, so he won't give me any. Don't count on him to take care of me either. You can't rely on your 2 kids. How could Nan rely on them? Then just pretend you never had this son. Watch him succeed, drive fancy cars, and live in a villa. You won't get anything. Yao Chuiying tried to provoke him with these words. Xiao Kangping is not easily provoked now and remains very calm. I can't get anything out of this. Since I brought you back to Xiao's house, I haven't really cared about him. Now, who has the right to ask him to care for me? Your son should figure things out himself. Anyway, I can't think of any solutions. I plan to move into a nursing home. If you're willing, we can go together. If not, you'll have to pay the rent yourself. Yao Chuiying, she replied, I won't go to a nursing home. Not even a dog would go. Xiao Kangping frowned and glared at her. If you don't go, I will. Living here means paying rent. It's better to go to a nursing home. At least I won't have to cook and there will be food at the right time. He felt that his 3 children couldn't be relied on. If they all end up in nursing homes, it might be better to go early and get used to it. Yao Chuiying said, If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't. Wherever I go, either today or tomorrow, someone will leave, and it makes me scared and anxious. I'd rather stay at home and cook whatever I want. Her words made Xiao Kangping silent. He had never thought about this before. Yao Chuiying didn't care about the nursing home issue. She still felt young. If she went to a nursing home, it would mean she had no future. She also planned to do something for her son. I think Xiao Tingnan's wife from the countryside is live streaming, right? You should talk to her. If she doesn't give you money, expose their neglect of the elderly online and let netizens criticize them. It might work, Xiao Kangping said. If you want to go, go. I won't. He was scared by Xiao Tingnan, and each time he was more ruthless. Did you forget about those months abroad? Yao Chuiying could never forget. Even now, she shivers when she thinks about it. So, what should we do? Anyway, I won't bother that woman's family. I'd rather go to Xiao Nan than deal with that woman. Dealing with her son might mean he ignores her, but if he goes to the Chu family, it's not just ignoring anymore. Xiao Kangping finally stayed in the nursing home for a month before leaving. As Yao Chuiying said, he felt a lot of pressure inside. Actually, the nursing home he went to was quite good. They had prepared meals at mealtimes and offered some activities. But it was crowded, noisy, and stressful, so he couldn't handle it and returned to Yao Chuiying. She was also mocked by Yao Chuiying. One day, Chu Ran finished work early and went to the factory to check. She saw the elderly woman with a child inside the factory. The child was very active, and the old woman couldn't hold him back. Chu Ran quickly grabbed the child and said, Why are you running? Don't you know Grandma Zeng is very tired? Be good, and don't get into trouble. Let me go. I want to ride my bike. The little boy, Xiao Hanghang, struggled to run away. He saw a tricycle bought for him by Xiao Tingnan nearby. Don't disturb Grandma Zeng while she's working. Come back with me. The old woman was carefully inspecting the color of the soybean paste drying in the sun. She took Xiao Hanghang home. Xiao Hanghang rode his small tricycle proudly, making the other children jealous. Wang's son, who was about 1 or 2 years old, loved these kinds of toys. Wang's mother saw her grandson wanting the tricycle and asked Chu Ran, where did you buy this small tricycle? How much did it cost? We want to buy one too. Kids see others with toys and want them. I bought it online. Just tell them to search online and they'll find it. It's not very expensive, maybe 100 or 2. Chu Ran guessed correctly because the tricycle was very simple, just a frame with 3 small wheels. Not much technical skill involved. Okay, I'll have them look for it. When she heard it only cost a few hundred yuan instead of thousands, Wang's mother felt relieved. They could still afford a few hundred yuan. Since Chu Ran's family opened a factory nearby, their business improved. They even expanded the front door a bit. They also bought the house next door so that if people ate late at night, it wouldn't disturb their rest. Meanwhile, Zhang's family also gained some business. Now Zhang Hua was cooking, but his mother's cooking skills were really poor. She was reluctant to use oil or add ingredients. But that's not acceptable anymore. It's not just about filling your stomach, but about tasting good food. Plus, their business wasn't limited to just one family. Choosing their family usually meant the Wang family was too busy, so most of the business still came from the Wang side. Zhang Hua was trying hard to learn how to cook online, slowly gaining some repeat customers. However, their accommodation was still not very good. His mother was too nagging, and no matter how many times she said it, it didn't help. Whenever men came over, they couldn't stand his mother's chatter. She loved to gossip and pry into others' private lives. Some young people with sensitive feelings don't like visiting their home and often ask personal questions. Young people dislike this the most. Zhang's wife liked the young women in the Dubon sauce factory office. One girl came to their house for a meal once, and her mother kept asking questions. After that, the girl never came again. Even though the girl didn't come, her mother still went to the factory to look for her. Luckily, the security guard stopped her, or there might have been some embarrassing situation. Chu Ran took Xiao Hangheng back to their yard, closed the big gate, and told him to play by himself. When work was over, Xiao Tingnan asked to pick him up. Chu Ran went straight to his office to bring him back. Seeing Xiao Tingnan, Hangheng rode his tricycle over, kicking hard with his legs. Dad, this tricycle needs to be pedaled with legs. It's not electric or chain-driven, just a simple children's tricycle. He pedaled over and reached out to Xiao Tingnan. Hug. He was picked up and looked at the small car on the ground. Is this car no longer wanted? Dad is buying me a new one. I want a new car, Hangheng said, trying to get something. Chu Ran said, you really know how to ask for things right away. Xiao Tingnan put him down. Let me try this tricycle. He said this and was about to ride it. Hangheng widened his eyes, still not realizing that his dad had already sat down. The small car was so tiny that, at its height of 1.85 meters, it felt like a mountain pressing down. Xiao Tingnan pushed a few times. This car is good quality. It can hold my weight. Come down quickly, don't break it. Chu Ran looked at Hangheng's worried face and stopped Xiao Tingnan from doing something childish. Before she finished speaking, there was a loud. All three of them heard it. Chu Ran hurried over. Did it break? Xiao Tingnan stood up and looked at the car. It seems like it. She clearly saw where he was sitting. Hangheng also saw it. When he saw his beloved little tricycle was broken, he burst into tears, crying heartbroken. Chu Ran was speechless, glaring at Xiao Tingnan, as if to say, look at the trouble you've caused. You deal with him. Xiao Tingnan squatted down and said, when the old things go away, new things come in. Dad broke your car, so he's going to buy you a new one?
Wow.
Hangheng was still crying. Looking at him, he seemed very upset, angry, and unwilling. He ran to Chu Ran's legs and cried, Dad is bad. My car, Chu Ran squatted down and wiped his tears. Let her dad buy you a good one. Xiao Tingnan took out his phone and showed him pictures. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Hangheng was still sad, but when he saw the pictures on the phone, he felt a little better. Especially compared to his small car, the pictures looked much better. I want this one and this one, I want them all, he pointed with his little finger. Xiao Tingnan said, you can only have one car. No more, Mom. Hangheng asked for help.
Chu Ran said, this is between you and Dad.
You two can decide. I won't interfere. Xiao Tingnan asked, which one do you like the most? You can only choose one. The father and son looked at the new cars. Chu Ran thought Xiao Tingnan was doing it on purpose, deliberately breaking the little car. Soon, they agreed and ordered a simple three-wheeled bike with a chain pedal. Hangheng looked at his little car with sadness. Chu Ran gave Xiao Tingnan a sharp slap. Why did you break his car? The little car is still okay, simple and not showy. If you buy a better one, the Wang family kid will want to buy it too. Just buy it if you want. It's not expensive, less than 100 yuan. It really wasn't expensive. They just ordered it and 100 or 2 is enough for a good one. Such a cheap price? I thought it would cost a few hundred, she said, mentioning hundreds to Wang's family. Now, these things are pretty cheap in the country. Just buy whatever. Kids like these. He doesn't lack this little tricycle. Xiao Tingnan quickly admitted his mistake after being scolded.
When the elderly lady and others returned, Hang Hang immediately went to complain. Grandma Zeng, Dad broke my tricycle. He's so mean, he spoke softly but seriously, telling his complaint. The elderly lady checked the tricycle and saw on the seat. How did it break? Dad, like this. He explained the truth, like this. When I sat down, he gestured as he spoke, then, my tricycle split. But Dad said he would buy me a new one. I don't want the broken one anymore. The new one is very pretty. Grandma Zeng, the new tricycle is big. When it arrives, I'll take you for a ride. Hearing this, the elderly lady laughed out loud. Grandma Zeng is too old to ride your tricycle. Wait until you're a bit older. Mom Chu said, Hang Hang, you need a driver's license to drive. You don't have one, so you can't take people for rides. That's not proper. What is a driver's license? It's something that lets you drive a car. Your dad and mom have one, and your grandpa does too. Oh, I want one too, but you're too young. When you're 18, you can take the test for a license. Then I can't take Grandma Zeng for a ride. Can I take Dad and Mom instead? No one can take others for a ride. Oh, he thought to himself, since he can't take others, he can at least go for a ride himself, right? Shouting, then overheard everything inside and came out, grabbing his collar. Now you've learned to complain. Do you still want the new tricycle? Mom, help. Dad won't buy me a new one. Mom. He loved to call for his mom. Chu Ran decided not to bother with him and let him play by himself. Soon dinner started. Since it was hot outside, they prepared some cold dishes. Their family didn't have strict rules about not speaking at the table, so they started talking about serious matters. Mom Chu asked, How many jars of bean paste can we produce in a day? Is it enough to pay wages? Dad Chu looked at her, meaning she was underestimating him. About 5,000 jars every 2 days, at 15 yuan per jar. Think about how much we can sell in a month. Right now, we can't produce enough. The workers are working overtime. Their factory's drying yard was very large, filled with big jars. Every day, passing by the factory, you could smell the fragrant aroma coming from inside. Mother Chu, so you produce 5,000 jars every 2 days. That means your monthly income is over 1 million? After calculating, I was a bit shocked by this number. Did I make a mistake? That seems too high. I thought it would be similar to the income from the guest house. Chu Ran, the investments are different. The guest house involves mostly one-time costs like building and furniture and not much labor. But the soy sauce factory, besides building, also needs workers and machines. Machines are a big investment, and the factory isn't making a profit yet. This means they haven't recovered the money they've spent so far. Those machines cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and there are also large tanks and raw materials. Mother Chu, so, does that mean the profit from the guest house is higher? Chu Ran, the guest house is simpler. The factory has many more expenses. The plans are different. We're trying to recover the investment in these few months. Father Chu, we can definitely do that. It's only June now, and there are July and August, which are busy seasons. Mother Chu, don't be so confident. When I first heard the numbers, I was surprised. Compared to the guest house, it's less convenient. She thought to herself that it might be better to just keep running the guest house, so the family wouldn't have to work so hard. But she didn't dare say this directly, because the factory was her mother-in-law's project. If she said she was unhappy with the factory, it might upset her mother-in-law. Chu Ran, it's not as convenient here, but the higher-ups prefer us to run the factory because it provides jobs for some people. The old man nodded. Yes, that's right. Director Chow and others care a lot about our town's factory. They often ask if we need to hire more workers. It's okay if wages are a bit low, as long as everyone can work locally and have a steady income. Chu Ran, the basic salary of 2,500 yuan is quite low compared to the city. Father Chu, there's been overtime these past few months, so they should earn more. Honestly, with the factory providing meals and accommodation, earning a little over 2,000 yuan doesn't go far, unless they spend carefully. Some workers in the factory are very frugal. They stay inside the factory every day, don't go out for snacks, and only buy basic necessities like soap and toothpaste. Sometimes, there's no need to buy these items because Chu Ran's side has some businesses that send her these things. The extra items are given to employees as benefits.
So, many people only have about 2,000 yuan left each month. In May, when they worked overtime, their wages increased, and most earned over 3,000 yuan. The factory also bought insurance for everyone, which made people feel that the factory is official and reliable. Many small factories don't offer these kinds of benefits. Old man: Yes, the main idea is to hire more people so that everyone doesn't have to go to other places to work and earn money. If people stay in our town, it can help boost the local economy. Chu Ran: That's true. Grandpa, as the village chief, used to only manage 2 or 3 households. Now, since more people have moved into the village, Grandpa's responsibilities have grown. Everyone laughed at this. Old lady: He didn't seem to have many responsibilities before, and he was just working in the fields like everyone else. Now that more people are here, more people come to see him, and it feels like he's really a village chief now. Chu Dad: Dad has always been the village chief. Old man: It used to seem like there wasn't much to do, but now there are quite a few things. Besides our factory, the resort over there also has many visitors. Chu Mom: That's right. They're very generous. They come to our small shop and buy things without hesitation. They buy snacks without holding back. They even told me that my small shop is too small and should be turned into a supermarket. Wan, what do you think? Should I make some changes? Chu Ren nodded. That's a good idea. Now that more people are around, and since only we sell these items, it's a unique business. We could expand the small shop a bit. Would that be difficult to do? Not at all. Just buy a few shelves.